where the World Economic Forum has been discussing as to what all work, disciplines will be out of fashion and what all new works will be coming up and what do you need to catch up with that. And then you have something happening in the country at your NEP and then being implemented across, which is kind of addressing some part of that, but there are a lot of areas where we need to discuss on. And the key drivers, as I spoke, was the technology advancements, the future of jobs, and then the changing externalities in the globe, whatever be it. Yeah. Can you move on? This again is the World Economic Forum Education 4.0 framework. On the one side, you have the content part of it, and the other side, you have the experience or application part of it. The list of 10 triggers that the team has researched and put together are more or less in line with the same thing. And it talks about technology skills, it talks about, the global competitiveness skills, interpersonal skills, micro learnings, things and others. Move on, we'll come into the specifics later. Then you have the national educational policy. I'm not touching upon any one of those in detail because I'm going to just give an introductory session on this and then we probably discuss on how it's going to impact our work. Now the one which I've highlighted is on the higher education, which talks about the institutional restructuring and consolidation. I think the university heads or the government heads might be able to tell you more about the number of institutions that are forced to consolidate where you have less number of people chasing more number of seats. Now it's become a run for filling up and I'm not talking about the government colleges, but generally the education system, you see that the number of seats are more and number of people who are chasing it is less. On top of it, students are more aspirational and they're looking forward to higher education across the borders. So I think we'll come into the specifics of all these things later. We always talk about India being going to be a young nation and we're going to have the demographic dividend and whatnot. But this is a UNFPA study which shows that at least in Kerala we have passed that phase. Let's not now trumpet about it because we are an aging population anyway. But this need not go as by it, but I thought I'll put it up as an indicative factor. So demographics does play a major role in this, which means that the people available for work is lesser. Please, ma'am. Now, the key elements that were finally researched and put up for our discussion was, one, the interdisciplinary learning, the making a holistic learning process. We all speak about interdisciplinary learning. We create interdisciplinary cells, but we still teach in silos, we learn in silos, and we practice in silos also. Now, industry readiness has been an ongoing, I have a slide on it, it's an ongoing perpetual gap. Industry always complains, we always catch up, but then this keeps on going. So we'll talk about it. Innovation and entrepreneurship is yet another thing. Sustainability and social responsibility is a new fad or the trend on the card, so even for industry, so everybody likes to look at it. Global connections and collaborations, again, we are allowed to go international, connect twinning degrees and other stuff. Digital is now all-encompassing, so everything is now digital. You don't need a separate focus on that. Lifelong learning or the learner. With such a high level of technology obsolescence and the trends changing so fast, we're taking a cliched quote from Toffler, the illiterate of the 21st century is the person who cannot, learn, unlearn, and relearn kind of stuff. So you need to create a person who knows how to learn. Finally, research and development, we are talking about, India stands 40 in the innovation index, global index. We have jumped around multiple rankings from around 80 or something over the last 5-6 years, but still 40 is far down. Inclusive and diverse community. Inclusion is, we have made provisions for inclusion, but there are a whole lot of people who are not still accessible, still it is not affordable or it is not available for people. So that needs to be looked into. And finally, being a social animal, we now like to see the social impact of whatever we teach. Can we go down? Now, fortunately, known to all of you, there are various technology changes that are happening around us, which is facilitating our movement from our traditional to our newer ways of doing it. COVID taught us that anything and everything can be worked out remotely. We are having better connectivity at a national level, state level, or even otherwise, we are getting a better connectivity. And we also have all this latest technology gadgets or augmented and virtual reality things which help you simulate the environment and learn it. The machine learning and related artificial intelligence and the kind of force that has been pushing on the learners and the educational system. And finally, there's a way of continuously monitoring your learner rather than one exam, two exam at the end of the day, which determines the level of the learner or whether he crosses or not. And finally, classroom sessions should be more. Everybody talks about a flipped classroom. I personally, now being in part of academics, I've tried this and failed because that flipping doesn't happen. Finally, you end up doing the same thing. And finally, the classroom exercises and activities which are more experiential learning. I think these things are happening. And I purposefully not added a name into it because there is a student-teacher collective along with the industry which is working very well in Kerala, which we call as a New Learn by the GTech group, which is mostly for IT. But it has shown us that how a collective can work together and start inducing that self-learning in students. There are 45,000 people in our platform. It's quite a number. Anyway, we move on. Now, these are some pointers. Now, I spoke about a lot of initial points. Now, a few more numbers before I pass it on to my panelists. What did the faculty, this is a survey done on the teachers. They say 48% suggest that we are into the routine. We are into the routine syllabus, which is so stringent, standardized, and we don't have space to move around for other things. That's a 48%. I'm not reading out the next. As to the students, what do you want? We would like technology to be part of our stuff rather than standing apart. Everything then, anything that we do, be it IEEE, CSI, be it MuLearn or whatever, everything is beyond your curriculum. We call it extracurricular, or we don't integrate it into our curriculum. Fortunately, I understand that credits are given to some of the courses, so some of the activities. Maybe that adds value to it. I can share it, and I'm not going to read this out for. Finally, internships. We insist on internships, but I've been working with MSMEs for the last few years. A host of MSMEs need young blood to do their basic work. We are all focused on the large 3 or 4 people who value their seats very much, so they can't take people. Then we extended our internship to 6 months because they wanted for 6 months. But then they can't take your entire student lot. You will have to go into startups or MSMEs, do a lesser valued brands, and then you still have the same learning experience. Anyway, that was one point which we need to see. Can we move on? I think I'll just run through this. This is a newspaper item on the 7th. Occasionally, we do get it. Initially was the McKinsey report which said that only 23% of our graduates were employable. Then we had a host of programs, and I personally could implement one of the programs called the ICT Academy in the state, which was a fallout of that. Again, now that ET brings out, based on a report, saying that only 16% of the corporates believe that graduates are industry ready. That's another revelation, and that you'll follow up with a lot of schemes, but this gap, that's why I call it as a perpetual gap. Can you go to the next slide? And we spoke about industry IEDCs in all colleges. I've been part of the Startup Mission movement here in Kerala, so we have done everything in all colleges. Yeah, 87% colleges have it, but 67% of them would prefer their students to get employed in a good corporate. Though you have the IEDC, but better get a job. You know why? Because your measure of success of a college is the placement percentage, the average CTC. I think you have your metrics wrong then. I think with those metrics, don't expect any college to put a 0 on it, say that all my persons have gone into a entrepreneurial work. Can you just move on? Now, the skewedness of both these distributions will tell you how the industry looks at how ready your graduate is and how the academics feel how ready they are graduated. And the difference between those averages is your industry academia gap. Please, ma'am. Yeah, I've been personally working along with the IT department, because 2002 I was with an IT major. We spoke about finishing schools and others making our students ready for the IT bulk purchase. Then came 2012 when we wanted specific programming skills to be given. So that was a next decade of thing. IT growth was now stabilizing. 2022, you come up and say that you need data analytics, MI, AI courses, and we are now doing that. 2 decades, which I personally have walked through, I think this perpetual gap is going to be there. We are never going to catch up on this. So let's not worry too much on that. And this is part of a research which I have tried to publish. May not be for the good interest of people who are in this sector, because the educational systemic gaps are driven by, there's something called a systemic complacency. I'll come on that. We have been quite successful in democratization of education at a general education level, universalization of our schemes and other things. But to do that, we are even now a centrally controlled. For that, what do you need? You need standard examinations, so you take the learner out of this picture. You have a centralized way of doing it, you take the teacher out of the picture. So now your system is not addressing the learner, not the teacher. Finally, private sector is negative even in our campuses, even now. Though we want private sector, you wouldn't take a minor driven by a private sector per se. I have personal experience when a private sector company came up to do a elective or a minor in one of the universities. They said, no, you can't have a private sector determine the curriculum, private sector conducting the examination, but unfortunately we don't have the capability to do it ourselves. So that's the case. And finally, entrepreneurship, which I spoke about. One last slide and I close down. Systemic complacency. This is by West Virginia University President Gordon Gee. I like the statement, so I've been carrying it from 2022. If somebody asks me what is that one thing that lacks in the educational system, he said it's not innovation, lack of innovation, we have enough of it. We have IPs filed any number. It is not lack of money. Money is there wherever it is required, but what is holding us back is a systemic complacency, which I spoke about, I touched upon on various points. So the more regulated you are, the more complacent we are going to be, and we are going to be less curious about it. And that, I think, is what NEP is trying to address. And I think with that, I leave it to my esteemed panel to argue me wrong or put up more added value to it. So let's go in the order. We will start with Dr. Usha Titus ma'am, and so that she can speak about from a government and also from a skilling institution point of view. Ma'am, yours. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Jayashankar Prasad, my fellow panelists, and Dr. Jayakumar, Dr. Jayan, and others who are seated before me, Dr. Ashalata, Dr. Seema, thank you. It's an honor to be here at this Industry Academia Conclave organized by the Directorate of Technical Education. Dr. Jayan Thomas was reminiscing about the Industry Academia Conclave we had when the planning board had come together with the government and the Directorate of Technical Education in 2018 to organize a similar one. It's very heartening to note that post-COVID, DTE has decided to host this possibly on an annual basis to ensure that this collaboration is strengthened, recommendations are received, and we move in to implement them for the benefit of the future workforce and our learners. The right to education is guaranteed in the Constitution for 6 to 14-year-olds. But for higher education, the state has an obligation to provide equitable access for quality education, to ensure that learners are educated, are agile enough to lead successful livelihoods in a rapidly evolving global economy. All the phrases that I used in that sentence are important. What the state has done is a successful initiative in providing equitable access. So the gross enrollment ratio has actually, in Kerala, stands at about 41.3% in 21-22, as against a national average of 28.4%. And if we look at women, this gross enrollment ratio is a very impressive 49%. But the flip side is that the periodic labor force survey of 23-24 shows that in the 15 to 29 years of age group, the youth unemployment is close to 30%. And this is the challenge that higher education faces, to the extent that many believe that higher education is at a point of siege, not just here, but also in countries like United States, because people have become skeptical on the benefit of a higher education. When surveys and reports like Dr. Jayashankar Prasad shows that our college graduates are not employable, at least an overwhelming number, more than 50%, are not regarded as employable by the industry. To meet the industry demand, we need to focus on what needs to be done. In 2020, the National Education Policy came out, which was quite innovative in that it even suggested that the credits in a core subject need to be only 50%. The remaining 50% can be stacked up according to the choice of the students. It should be vocational. And there is a huge lag in how the universities and colleges and faculty adopt to it. So we have report after report showing, like for instance, the World Economic Forum saying that by 2030, more than 50% will have to work with digital technology. Companies say that unless they adapt technology, unless they have workers that are agile and adopt technology, their sustainability is itself at stake, their survival is at stake. To disrupt markets, to drive profits, to be sustainable, they need skills-driven employees, which means that our universities, our colleges, will have to ensure that all our college graduates are lifelong learners. They are agile individuals who adopt digital tools and digital platforms. It calls upon our institutions and our faculty not to be complacent, as Dr. Jayashankar Prasad says. In order to prepare them for successful livelihoods, they have to provide a comprehensive plan to their students or learners. They have to actually teach them, possibly these students, when they come into colleges, have to undergo a competency and aptitude test to identify the areas they can go in for which the hand-holding can be done, to inform them of the current subjects or domains that are important going forward, and then enable them to stack up courses that help them to go forward. And that is where, as Dr. Jayashankar Prasad, internship is important. Studies, reports, even the National Education Policy talks about it. The need for internships, because the Strada Institute and the Burning Glass Institute report itself shows that students who do internship at least once in their college time have a leg up. So this hands-on vocational training brought in with a personalized learning experience which enables them to stack up credits, which the National Education Policy, in fact, talks of the summer vacation as a summer term. It's high time our colleges, our universities look at summer term, during which the students who fall back can who have a shortfall of courses can make up the courses. Faculty are adaptable to handhold them to enable them to go forward. What we have to realize is that the world is flat, our students are moving all over, and the classic statistic is that the top 100 students that came through our entrance exam, KEAM exam, engineering college in Kerala. So that is the base we start off. This calls on the faculty more than anybody, the directorate and the university to step in to provide a personalized learning experience, to train them, to adapt them, to make them agile. And finally, my point is that the learning outcome need not only be employment, it is the key one, but the other outcome should be to make them engaged, empowered citizens, agile and adaptable, and lifelong learners so that they can work in a globally changing economy.
Dr. Desai, I think when we get together, it's a typical Mallu tendency to boast about Kerala being one of the islands of prosperity. So we keep saying that, be it the literacy rate or whatever. So can you just bring us a outsiders or a national perspective on what is happening across, and also as a national institute of importance, can you just talk, throw some light on that?
Dr. Jaishankar and my fellow panelists, Suprabhatam, that is good morning. And so this conclave is rightly termed UDYAMA 1.0. And already Dr. Usha Titus very beautifully shared her observations on this one, and yeah, she being coming with a medical background as well as having a lot of experience in the technical one, and she will possibly cover most of this one. And prior to that, yeah, Dr. Jaishankar Prasad had an excellent presentation. And so here these 10 top 10 elements. Just I was going through that. The first one is listed as interdisciplinary learning. And here I would like to, in English, in addition to vocation, there is another word called avocation. If one is a profession, vocation represents a profession, avocation represents a hobby, interest. So therefore, we need to match these. It is like it is said that like what you get or get what you like. If you don't do that, then the only option remaining is either keep on complaining, or the worst is commit suicide. So therefore, that is very important, interdisciplinary learning. And in fact, so this in interdisciplinary learning, the internship plays a very vital role. Only when somebody undergoes internship, the students, it is not just a student internship, even faculty internships are also. In fact, one of our IIT Dharwad BOG Board of Governors member is a retired professor who retired from an electrical engineering professor who retired from IIT Delhi, and he also has a vast administrative experience as the first director of the upgraded NIT Surathkal, NIT Karnataka Surathkal, NITK, and he was also vice chancellor for Central University of Karnataka. And he has been very rightly advocating even faculty members should undergo some summer internship or some internship. If it is summer, it can be longer so that it can be some productive. And that to that actually we need to, especially among the policy makers or this one, they should show the way. We cannot simply, an administrator cannot simply based on his or her seniority or authority, whatever it is, just do some one, that is instruct, and it doesn't this one. So the only when that the administrator or also shows by practice his or her one, that the instruction is taken as a very vital input, and then so it will add value to the teachers. And once teacher gets value addition, definitely it can percolate to a significant extent among students. That is one thing. And this industry 4.0 readiness, of course, yeah, here we talk of AI and ML, that we all know, and IoT, Internet of Things. But actually, being in India, we are the only three existing ancient civilizations. The other two being the Chinese civilization and the Jewish civilization. There is a vast, that is the traditional knowledge is there. So that's why this AI, artificial intelligence, it needs to be complemented by what is called ancient intuition. See, most of the one, whether it is in the field of astronomy or even mathematics, how they could get these things when there were maybe hardly any instruments. Of course, there were some instruments. If you go to the Royal Academy in Melbourne, Australia, they have the Sushruta, this one statue installed right in their this one, because Sushruta is called the father of surgery, and he developed so many instruments. And other than that, maybe we can give the example of this Jantar Mantar. There are 5 Jantar Mantars, that is in Delhi, Mathura, then Ujjain and all that. So they developed a few instruments. Otherwise, in many cases, it is the instruments. The human body itself was an instrument, and then out of that that disciplined life, that lifestyle as one, and then they could, like say, from this land of Kerala only, Aryabhatta moved all the way, and then he was a professor of astronomy and mathematics in the Nalanda University in Bihar, in the present day Bihar. How he could give, that is the 4-digit approximation of pi in the 5th century AD. Obviously, just an example. So there are ample examples. So therefore, artificial intelligence need to be complemented by ancient intuition. Similarly, ML, we talk, machine learning, should be complemented by what I would say the other ML, that is the meticulous language. And when you talk of meticulous language, there is nothing, one Sanskrit. Sanskrit means that is the refined, processed, polished. In fact, my good friend of 35 years and a colleague, Professor Jaikumar, he was mentioning about the influence of Sanskrit, actually a Bija Vakyam, which I still remember. He was mentioning because his mother tongue is Malayalam, based on his experience with all Pancha Dravida Bhashas as well as English, Hindi, and definitely Sanskrit. He was mentioning that is Malayalam is 90% Sanskrit, Telugu is 70, Kannada is 60, Tamil is 30. Because Tamil being the oldest, its dependence on Sanskrit is less. So therefore, even in this one, we are depending so much on a foreign language like English. Can you not say my mother tongue is Kannada? If I speak Sanskritized Kannada, and a person whose mother tongue is Malayalam can speak Sanskritized Malayalam, person whose mother tongue is Hindi can speak Sanskritized Hindi, then definitely we can. This is what Israel did. In 1948, when Israel got the independence, there were just less than 500 Hebrew speakers. Now they have developed that, and Hebrew is the national language, and Israel boasts of 169 Nobel Prizes till I think 2022. So therefore, we need to derive a lot of fun from this one. We need not take it any religious or any color. It is universally accepted. The best things like Kerala, which is famous for Ayurveda as well as yoga, and then Indian music. So many there is fun. But at the same time, I would say, like say this one, that like one chair professor in California Institute of Technology, Professor Srinivas Kulkarni, and he is married. He and his Japanese wife both did PhD from University of California, Berkeley. And just about some 20 years back, there was a cover page article on him by this Week magazine published from Kerala itself. In that, he had mentioned one comparing the Indian one and the Japanese. He just had mentioned one Indian is equivalent to 10 Japanese, but 10 Indians equal one Japanese. Because we somehow, first of all, we do not have faith in ourselves. And secondly, we do not have faith in our colleagues. And our, this one, it can be not only colleagues, it can be in our own students. So therefore, these things we need to address. Like say, there is one Sanskrit slokam is there regarding this one. It talks of 6 qualities. Udyamam, that is industriousness, boldness. Then is listed as the 4th one. And 5th one is Udyamam, Sahasam, Dhairyam, Buddhi, Shakti, Parakrama. Shakti is strength, Parakrama is valor. Shadete yatra vartante, where these 6 qualities prevail, there even gods also will help. Tatra deva sahayakrat. So therefore, these kind of conducive environment we need to one that is developed. I hope I have just a few more minutes. And yeah, coming to, we talk of this digital literacy and fluency. Yeah, unfortunately, what is happening is, so this digital literacy is being wrongly utilized by some. Maybe that is an idle mind is a devil workshop, and then that person will subject either a significant number of people to that is will carry out a digital fraud and all these things. Has this digital literacy and fluency introduced that is the honesty, and then say suppose if suppose even today I may be one subject to digital fraud, and anybody can be subject to digital fraud. So but can that is one, it is not just one, that is like idle mind which is the devil's workshop. They try to create so many one, that is there are fake accounts that are created. So therefore honesty is the best policy. So therefore that how to that is how to, because of this digital literacy should also promote honesty, professional honesty. How to that is bring that is professional honesty through digital literacy is a big challenge for each one of us need to respond. And then this lifelong learning and skill development, and there are ample examples. And even there are like say the best example we can give is say that is people like say M.S. Swaminathan, or maybe even that is APJ Abdul Kalam, or there are many examples are there, whose actually the very mention of their name will bring positive vibes. The lifelong learning. See, the thing is, what is happening is, see, as we are young, we are more elastic. As we gain experience, we become more that is plastic. That means we gain in experience, but lose in elasticity. Yeah, we need to promote that rare combination, which is a combination of experience plus elasticity. That will only come through lifelong learning. And again, so as I said, it cannot be simply this one. So first and foremost, I should practice. Only then I will get an authority to that is preach to others, tell others, and then the others will give that is due weightage to that. That is this one. And coming to this, yeah, research and development. I remember I worked for 1 year as a visiting assistant professor in Clemson University, where from where I got my PhD. And during that time, there was a one day workshop was there, something like that. And so in that, there was one, I don't remember the person's name. And he addressed the American this one. We need, an engineer's job is to make quality products cheap. That's what the Germans are doing. That's what the Japanese are doing. And if we Americans, I'm just quoting in direct this one, if we Americans don't do that, then we are simply going to dogs. He was very forthright and very blunt. So therefore, this research and innovation, we need to make quality products cheap in the sense economical, cost effective. That is this one. And coming to this inclusive and diverse community, and here again, so there is this one, there is another Sanskrit sloka which lists the four qualities of a pandita or an expert. That is, one is, it is said that that is Atmavat sarvabhuteshu yah matravat paradareshu. That means the respecting the female swan, irrespective of their age or whatever it is, their economic background, educational background. And then paradraveshu lostavat, that means the other money, others' money, even including our own this one, that is the whatever which gives an empowerment for an officer or an administrator. Matravat paradareshu paradraveshu lostavat. Others' money should be treated as a stone. Atmavat sarvabhuteshu yah pashyati sapandati. Just I would like to share one interesting thing. Even today, go to any court, these three is one is the sexual harassment, the second one is the disproportionate assets or misuse of power, and third one is that is Atmavat Sarva Bhuteshu, either nepotism, which is the positive, which is an extreme one side of the one, and then other one is racial hatred. Atmavat Sarva Bhuteshu. These three things constitute the bulk of legal cases in any court in any country. So therefore, this inclusive and diverse. So that means we need to one irrespective of this one. Of course, fine, we can make this one. See, I coming from an engineering background, I may not have the same. I may not interact with the same ease with somebody from a different state with maybe some arts or humanities background. But at the same time, there are definitely, I can definitely create a person who will be intermediary, my own colleague who is in that specialization, or it could be from his from that person's home state or background, whatever it is, alma mater like that. And then last is social impact and community engagement. Again, in this one, the Isha Vasyopanishad, it also includes sustainability. It says, Isha Vasyam idam sarvam yatkincha jagatam jagat. Yena tektena bhunjita. That means that is sustainable consumption. Unless we that is minimize our demand and consume sustainably, and this sustainable development, the Indian word is Akshaya Vikas. Otherwise, so therefore, with one earth, how can we that is meet all these grades and all this one? So therefore, maintaining our biodiversity and all this one, and that is the resource conservation, whether it is this one. Even the Yajurveda Shanti Mantra, it says the word Shanti, or which means equilibrium or peace, is mentioned 13 or 14 times. And in that, that is Prathivi Shanti, Apa Shanti, Oshadaya Shanti. Being a civil engineer specialized in water resource engineering, I taught the integrated watershed management in IIT Kharagpur for 2 decades. So I used to start my introductory lecture with this one. Prathivi Shanti is soil conservation, Apa Shanti is water conservation, and Oshadaya Shanti is vegetation conservation. So there is ample, this one is there. And then community engagement. At the same time, see, the thing is, unfortunately, what is happening is the more a person becomes this one, he or she will build a shell around himself or herself. And then try to, there is ample, especially in the Indian context, there is a one. And he or she will think that he is or she is above law, and then anything can be done. It doesn't happen like that. Unless, see, the thing is, only we engage with the community. So therefore, yeah, these key values which are listed here, like innovation, collaboration, sustainability, inclusivity. So therefore, I would say the bottom line is we need to practice them either individually or collectively, so that we'll get a better fun. And how could just one last example? How could our country, which was importing crores of lakhs of crores of defense equipment, in a matter of just maybe 8 to 10 years, could export so many fun? Because there is obviously the very basic thinking and as one that was transformed for the better. That is just one example. So with this, I would I give thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts with you all. Dhanyavad. Thank you.
So I think we could debate on the topic of having technical education in our own local languages, because that's quite a bit of spoken about. Because what we, a lot of developments that are happening, which is happening in English. So I'll come back to you, sir. I think I'll finish off with the other two panelists and probably come back to you on this particular question later. Actually. So ma'am, I think being the former Vice Chancellor of KTU and also having been the Director for the technical education, how would you look at the whole process of like the listed down or even additional points that you want to build upon this?
Dr. Jayashankar Prasad, my fellow panelists, other distinguished resource persons who have come here, people from industry and academia, faculty members, students, ladies and gentlemen. So it is a very exciting opportunity to talk the experiences that I had in the past several years in technical education of the state. So I've looked at all the pointers that have been given as part of this panel, and it is very heartening to note that most of the changes that we need for aligning technical education for future needs is captured by these points themselves. But we do have to look at it. Is not very easy to take each point and deliberate on that. But at the same time, I would like to look at the system in a holistic manner where each of these points will get addressed. So looking at the strengths of the technical education system of the state, we have, as Madam or Dr. Ushatitis IAS put it, we have excellent equity, access, gross enrollment ratio. And I would also like to add that we have very good faculty members and meritorious students in the various campuses of the state. And other than that, these faculty members are they're well qualified and motivated. And another important strength that need mentioning is faculty members and students have absolute freedom freedom for pursuit of excellence. I'm underlining this, absolute freedom for pursuit of excellence. They can apply for funding in projects, they can bring projects to the institutions, they can implement laboratories they want, and they can work on that, thus creating an overall ecosystem in the campuses. Now, coming to the challenges, the one important challenge that we face is we have extreme gap between implementation and planning and implementation. We do excellent planning in bringing systems in the campuses, in the department, and we do make budget proposals, everything. But at the implementation level, because of several reasons, we get stuck in between. Inadequate funding, then the governance mechanisms to make use of the funds and implement something in the given 1 year plan period. So these are all causing very serious challenges in implementing officers in the department for making such plans fruitful. Then another point is it is like we have old systems and new needs. We aspire for 21st century needs, and we work in 20th century practices with 19th century mindsets. I'm very sorry to say that, but that's what happens most of the times. And by the time we find out these difficulties and drive things, even if you are an administrator or an academician, then the time flies. And project results have to be showcased. So it doesn't happen in very tight systems like this. Then we also have inadequate delegation of powers and extreme scarcity of funds, as I have mentioned earlier. The institutions in the state, technical education, under the technical education itself, we have 9 engineering colleges and 46 polytechnics. I'm not going to the figures, but the funds for making the minimal requirements for fulfilling the primary academic objectives itself is very inadequate, and that will be putting us in lots of pressure while implementing such schemes. Then looking ahead, the opportunities that we have to shift the focus of state to product-based, from knowledge, from service industries to product-based knowledge industries. We have a lot of opportunities out there. Kerala has been doing excellently well in providing manpower to industries, and we have been predominantly concentrating on IT sector, and we have been been limiting our capabilities to those service sectors. But it is time for us to sit back and look at knowledge-intensive technology industries and invest time for that. So that is an excellent opportunity for us, and we do have pockets of excellence in our institutions, in the engineering colleges where research happen in very focused areas. And since this exercise is as part of reimagining technical education, we need to identify those pockets of excellence and nurture them towards creating manpower for knowledge industries, and also capable of creating IP which has value, which will essentially attract market to Thiruvananthapuram and Kerala. Many places we have excellent facility, and compared to the other cities of India, we are still at an advantage because of the people that are coming out, but we have to make them employable, not only in the skills that are vanishing, that will be vanishing in a couple of years, but skills which are transforming those individuals to be staying relevant for the changing demands of the industry that's coming. So we are not skilling them for industry 3.0 or 4.0, but we are nurturing and skilling them for industry X.0. Let them be critical problem-solving thinkers who can add value to the industry and then stay relevant with the changes. That is what the department needs to concentrate on. And then another weakness, one of the main weaknesses that I did not mention is the system of technical education or higher education in the state itself is highly over-regulated, I'll say. See, when we look at technical education department, the technical education department is only looking at the infrastructure building and service of the faculty members who are part of it, whereas the academic part is with the affiliation of academic programs is with the university, which has its own ways of doing things, and the government is the funding, provides the funding and gives general policies, formulates policies for the planning and implementation of technical education in the state. So I'll give an example. We speak about internationalization, which I believe it is one of the points that's mentioned here. But when it comes to internationalization, it is bringing international students to our campuses. But we haven't come up with a clear policy for that, which is with the government. And by the time, and the university is also responsible for that. The university is not conducting the admissions. it is the government, even now for engineering admissions. Whereas for polytechnics, the admission, academics, everything is governed by the technical education department. So the exercise of control in various aspects which form pertinent part of technical education lies with different agencies. And apart from that, we do have national agencies like All India Council for Technical Education, which is approving the programs, which is accrediting the programs, etc. So we have to have a seamless way of empowering our institutions, taking into account these quality parameters and quality requirements. And we need to have an action plan to bring institutions to that level from the state level with clear policies. So that is one of the aspects that needs intervention, which will have to reflect in the vision document that we will be putting. See, when we come to the university has come up with several reforms. If we take internationalization, there is twinning program for which regulations have already been set, which gives an umbrella kind of regulations where the institutions have to work with foreign universities, and they need to chart out how exactly these regulations can be implemented in the institutions. Similarly, the postgraduate programs have a flexible scheme of 1 year in the campus and 1 year in an industry, where the institutions will have to work with the industry to chart out how they are going to skill students in a particular industry. So these are opportunities for institutions to empower themselves, but they have to look at the details and work towards it. That is already there for institutions. Then when I believe that when we build institutions, the changes that we can bring to state universities have enormous potential for change, because if we think of that is available in excellent ecosystem that the still has already, excellent infrastructure and activity-based zones for students to work on, it is a part of our institution itself. Our faculty members have to have that kind of linkage to the ecosystem. It is only a small number of people who are making use of this state-owned ecosystem in the campuses. Then we are also coming up with parks like Space Park, Life Sciences Parks. These are all opportunities which have to be seamlessly used by the students and faculty members in the campuses, because all these startups, innovations, all these happen as natural consequences of good academic systems. It is not that these run. You have institutions imparting education, you have some other institution working startup. It is not that way, but it has to be seamlessly connected and seen as an ecosystem by the stakeholders, especially from the campuses. It is true that we work for academics and fulfilling the academic requirements, semesters, and things like that, but this facility should not be undermined in any way. Then another opportunity for us will be to empower faculty members at early stages. We have to have programs for bringing up academic leaders in academics. There's a program in Government of India like LEAP, the leadership for academic excellence program. We need to have similar programs designed in the state. We need people who are capable of implementing projects. We need not be able to, in order to be at pace with the changes that are happening nationally and globally, we will not be able to make institutions to cater to this or make institutional framework quite easily, but as projects, these new things have to be taken up and implemented by faculty members who can lead the teams and create that kind of excellence in the campuses, which can be nurtured, and institutional frameworks can be built in the future, but not very easily. So that is one thing. And the threats that we have, laboratory facilities, because of inadequate funding, always we meet the changes, what are the changes that we need, and who are the owners of those changes in the form of policies or department level changes or intra-institutional changes. Everywhere changes are possible. We need to map those changes in the correct places. and inadequate delegation of powers and extreme scarcity of funds. Most of the times, small permissions for, say, travel and all, it is like one faculty member would have gotten funding from elsewhere, but so you will have to take your eligible leave for to attend something. So such guidelines and all, we need to really look at those and make some changes there. Then about interdisciplinary learning, if come to point by point.
We have seen from the presentation only 16%, the industry says only 16% are day one employable. That is one of our vision. And the industry look upon the universities and our top institutions for their technological growth, improvement. Our institutions and universities should be able to provide the technological advancements to the industry. So that is the place where we aspire for from the technical education department. And all these programs, all the 10 elements which we have listed down, the very first one is the interdisciplinary learning. So there is no product, nothing, no process which are developed by one department or one program, we can say. If you look at the different programs being offered by our colleges, institutions, they are offered in different departments. We have even department buildings. Classes are there in that particular building. And now we have to have interdisciplinary departments in all institutions, and the programs which we are planning to offer from next year onwards shall be maybe interdisciplinary courses. So that is the first step that I think is the first step we have to take, because the industry ready, if you make people industry ready, industry does not require a person who is proficient in their particular area. That we have to ensure, if we can do some of the courses, or some maybe to begin with, all the institutions have one interdisciplinary department, and this department offer one course on interdisciplinary. But the nomenclature of the course can be any different, but that should be offered by an interdisciplinary department. And I'll move on to the digital literacy and fluency. We all agree that our students are digitally adept more than our faculty members. But the proficiency in emerging technology, that is what they are lacking. So if you have to have, if I go back to the first one, the first aim I pointed out, that is all the students who go out are industry ready. So if you look at that, we have to engage them, these students. And if you look at another data which was presented by Dr. Jayasankar Prasad, is that from that one slide, I could see the questions were asked to students, what their perceptions are there on the assignments given to them. Only 6% say they don't know. All others are having clear opinion on what they require out of the questions, the assignments they are given. And they say that most of them are not agreeing with the kind of assignments which are given to them. So there is a challenge in engaging the students by our teachers. Of course, we have introduced new courses like project-based learning courses, internship. All these are there. That is for the students. They can try taking those courses. But the engagement, to engage them, we faculty members have to be there. We have to spend more time, because merely teaching a subject in a class may not be required now, because they are having better teaching classes offered by better professors from all over the world. So we have to engage them by giving small projects or something. But for that, we faculty members has to get equipped for that. So this is another aspect I wanted to bring here. And another one is the research and development. Research and development shall be made a component into all UG programs, all programs, rather than some research department does some research. This shall be brought as a part of all programs. Maybe that helps bringing up more entrepreneurs from our institutions. So these are my views on this particular topic. Maybe I'll be able to add more in the coming sessions. Thank you.
Yeah, that is good, sir. I think now that we have finished one quick round, I think, ma'am, I just give you a pointer so that you can clarify one or two points that I wanted to. So with ma'am, I think you've been heading the higher education department, now with SAP also. How do you see industry working along and building up the whole, what do you call that, as a skill gap or whatever it is?
The point about industry taking a giant leap in developing the future workforce cannot be understated. All over the world, in any industrialized country, the industry takes a lead in this. The academic institutions cooperate with the industry so that the necessary skills are imparted to the future workforce. When we talk of vocational education, the classical example before us is that of Germany, Switzerland, Austria, and even China. It is an indisputable fact that the industry in Germany at the beginning of the year opens up apprenticeships close to 1 lakh now to students all over the world, particularly in Asia. And all that they require is 18 to 21-year-olds. Many students who go from here are even BTech graduates. It's the industry that provides a living wage to them that runs from 900 to 1,200 euro. The student works in the industry for 3 days. Again, the industry is satisfied with training them for just 3 days. The balance 2 to 3 days, the student is actually in the polytechnic in which he or she works in the domain that is related to the industry. Here it is the industry that selects the student, it is the industry that pays them, and it is the industry that provides the linkage to the institution. And that is how the investment of the industry comes in the potential workforce. It is one thing to say that the corporates give report after report, they participate in surveys, in the hiring intent surveys, and say only 15 to 45% are employable. The moot question that the industry has to answer is how much involved are they in the development of the potential workforce. I would actually request all industry representatives present here to invest in your potential workforce. That means collaborate with institutions, not just in the curation of courses which can be done for minors alone, because basically fundamental major courses should be, and it is a prerogative of faculty, to develop the courses. Definitely they would have a consult or with their experience on working with the industry, but in the development of minor courses, in the provision of apprenticeships and internships, that too in a structured manner, industry has the major role. And knowing fully well that internships and vocational training is the way forward to take advantage of the demographic dividend, I feel the industry has to come forward. This year, the government of India has launched the PM internship program in which the government is offering 5,000 rupees so that the students can do this internship. However, if you look at Kerala, we found that very few industry actually came forward to provide those internship slots. This year, KTU has come out with a new guideline in which, Kerala Technical University has come out with a new guideline in which the 8th semester students are offered up to 6-month internship. Hitherto, the industry was saying 2 months is too short a period to provide internship. KTU increased it to 4 to 6 months. Now, Additional Skill Acquisition Program has taken on the nodal agency role and we are aggregating internships. However, the response from the industry in the state is not something that is not something in which we are able to provide internships to all the applicants. We've already opened the Career Link portal. We are now moving outside the state to industry to aggregate, and in fact, our Toyota representative is here. He knows that our people have come to Chennai so that internship slots are available. So industry has a major role in it. Dr. Jaishankar Prasad spoke about, mentioned the research park during his presentation. I was part of IIT Madras when we established, I was one of the first directors of the IIT Madras Research Park. Now, this research park was also not a new idea. It was based on the Silicon Valley and how the Silicon Valley developed and how Stanford established its research park. In the footsteps of the IIT Madras Research Park, College of Engineering, Trivandrum set up the Trust Park, Trivandrum Engineering, with the help of Directorate of Technical Education. Dr. Jaishankar Prasad was a CEO who held charge, during which ANSYS, Electric Vehicle Consortium, could be established in the Trust Park. Again, it calls on industry to look at the inputs that faculty and students can offer in terms of creative ideas, in terms of innovation, in terms of making the students do accelerated learning. We need industry to come forward to collaborate with academia so that more hackathons are held. And in MuLearn, which Dr. Jaishankar Prasad mentioned, that's an initiative that's successful because the GTech group of industries took it upon themselves, a responsibility to involve students. Dr. Anup Ambika is here. Unless this collaboration comes through, unless this ecosystem is made, in which the industry puts its foot forward, is willing to invest not just money, but HR. One of the industry told us, a leading industry told us when we went to ask them for structured internship is that our primary business is profit. It is not to provide hand-holding to students. So what happens is students come there as observers. And when certificate is given, our directorates and universities are happy with it. Internship point is given. Net result, we have another report which says our students are unemployable. So the industry has to take a major step forward, not just in this, but also in setting up centers of excellence. Dr. Rajashri mentioned that about the lack of funding from government. Now, government provides the full salaries to faculty and technical staff and other staff. Now, to expect them to also set up cutting up edge technologies is a tough job. It is here again that the industry should come forward to set up centers of excellence in which the academia and students can work together, can provide designs, products, which are of requirement to the industry. Some industry in our state is setting up centers of excellence. We have centers of excellence by AkzoNobel. We will have in semicon, there will be, in semicon, Keynes is coming forward to set up a center of excellence. We want more industry to do it. This is the way forward to, this is also one of the ways to help have this industry-academia collaboration. My final words, I may not have a chance to speak, it's on over-regulation that Dr. Rajshri mentioned. Directorate of Technical Education has full control over polytechnic and diploma education. I feel they should start changes there. They should be making the change in involving humanities education in such a way that the students have communication skills. One of the weaknesses of our students is the lack of communication skills. It is high time that the State Board of Technical Education, and if possible, university, is willing to give credits for example, an accreditation or an examination whose score is valued across industry. The same credits that they would offer for an English course should be offered to a student who comes with a TOEFL score or a student who comes with an IELTS score, because a student has taken pains to study and clear the exam which offers a score that is accepted across university and industry. Changes such as these can be brought in by the State Board of Technical Education. Yes, better, more changes and more adaptable, flexible curriculum will be provided if we offer autonomy to our colleges. The faculty and the directorate should be willing to accept autonomy for colleges. Autonomy for colleges is something that the government is committed to, the government will be providing, but the faculty and this directorate should be willing to accept the changes and the consequences that result when autonomy comes into place.
I have a few queries for panelists, but then a quick question from the audience. I think we got 5 more minutes, so is there 1 or 2 questions which we can take from the audience? Please, sir.
My questions are to Dr. Sorry, who shouted this. It's good you pointed out. I suffered a stroke while speaking. I have some problem. So please, okay. The thing is, it's nice, but then I don't know. We get quite a lot of bad quality. So theoretically are very bad. They don't know that they are very weak in communicating the basic theory. How do you expect them? Expect industries to train them? They are very really bad. Like Ohm's law, they know they can express Ohm's law, but they cannot analyze Ohm's law and tell. It's a simple basic law.
If you ask the faculty in colleges or higher education, for the lack of awareness and communication skills in students, they will blame the school teachers. They'll say in school they were not taught well, they were not taught maths or calculus. Students are coming to college without its knowledge. Now it's very easy to pass the buck, but the buck has to stop somewhere. And I believe it can stop at the institutions in the higher education sector. It is high time. I have a faculty member, a leading one in university. I was having an interaction. I asked him, what is your commitment to students? And this guy said, he's a doctorate holder, maybe an associate professor. He said, my commitment is to cover the syllabus. I'm reminded of an IIT director who called a young assistant professor who complained of the lack of curriculum, the hours given to him. He said, this young fellow went and said, sir, I don't have enough time to cover the syllabus. And this IIT director said, your job is not to cover it, but to uncover a part of it. So the fact remains that our faculty, our managements of colleges have to go the extra mile to ensure what Dr. Shalit said, ensure that every student is able to understand the curriculum. Give what, in a presentation which Dr. Jaishankar Prasad shared, what are the new trends in higher education in the West? Brain breaks, which means that within the 45 minutes that you transact, give 5 minutes for the students to have a mime or play damsharads or do something so that they are able to absorb things. Genius hours, what does that mean? Provide hours within the curriculum so that they are able to create something. Help them design and create. Make them do teamwork. Enable them to communicate. And during what is called the summer term that I said, don't treat it as vacation for faculty, invest in students. So I would say the buck has to stop at the college institutions to ensure that the students are engaged, empowered, agile at the time of leaving the institutions. And when I talk to the school teachers, I may say that the buck will stop there.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Vasu Srikumar. I am running 2 data centers in America, one in Chicago, one in Miami. I'm going to explain 2 of my experiences, just my experiences. I'm running cloud servers, security, networking. Then I wanted to start a customer support from Kochi. Somehow I could not able to find anybody from Kochi. I had to go to Bangalore and Hyderabad. I found the people. I am just saying we have to, my company is not a big company. I don't have enough resource to train them. But if I am not finding anybody, I may train. But I go to Bangalore or Hyderabad, I am finding them. That is one of my experience. My second experience is with the education system. My son, he's a US citizen. He did his studies until +2. Then I told him, okay, son, we'll go to Kerala. We will study here. I brought him here. Now he's studying in UIT BCA. BCA. Okay, when the class started, there were 40 students. Right now, there are only 18 students in the class. So there is something wrong. People are going, the students are going out. It started with 40 students, now only 18 students. It is a UIT. He is doing BCA. Second thing he said is, okay, they are teaching me C programming, but that is not the whole world. That is the second thing he said. So I'm just mentioning two issues. I do not want to sound negative, but just address few of these issues. Thank you.
Okay, I think, sir, it's we are running short of time, so I am not attempting a conclusion because we have already spoken at length. For want of time, let me thank all my panelists for their inputs. There are quite a few things we could argue about, but then there's no time for now. And thank you, audience, for very patient listening. I think, and thank you for your questions. Thank you all.
I request the panelists as well as the moderators to please stand over a group photo.
Engineer in Bangalore-based General Electric, then joined Lucent Technologies in Boston, after which in Nortel Networks as project leader and Telika Inc. as project manager, and finally as CEO in clinical data management company solutions for more than 12 years. He represents Kerala Knowledge Economy Mission in Kerala State Planning Board. He is an art enthusiast, a cultural organizer. He has served the patron of Nadana, the Arts and Cultural Forum of IT companies in Kerala. We welcome you, sir, to this session. And now it's over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, and good morning or good afternoon. It's 12 o'clock, so I'll just say good afternoon to all of you. We have got a very eminent list of panelists on the dais, and we will try to make the best use of their time, try to understand how can we foster a better industry-academia collaboration probably in the next hour or so. So I'll start with a bit of an introduction. Dr. Somnath, Chairman ISRO, was in Trivandrum last week. And he was saying that, it's very difficult to get something done from College of Engineering Trivandrum, which is one of the legacy colleges of Kerala, right? And probably is alumni to a lot of the best and the brightest of the state. But he himself said that, a space tech company coming out of CET still looks like a distant dream for me. So we need to do something. That's what he was saying. So that is a problem that we have been pondering over for the last, I would say, few decades, is how do we make industry and academia collaborate and have great things come out of that collaboration. Sadly, we are not able to do it as of today. There are some glimpses. Anish is here somewhere from Barton Hill. I've seen great things happening from Barton Hill in association with Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute of Medical Sciences and Technology, which is one model that I quote all the time, that this is a model that works. The greatest success that I've seen in the industry academia collaboration is the IIT Madras Research Park. I think everybody probably have gone and visited Professor Junjunwala's effort. Very interesting. The total net worth of the companies that come out of that, the last time when I heard was 40,000. Then I heard a value called 60,000 crores. Not when I say 40,000, 60,000 crores is the total net worth of the companies that is housed in IIT Madras Research Park. More than 60% of the companies that are incubated in IIT Madras Research Park is not started by IITians. It is started by people who come from outside of the college. Then what makes it to tick? My take is the immense wealth of knowledge that the professors have in the certain sectors, the large amount of talented pool of people that is available as part of the IIT. Because CET, I'll tell you, and I'll give this context, I'll take a bit of a time. CET, what is the biggest problem? The biggest problem is that the largest package that a person would get is somewhere around 53 lakhs per annum for a fresher. Now, the brightest of the boys or the girls are going towards a job and not towards entrepreneurship. That becomes a problem. Same thing with IIT. The people would want to go to an MS or a PhD in US or work for some of the largest corporates of the world. So we lose out. So how do we use this brilliance that is there in the institute in association with the faculty that is embedded within that institute and create world-class products or IP? Is the question that I will throw to each one of you. And we will try and hear out what your thoughts are. Every panel member will get 5 minutes to comment on this, and then we will probably go to the audience, collect some feedback, and then come back and do a second round with the panel. So I'll start with Professor Desai. Sir, I know that you have talked in the morning. What are your thoughts? You're also hearing this out. Probably a bit of your thoughts.
Yeah, Dhanyavad, Namaskaram, thanks and greetings. Okay, so in this panel discussion, second panel discussion, the topic is
Industry academia collaboration, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Better framework.
Yeah, industry academic collaboration. Yeah, certain academic initiatives, industry initiatives, government and policy initiatives, enabling initiatives, best practices, benefits. So these are listed here. Yeah, I would like to address a certain one, like say the joint research projects. And I can give an example. So recently, IIT Ropar got a 300 crore sponsored project from the Ministry for Agriculture. Okay, and maybe possibly Ropar is the IIT of Punjab, and Punjab and Haryana are known for agriculture. So, and obviously, and the current director of IIT Ropar, Professor Rajiv Ahuja, has a major experience in Sweden. He comes from Sweden before one. So that is the one example I can give. And regarding these internships and fellowships, these days in IIT Dharwad, we are promoting, even though as of now, that means as of the academic year 23-24, the internship was not mandatory. And in one of our recent Senate regulations, we have made it mandatory, and we are also promoting semester-long internships, because as somebody talked in the earlier panel discussion, a 2-month-long internship is too short, and then many times it will become more of a this one. Just somebody gives in the industry gives a certificate, and then nothing really comes out of that. Whereas on the other hand, so this semester-long internship. So that 2 months in that actually the industry will get to know about the caliber of a student, the student intern, And then if they are happy and if they are satisfied, if they see a lot of potential, then they will offer this student a semester-long internship. So it is 2 plus 4. 4 months is the general duration of a semester. So that will be 6 months. And then eventually the industry may get a potential colleague in that student. So that is another thing. And then guest lectures and workshops. So these are very vital, and I'm sure many of the industry experts, like say in fact, to share with you, IIT Dharwad has been rightly located in the middle of two industrial estates named after neighboring villages. And then, so in those industrial estates, so there are three industries which are by the Tata is one only, Tata Motors, Tata Hitachi, as well as the previously, till recently known as Tata Marco Polo, is now renamed as Tata Body Solutions. So there actually we do organize guest lectures and workshops, and many times so we are also invited. IIT the Dharwad faculty are invited as one for these workshops and things. So these actually guest lectures and workshops play a major role. And this curriculum development, of course, here, yeah, we need to do a lot, and I'm sure the older IITs must be doing. Like say, for example, I would give here the example of two companies. That is, one is the L&T. They are collaborating with a few older IITs like IIT Madras and IIT BHU, as well as few others. So that in the field of construction, they are they are developing a program that is a MTech in construction management, and so are railways. Railways have identified that is collaborating with I think 6 or 7 senior IITs, so that so it is they have established a center of excellence in railways research, and then they are addressing their problem. And then so in those but what is happening is, so this is happening at the postgraduate level, and that should happen. It should happen in addition to postgraduate level. It should also happen in undergraduate level. So then it will be more productive. It may not be entire curriculum development in a particular like say for example chemical engineering. So the entire belt between Mumbai and Vadodara is that chemical engineering belt. So therefore, if they collaborate, I do not know. To some extent, they may be collaborating, and then that should be one. And then this faculty exchange program, so which actually, at least I am not aware of any faculty spending a substantial amount of time in an industry as of now. But definitely, maybe for a working faculty, it may be difficult. But those who are recently retired but not tired, that kind of IIT faculty, though they can definitely play a very vital and then they can do that. I think there are few examples of those Like say, I know that IIT Patna founder director, Professor Anil Bhaumik, is now has joined the University of Houston as a research professor. So that can, even though not exactly, it is technically, it is not exactly a faculty exchange program. So his decades of experience is definitely helping. And I'm sure and then similarly, sponsored research, funding for research projects. So I can mention here that is the recently in IIT Dharwad. So there is what is called BioNest incubation project, wherein our Ministry of Finance, that is Nirmala Sitharaman Madam, from her MP LAD scheme, Member of Parliament Local Area Development Scheme, she has allocated 5.3 crores, and BIRAC, Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council. So they are pitching in 5 crores. So therefore, that is totally it is 10.3 crores. So that is one. Similarly, this industry academia partnerships, as I mentioned about the L&T as well as construction, that is this one. Mentorship program. So industry professionals mentorship program. So at least I am not aware of this one. And then there's job shadowing. Students observe industry professionals. Okay, so this also actually, I'm sure currently the 2-month industry program, the internship program, which is mandatory in some of the older IITs like IIT Kharagpur. So maybe it could be essentially acting like a job shadowing program. So therefore, for the students of IITs, so they are that is observing this one. They may, I'm sure, they will get many positive examples also, and few yeah, that is negative examples also. Whether they are respond, I am not aware. And then industry-led projects. Yeah, this is a real-world project. In fact, like say for example, in IIT Dharwad, a Chennai-based company is actually Dwara Solutions. They have incubated, and then with the in collaboration with the computer science faculty, nearly about 8 to 10 students are working on that. And a few months back, they just came and visited IIT Dharwad director's office, and then they shared their response, and they were very happy. In fact, the faculty member is happy, the industry from Chennai is happy, and even so, they are as of now, it is the first of its kind in IIT Dharwad. But say around say 10 to 12 students are being as one. So that is as one. And
Sir,
then this,
sir, can I intervene? Firstly,
please,
I'll
please.
come back to you
Yeah, okay,
probably
okay,
after.
okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So I think very, very pertinent points, which I'll come back to you after I hear from the rest of the panelists also. Jain, looks like you have a presentation. How much time do you think you'll take? 5 minutes, yeah? Yeah, please. I'll give you a time check, yeah.
Thank you. Well, I would like to thank the directorate, also congratulate the directorate, and also all the faculty members from engineering colleges who have worked tirelessly to make this event a big success. I will use the 5 minutes I've been allotted for the first intervention to provide a context as to why this industry, academia, government collaboration is important from Kerala economy's point of view. Some of these points were mentioned, I guess, in the previous session as well. The first point is, was mentioned, which is, it is very important that Kerala requires a new and a modern economic structure. And the reason for that are obvious. One, we always had a land shortage, but two, we now have a labor shortage as well, and which is what this graph tells you. There was fast growth of working age population in Kerala from 1960 to 1990. After that, the growth slowed down, and 2021, after 2021, we are going to have an absolute decline in working age population, which means that in the conventional industries, let's say the garment, the auto, Kerala doesn't have any competitive advantage compared to other Indian states, which means Kerala has to move into a new structure. There is also a mismatch in our labor market. We still have many of the traditional or the conventional industries for which we depend on workers from other states, and if this labor supply stops, there will be problem for, these economic activities will also come to a halt. At the same time, we have the young in Kerala actually migrating out of the state for education as well as for employment opportunities. Next slide. But we know specific advantages when we talk about the knowledge-led or the innovation-led economy. Starting with, we have almost 7 decades of social progress, social achievements, health and education. Not only within the country, even internationally among the developing countries, Kerala stands ahead in terms of its achievements in basic health, basic education, land reforms, achieving more equality, and so on. We also have a very large skilled labor, or a potentially large skilled labor. Why we say potential? Because if you look at the numbers, 14 lakh people from Kerala, they work in foreign countries as professionals, as nurses, as doctors, as IT workers, and so on and so forth. We have connections with the rest of the world. We have other knowledge economy. A very key factor is a large domestic market. 33 million people, but one of the highest per capita consumption expenditure in the country, twice the national average. And a very key factor, which is probably less understood and less talked about, is that knowledge-intensive activities can be spread across the length and breadth of Kerala. I mean, you can have, you can have knowledge workers, remote working. You can have IT activities, not just in Thiruvananthapuram or Kochi, but in Kottayam or in Kozhikode, as in, across the length and breadth of state. Because, you have the social infrastructure, you have education, you have schools, you have better roads, and so on and so forth. We again, a less understood and a less recognized factor is that over the last 3 or 4 decades, there's been a growth of small and medium industrial enterprises in Kerala. Of course, Kerala is not known for its big industries. It's not making any headlines. But there has been a growth of these small and medium, which do not take much space, but which employ advanced technologies. Let's say industries in medical devices, blood bag manufacturing, electronic components, and so on. And of course, the last point, which is what we are going to talk about, is higher education. Higher education should be the one which ties all this together. We'll come to it as the next slide, is how, you have a very large, of course, we can see a huge expansion of engineering education in Kerala, but there are also concerns about the quality of this education offered, because now I guess the biggest challenge for Kerala's higher education is to attract the young within the state as well as the young outside the state to Kerala, and also to retain. Some of them should start, as the moderator was saying, they should stay in Kerala and start enterprises in the state. Next. In fact, there has been a lot of discussions, and we should be able to benefit from this on this triple helix model, on this industry, academia, government collaboration. If you look at the development experiences of advanced countries, the US, Europe, this collaboration between university and industry has been very, very strong. If you look at the current experience of East Asian countries, South Korea, China, again you find similar collaborations. And in fact, among Indian states, Kerala is the best equipped to utilize this potential, industry, academia potential. But we should also look at specific industries where this academia-industry collaboration can be beneficial, starting with food and agro-processing industries, an industry which Kerala has a huge advantage, large domestic market, huge amount of, very wide variety of agricultural products that Kerala produce, including jackfruit or coconut or pineapple, which all of which have, what is important, what academia can do is to add value to these products. What more value-added products can come from pineapple, what more value-added products can come from coconut, and to market these products. The next set of industries is what may be called, the next slide, the anchor industries, because we have a shipbuilding unit, we have the shipyard, the Kochi refinery, we have 2 ports. For many countries, look at Singapore or many other countries, port-based industries have been, or shipping-related industries have been a very key factor for economic growth. And again, academia should focus, the higher education, the engineering education in Kerala should focus on this, how they can come up with plans to support these industries and how their students can support these industries. The next slide is probably the ones which we always talk about, electronics, life sciences. Clearly the industries in which Kerala has big advantages. We must remember that Keltron, when it was started in 1973, was the first public sector unit anywhere in India to have done that, an electronics development corporation. And of course, Technopark is also the first of its kind in the country. So which clearly means, we do not have advantages now in electronic assembly, but we do have advantages in electronic research. So I think that is where, we should find niche areas in each of these, whether it's a garment industry. We do not have advantages in low-end garment manufacturing, but we do have advantages in fashion design. Creative industries is one area where Kerala will have a very big place to play. Will have a big role to play. You have journalism, print and digital journalism. You have films, of course, architects, and many other industries, economic activities related to that. Can you, next? What is required for the higher education? Definitely more resources, because these are all state universities, requires more infrastructure. But I think I would like to make this point, greater autonomy and freedom. And because Professor was also talking about the IIT system, there's much greater freedom for, in these institutes to set the curriculum, to start research projects, to collaborate. And of course, I believe there is media scrutiny in Kerala, which is good, but too much of that can be unproductive. Government departments should be facilitators, not the key drivers of academic programs. I believe the next UDYAMA will be led by colleges and universities and less by, just 2 more minutes if I can. Yeah, public sector, how can the government help? Because we know Kerala, definitely all state governments are resource constrained, but one area where governments can help is we have a very large network of state public sector units. Keltron, for instance, can actually think of a research unit. I mean, you are land, you have facilities for production. So they can provide incubator spaces, they can invite researchers or engineers or technocrats in electronics to Thiruvananthapuram. They can set up, in fact, like I said, electronic research is going to be the main key area for Kerala. Maybe 1 or 2 more slides. Yeah, that's it. Of course, innovation-led economic growth, multiple wings of the government should work together. It shouldn't be just a higher education program. It should be an industry program as well. It should be local self-governments. And for larger knowledge-intensive growth, Kerala requires a very modern network, transport network, modern urban amenities, because we have to attract the young. So I think I will conclude with this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jayan. I think all great points into one presentation. Gives a great context about where Kerala is and what can we do. I will now move on to Dr. Krishna Kumar Krishnan from Wichita University. Sir, if you could give your 5-minute thoughts on how exactly can Kerala help or help foster a better industry-academia collaboration.
Thank you. So happy to meet all the panelists. So I started from CET in 1984 and then worked in ISRO, then left for the US.
Sorry about the harsh words. Sorry, sorry about that.
No. So what I'd like to say is what my experience was. How did I succeed going to a foreign country and establishing an industry-based research program within the university? So one of the things I was fortunate when I was growing up was my father did not have enough money to send me to tuition. So that made me a lifelong learner. So that was a time when all students had tuition. Everybody was prepared by other faculty outside 5 o'clock they run for tuition. I didn't have that luxury, but it turned out to be an advantage later on because once I joined CET, at least in CET in those days, we did not have tuition. So then you had to learn by yourself. So that was a big plus. So I started learning that you had to learn by yourself. So that's where I first started. The other advantage I had was I had friends who spoke different languages. So when I went to ISRO for interview, they were mumbling something in Hindi. I could answer the question. And same thing happened in English and Tamil and so on. So that helped me answer those questions. I'm sure ISRO did not hire me for my intellectual ability. They hired me because they thought I could communicate in different languages. So that was one of the luck again that I had with my friends. But then leaving ISRO and going to the US, one of the things I noticed in the US system, what we do is we hire faculty who are adaptable. We talked about industries that are adaptable. We talked about students that are adaptable. What we need is faculty that are adaptable. So I started my research in computer-aided design and robotics. And the university hired me for that. But when I went to the university, I found out they did not even have a lab. There was no software. So I had to change if I wanted to survive. Because my survival and my progress and my evaluation is based on how many papers did I publish, how much money did I bring in, how many students did I graduate, and so on. So my survival depended on my adaptability. So I had changed my area. I went into production systems and facilities planning. And then after 5 years, I realized that I was getting bored with the area. I moved on to the next one. I moved into continuous dynamic systems. Then I moved further again. By 2012, I was doing supply chain because that was a new buzzword. And then 2015 and 16, I was doing IoT-based systems. And now currently I'm working in digital twinning and back to robotics. And so finally I could use my PhD work back in my research. So I'm combining digitization and IoT and analytics and production planning, doing production planning. So you have to continuously adapt. So I was lucky that I was blessed with that kind of approach to life, so I could do that. The other thing that is different is the universities evaluate you based on your performance. So there is a lot of pressure. So we, as a faculty, we have to continuously change. Also, it's very easy to say after tenure, oh, I'm not going to change anymore. That would be okay. You will not lose your job, but no student will come to you for master's and PhD. So you'll not be teaching anything. So basically, you'll end up with an idle mind. So now talking about industry relationships, I remember when I first started at my first industry visit, I would to go and give my research presentation to different industries. No expectations, nothing. I would just give the presentation. But then after the presentation, I would sit there and listen to them. And they'll say, no, whatever you described is not what we are interested in. Our problem is this. So the next 6 months, I would work on their problem with my students. And then we develop the solution. We ask again for a meeting. At that point, we present the first solution. But they're still skeptical. This is an academician, he's promising things. So the first project that I got was only for $8,000. So I said, I'll take it. And we did the work. We gave the presentation. And then the next one, they gave me for $25,000. So you slowly up the mark. And you keep on doing this, and eventually now I don't even ask for money. They come and give me $200,000 or $300,000 and say, I'm a foreigner in the US. I mean, I'm considered a US citizen, but most of the companies are run by white Americans. But they don't go to white Americans. They say that, oh, this guy can deliver. So that's how they come to me. And then, and sometimes I may not even know the solution. I'll make sure that I hire a faculty who knows what they're talking about. So sometimes I've worked on things that I had no clue about, but I will make sure that I get the right faculty to be involved, and I will work with them, but then we hire the best students who can deliver the project. So that's how we started that industry collaboration. So now, for the last 28, 30 years, I've been continuously working with industry in the US, but my experience in ISRO helped, my experience with the CET helped, everything that you go through helps you prepare for that. The other thing that you look for when you hire students also is, we don't want students who have to be instructed every day. So when I talk to them about how do you get a job, I typically say that there are two types of students. The first type of student is somebody who will walk in and they'll stand around, and then the manager has to come and say, hey, this is the problem, go and do this, and give the solution. So I said those kind of students will never progress. The students that progress are, they walk in, they identify the problem, they look at it and say, okay, here's what I'm going to do. So that's what I look for when I hire students also. I don't want students to come and say, please, sir, can you tell me what to do? No, I want them to come and say, I found a solution. Now they prove to me that that solution will work. Or it's my job to tell them that their solution will not work. But we have an argument. And I don't care whether the student is 24 years old and I'm 60. No, we argue. We will say, no, don't think about it as a disrespectful thing. And that's one of the traits that I have to typically take out of the Indian students. Because Indian students are very complacent and they'll say, whatever he says is right. Now, I said, I don't know everything. You tell me what you think is right, and then my job is to prove that you're wrong, or you prove that you're right. So one of us has to be right. So that's how we work with all the students. And I had very good students. So most of my success is not because of me, but it's because of my students. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, doctor. Okay, so we have heard from the academia and the policy makers, if I may call Jay and that. Now we are going to switch gears to the other side of the story. So for me, Mr. Chandran, I think when there is an effective industry-academia collaboration, one of the four should result, and you can add to that. A, you should have an excellent academic publication. Excellent. I'm not talking about having something published for the sake of publishing. You should have an excellent academic publication. B, you should be able to file for a patent or create an IP out of that collaboration. C, the boy or girl should get a good job because of the interaction that has happened with the industry. 4, there is a great idea that has come out of that collaboration which resulted in a good company, which means somebody will be starting up and there will be a fundable idea that is coming out of that interaction. These are the 4 possible outcomes that I can think of as the wish list of a strong industry academia collaboration. How do you think, you are running a campus angel network, which is a fantastic idea, and you're also an incubation center manager, as I look at it. What do you think? Have you seen successes coming out of the industry academia collaborations yet? What are some of those successes? How did it take?
Thank you, Anup. I probably have the most relevant experience of today's topic, I think. I have been operating out of IIT Madras Research Park for the last 6 years. So I have been part of the growth journey in IIT Madras Research Park. See, I passed out of IIT Madras. I also went on to IIM Calcutta to do my management program. 35 years of industry experience. I worked in companies like HCL Technologies, Hinduja Group, CK Birla Group. There is a Rane Group in Chennai, LG Equipment in Coimbatore. Multiple verticals, industrial, automotive, aerospace, financial services, BPO, chemical, sugar, and so on. So I think connecting the dots, I think all that is very relevant and useful to me today. Okay. 6 years back, I came into the startup ecosystem. I became the CEO of Chennai Angels. I was in Chennai Angels as a CEO where we used to fund early stage startups. And I was part of about 40, 50 investments. I personally invested in 20, 25 companies. And briefly, I went on to head the Shivanadar Incubation Foundation, which is in Chennai, where I got, it was center stage where I could see startups being built from scratch. And today there are about 50 startups there. I continue to be a principal advisor there. 3 years back, I also happened to become a board director in IIM Calcutta Innovation Park, being an alumni there. And I have fortunate to be part of about 12, 13 incubators, where I am the part of the investment panel, which decides who will get grant and seed funds, startups. So day in, day out, my job is to evaluate startups and then extend funding through either government schemes or through a campus angels network, which I formed a year back. I realized that there is a gap for funding for early stage startups, which have got their first version of their product to solve a problem, but they don't get support for funding. And there are angel networks and venture funds in the market today who fund at a much advanced stage. So I realized there was a gap and I promoted Campus Angels Network. So Campus Angels Network, we work with about 50 universities today. Okay, 50 universities where we work with their startups which are at early stage, who have got product validation, and we fund them to go to market. We help them with go-to-market validation and the early growth stage. So that is what we do. 10 startups we have already, deals we have finalized, and 5 we have funded, 5 we are in the process of funding. Having said all this, okay, now let me go in a different route. See, 30, 40 years back, I remember, universities, you have faculty, used to get consulting jobs, right? Consulting, that used to be an additional way to make also some extra revenue for yourself. And then industry collaboration with university was in terms of coming and taking students from the campus. That used to be the two forms of engagement in the past. Then over a period of time, research became important, what you mentioned. So faculty was encouraged to do more of research. A lot of papers came, lakhs of papers from different universities, and that became a very important KRA for all the faculty. Then slowly the accent switched to patents. So then people had to also apply for patent. And the last 3-4 years, I know that many of the universities with whom I am also associated are applying for patents. IIT Madras, for instance, I think there are some 1,200 patents they have applied for. So patents. Then parallelly what started happening was universities became the hub of innovation. Suddenly entrepreneurship, innovation, incubation, all that language started coming. Government wanted students to become employers than be employees. It is not an India phenomena, it is a global phenomena, where students are encouraged to become entrepreneurs. So entrepreneurship is something which is picking up. We used to have MBAs earlier, where after MBA we used to go for a sales job or a finance job or some purchase job. And all that is changing. Now students are being encouraged to learn what is entrepreneurship. That is, how do you come with an idea? How do you build a solution? How do you establish a company? How do you create a team? How do you raise money? How do you build an organization? How do you grow? How do you market? So all that is being taught now. So entrepreneurship has become an important key element for any university to impart to their students. Second is innovation. Innovation is picking up. Lot of technologies have come, new technologies, new tools. All these are now available for people to build products. So students are being actively encouraged to innovate. And many universities, I know, they've got projects where students are allowed to build some small things, some idea, and then build some tools, and they are given some money. Funding also is being given. So that is innovation. Third is incubation, where what you said, a good idea, a good innovation should reach the market. So students are being encouraged to also to incubate the idea they have into a commercial opportunity. And not only students, faculty are also being encouraged. Faculty have those who have got patents, they are being encouraged to take their patents and then incubate their idea, and then also they also can build their build a commercial venture. So this entrepreneurship, innovation, and incubation is something which has really picked up. And today there are about 800 incubators in India. Okay, so most of them attached to only universities. Why I am saying all this? So now for the academia, it is not only papers, patents, it's also encouraging, helping students to become entrepreneurs, helping students to innovate, and help them to incubate their products, develop their products. Now in this whole process, what happened? Industry saw a new opportunity. Now industry earlier, which used to come for consulting, now they can come for research to you. They can develop patents along with the faculty. Not only that, the startups which are there in the incubators, they can be utilized to solve their problems, their own operational problems. Not only that, industry has an opportunity to float their new business ideas and see whether these incubators can come with some startups which can solve their needs, build products for them. So there's a whole host of things which academia can now do for industry, which was not possible earlier. Now, the trend we are seeing over the last few years, there's one book I'll recommend strongly for everybody to read, is Gorillas Can Dance. And Gorillas Can Dance, written by Shamin Prashantan. He talks about, this book talks about how industry and academia can collaborate in creating, wonders, right? So many corporates have started getting into this game, and all the leading big names, they're all trying to work with academia and incubation, especially incubation. And CII, government is coming with a lot of projects where they're actively encouraging industry and academia to come together and establish new projects. So there's a whole gamut of things which can be done, industry and academia. I continue to be a principal advisor at Shivnada Incubation Foundation. I run industry academia. I oversee the partnership, and there are 8 corporate relationships we have already bought, where we are trying to do some student entrepreneurship activities. We are building startups for them, and research projects and so on. That has been my experience. I thought I will.
Sir, if I may come back to you.
Yeah. Sir, thank you. That's all I wanted.
Thank you so much. And Philip, thank you for patiently sitting and listening to the rest of the panelists. I think you represent the industry, right, who's supposed to do the collaboration with the academia. I also have a question. You can give your fair share of wisdom about what you have done. But my question, what very pointed question to you would be, if I want Toyota to do some good work with a college in Kerala, how would you end up doing that? Is a thing that will be of interest to everybody who's sitting here and listening. But to begin with, why don't you share your thoughts?
Yeah, good afternoon. So I am from Toyota Kirloskar Motor. What we do is we make vehicles, automobile, the favorite being the Collis, which was discontinued, and now the Innova. In some of you might have waited long for getting a Innova or a high cross. Apologies from my end. We are trying our best to create as many cars as possible in Bangalore. So I'm from Bangalore and happy to be here in the hometown. In case I take more than 5 minutes, then you don't have to give me the second chance.
No,
Okay.
but you take the liberty. You have been patiently sitting and listening.
No
So
problem.
let's hear out from the industry a little. Yeah.
Yeah. So from the industry point of view, I like to structure my talk in 3 areas. I will come to the industry part later. First, I will start with the students. So when it comes to students, the people out here or the faculty, the academia, people think that it's very difficult to get into in an industry. And the category or the criteria what we set in the industry is very high, and the students find it very difficult to get into the industry. But that's not true, because I have been part of various interview panels. I have visited many engineering colleges, ITI, polytechnics. We do a lot of recruitments. What we look in a student, it's different. I will take the example of making a house. What we expect from the academia or the institutes or the faculty is that you create a foundation for your students. And then we will build on that. I will take another example. We all know what is clay. We can make structures, we can make murti out of clay. Industry is not looking an end product. Many people have this misconception that industry is the consumer and the academia has to give an end product. It is not like that. What we are looking is good quality clay. When you talk about good quality clay, whether the clay is like having enough moisture in it, can it be molded into something? Does it have too much of grains in it or defects in it? We are looking for good quality clay. So when you talk about students, we are looking for professional behavior. Attitude is the most important part, what you need to bring in a student. Second thing, attitude will have a bigger role of having ethics, how they work in an organization, all those things are there. Second being the eagerness to learn, and even Usha ma'am was talking about it. They should be lifelong learners. They should be learning different things. They should go beyond the academia. We look whether the students have done something extra apart from their curriculum in the institute. Whether they have done some private courses, whether they have joined some online courses, whether they have done some projects, how much interest they have taken to get an internship. So these are the things which we look, and so we should be eager to learn. Then they should be adaptable. I will very quickly go. Adaptability is like whether they can work with a team, whether individual contributor. Communication skill is something which is most important. So very high focus in the institute should be there, that when you send your students to the industry or to the companies, they should have good presentation and communication skills, which can definitely be done at the institute level. Then comes the technical parts. That's later. One being the problem-solving methods. They should be able to identify issues in whatever they see around, in the surrounding. In companies, what do employees do? What I am doing. My ex-colleague Shamsan is also out here. He's from Toyota, a veteran from Toyota. What we do in our company, we find problems in the company. What we say in Toyota is that problems are the golden opportunity. When we start the morning meeting, we start with the problems. Whether the students can identify the problems and give us a solution is what we are looking at. then come the technical skills. So when I take the example of a house construction, so you made the foundation, then there comes the technical skills, whether to make the house, whether there is enough cement sacks, sand is available, bricks are available, steel is available. Those are the technical skills what we are talking about. And that should not be just one skill. They should have multiple skills. If somebody comes with some, like he was talking about various skills actually, IoT, we keep on hearing about it. If the students doesn't know what is IoT, a full form of IoT, or what programming is behind the IoT part of it, then it's going to be very difficult. But once they know the basics, the company has to build on it. So that brings me to the second point, which is academia. I'm taking too much time? Sorry. No problem. Okay, so I don't need another chance. Second being the academia, the facility. You guys are doing a great job. I appreciate that. I'm happy to be in a forum where so many professors, IIT professors and academicians are here. Academia has to very actively find industries and build a relationship with the industries. Now, we have certain challenges in Kerala, but the students from Kerala are sought out. They are considered to be the best, and they are working across the country, across the globe. So there will be some challenges within Kerala in terms of the industry point of view, the kind of industry, the number of industries. So look beyond Kerala. Have partnership with industries beyond Kerala, be it west, north, south, or east, wherever industries are there. The academy, the faculties, the industries, the management, or the institutes and the management should have link with the industries. And then academia also should support the faculty. Faculty, it's quite natural. We are all humans. As a faculty, if I have to teach something new, it's very difficult. Suppose tomorrow I have to teach about IoT. It's very difficult because you have to stand in front of the students and you have to guide them. So it is very important that the faculty are trained well. For that, you need to give opportunities. I was talking in another forum, in a school forum, CBFC forum in Orissa. I was telling that we all talk about students should have internship. Faculty also needs internships in the company to learn about new skills, the new technology which is coming in. Another idea which comes in my mind when I talk about faculty development is that it's not possible that faculty learns everything. So from the industry, the government should, or the educational department should connect with all the industry, find a subject matter expert, enroll them into the government point of view, and they are going to deliver certain contents in multiple institutes. There should be a portal which will support that kind of an initiative where we can gather people, the subject matters, experts from the industry. There will be certain faculties who have pioneered in certain subjects. Why the college maybe in Cochin should not take advantage of somebody from Bangalore who is an expert, or from Cochin itself? So there should be a portal which supports this kind of things. So that brings to the third part, which is the industry. Usha ma'am told very right thing. Industry has a very important responsibility. If the industry is saying that I am not getting employees, I'm not getting the right people, then what are they doing? They have to do a lot. So we in Toyota, I am part of something called the Toyota India Center of Excellence. So you might be thinking there is a building there and we are doing something there. It's not like that. We are working on 3 levels. This is something which we have newly started. We have been working on ITI, polytechnics from ages. We have our own institutes. We are doing a lot of work. We have tie-up with around 60 ITI and polytechnics across the country in 25 states. We have partnership with 65 institutes in ITI institutes and GTTCs in Karnataka. So a lot of activities are happening. Right now, what new initiative, what we are doing is that 3 levels. First is elementary level, school. We are seeing how we can penetrate into the school at the 9, 10th, 11th, 12th area. Then second comes the skill, and third comes the leadership and the engineers level. So at 3 levels we are working on right now. Definitely we will see how we can collaborate and take our initiatives forward. But industry has a great responsibility. We don't get manpower, so we have to train them. We have to finally build this house. We have to finally create the structure. The clay has to be molded into somebody. That's the responsibility of the industry. So with this thought, I just end my.
Thank you, Philip. Actually, great thoughts. I was actually hoping that you would name out one of the ITIs or polytechnics in Kerala with which you have.
We do have.
Which is, can you?
We have a couple of them. We have a program called Toyota Technical Education Program.
Right.
And I have personally come somewhere in the Alua side. We have a tie-up with one of the institute.
Is it a polytechnic or
it's an ITI? ITI, actually. And we also train some of the students from Kerala for the world skills. Yeah, even that is being done at Toyota.
Okay, thank you. I think this is a great opportunity that you have in front of you. You should reach out to Philip, try and get some collaboration with Toyota Kirloskar and try and do good work. Okay, I'm going to take a break here, just give a breather to the audience. So one of the points that I really want to pick up from all that is being said here is faculty adaptation. I think you mentioned that word. I like that word, faculty adaptation. I want to throw this out to anybody can answer this question and probably elaborate a little bit. I'm sure that there are a lot of professors and lecturers who are sitting in this room. How many of you, or at least one person, who can get up and say that I am a faculty who is adaptable? I'm ready to adapt. I'm ready to learn. I'm ready to reach out to academia. I'm ready to do all that is being said here. Anybody? Seema, madam, I know you have been doing good work. So maybe, ma'am, you might want to say your experience a little bit. Is there anybody who can handle a mic here? Yeah. No. Jen, they will take care. They will take care.
Sir, being the government sector, we always have a certain boundary around us, but we have the liberty to walk out in every way. You'll have a gate wherever there is a compound wall around you. You have so many gates to come out of that. That is why we have done.
What have you done for the rest of the people to understand? What have you done? So for me, a teacher, I studied in an engineering college. A teacher will come and teach. I'm supposed to listen to him or her, write my exams, get good grades, get out of there. Right? Yeah. That was my idea of a teacher when I was studying. What have you done differently to enable you? I know you have done it. What have you done differently, maybe?
Being a polytechnic, normally we train the students. I was a principal of a polytechnic. So it was a 3-year diploma. We teach them. They come out with placements. That was the usual thing we do. When Startup Mission want to implement a Fab Lab and an incubation center in Kerala, especially in the government sector, the proposal was naturally they will consider the engineering colleges only. They have considered the engineering colleges only. But for one program, the then CEO, Dr. Saji Govidath, I happened to meet him and we had a talk. I just asked him, can you give it to a polytechnic? And he was surprised to hear it from me. And he asked me, are you confident enough that you can do it? I told him, surely. So then he told, we are targeting an engineering college only. Do you think that your government will give you the permission? I told, it's my risk and I can't do it. So I came to Trivandrum, I contacted my directorate, I contacted the government, and the government gave me the permission. And now you have the one and only polytechnic in Kerala where I was a principal. You have an incubation center for 40 incubations, and you have a Fab Lab also. That is one of the things.
Yeah. Definitely a commendable job. I'll come to Professor Desai and probably, after one more person, if you can say your experience about, sir. Okay, there is somebody, sir. Okay, I'll go to the person in the back also because I don't want to make it look like we'll take that and then come back. Yeah, all the way in the back, a lady in the back. Yes. Yeah, if you can actually introduce yourself, say your institution's name, and then a very short snippet of what you have done.
Hello?
Yeah, you can even come to the front. Yes, that'll be better. Everybody can see.
Am I audible? Yeah, my name is Manju. I am an associate professor from Government Engineering College, Barton Hill. And I have been here for the last panel discussion as well. So ma'am was some of the people were saying that we don't have much opportunities from the government side to, adapt yourself as a faculty.
Ma'am, you need to hold your mic closer to the,
Yeah. Is it okay, sir, right now? Yeah. So I should say that I have completed my PhD from IIT Guwahati, and that I was able to do only because of the QIP program which we have. And by that, whatever exposure I have got from there, it was kind of a change for me, not only for me, for my students as well. And after that, I came here, and I can proudly say that after the working hour, for example, we have our colleges from 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Most of my students, like around 15 to 20 students, we sit here from 4 o'clock till 8 o'clock. And actually, we are collaborating with different projects, that is from industry as well as from government parts, and we are trying to achieve, like we are trying to learn. Like I can proudly say that I have more than 4 groups who are actually doing internship from different IITs, and that ranges from industry 4.0 programs, and I have done my PhD in computer architecture. So I have people who are students who are actually working in that level also, and they have submitted 2 papers. At this point of time, one of the paper got published as well. So whatever exposure which I got from IITs, I am actually trying to give that to my students as well. And from the industry side, I can say that I have collaboration with one of the professors from France, and where we are actually working in an, I should say that this, sorry, I'm not getting that word, model visualization part kind of thing. And after that, I have one collaboration with industry apps company, which is actually located in Singapore. There we are actually doing some industry 4.0 kind of projects, where smart automation kind of thing, which we are actually doing. But I could say that when I got these opportunities, we are completely new to that. And the only thing which I took is like, sir, like whenever I got such opportunities, what I will say that, sir, we don't know anything. If you can give us, the starting point, me and my students will definitely work on that. And that's how actually the industry 4.0, I can say that those students have done a wonderful job, and we got appreciation from the industry as well, and they're planning to, they're in fact ready to capture those students as their, staffs kind of thing. So that is what I can say from my experience.
Thank you, ma'am. I think that's, I can vouch for what good work that they have done. I was part of one of the so-called graduation ceremony of products that they have done. There were around 8 design patents that was given. And I think a few of the, the innovations that they have done has now become startups, and people have started, marketing those products. So what has been happening in Barton Hill, what has been happening in Government Polytechnic Palakkad are examples that you could definitely look at. Sir, I'll come to you now. I need a mic in the front, yes.
Just personal experience. I'm a teacher by choice, Professor of Civil Engineering at presently visiting at IIT Dharwad. Prior to that, I taught for about 3 decades at NIT Warangal, 25 years as a professor. So my interest was, how the institute is going to help the society. So when I joined in 1993, it so happened one of my junior was a municipal commission IAS officer. I went and asked her, can you come and address my students? Tell us all your problems. So she came and addressed my students. We convert all the problems of municipal corporation into BTech projects. Don't pay me anything. You just pay the cost of transport, give them breakfast, cost of printing the BTech project at the end. The entire city drainage system is mine. Without a single paisa from them, the whole city till today, past 30 years, the city has not been flooded. Working system. Similarly, road network. So all the problem we did. Then others start coming to us. With Saturday, Sundays, we just go to the industry and say, tell us your problems. So we have to go out. Most teachers don't go out. Most teachers lack practical knowledge. They cannot take a problem. So unless we go out, face the problems, we cannot do anything. So teachers must be ready to go, keep the eyes, ears, nose open, find out problems, and then convert them into bachelor's project, master's thesis, and get the things out. I mean, that's how it should start. In fact, my own PhD thesis was a practical problem. They laid the railway line for Guwahati. We designed the peak flood estimation for that region in 1987, 88, around that time. So we have to go out. We cannot be sitting reading textbooks. No. We have to go out and teach them the problem. Otherwise, nothing will work. This is very important.
I totally agree, sir. I think that faculty immersion program that got mentioned here is probably one of the most important things, that faculty need to understand what is happening in the industry, which genuinely happens in US. I think we still have a major gap. But I'll come back to Professor Desai for a quick comment on this. Oftentimes what we hear from the academicians is that, oh, you know what, I've got so much academic load of exams, classes, evaluations, projects, viva, etc., etc. And how am I going to find time for doing all this extra work? Like what sir said just now. Oh, do you expect me to go out after 4 in the evening to the local village and try and find out what the problems are? I have a family to maintain also, right? So those kind of comments usually keep coming from the academia. How do you, what is your advice to that, sir? Doctor, probably your thoughts on that.
See, as long as we, the teachers, either teachers or teacher and administrator, we behave and we act like facilitators rather than inhibitors. Like these things are definitely both these examples given by the lady teacher as well as Professor Jaikumar, they are very well appreciated. And in fact, I can add few more this one in IIT Kharagpur, where I have spent 27 years. And out of these 27 years, I was there as the coordinator for engineering drawing for 8+ years. And you know that drawing is called the language of engineers. And in fact, just this one, and I know, unfortunately, I pity many of my own colleagues, many of them very senior of them, when they got an opportunity to teach engineering drawing, they used all kinds of influence to just get out of that. Whereas on the other hand, when I got I never did that, whether it is engineering drawing or surveying. Like say, for example, just share my own this one, like NITTR Kolkata, they organized a conference about say 2.5 years back in Imphal, Manipur. So that time the NITTR director, Professor, who is a aerospace professor from IIT Kanpur, Professor Devi Prasad Mishra, he asked this in that one, that is, so did we not have all these things in this one? So just I was thinking, so just it stimulated me to think. Like say I came, two names of yogasana, that is Padmasana and Matsyasana, where say in Padmasana or the lotus posture, you will see a Padma or lotus in the top view. Similarly, Matsyasana, in fish posture, you will see a fish in the top view. And just I kept on thinking like that, that is, say similarly, this is top view. And then I can give two more examples like say Mayurasana or peacock posture. And then that is the Ushtrasana, that is camel posture, where you will see either a peacock or a camel in the side view. So that is, I am just traveling in the reverse alphabetical order. Top view, side view, and then front view. So I just could over a few, just mulling over myself as one. So that is Trikonasana or the triangle posture, and this that is Parshva Konasana or oblique, this one, that is the obtuse angle posture or oblique angle posture. So this is top view, side view, front view. And then there is what is called EV, that is edge view. Like say for example, so this is a pencil which is a one-dimensional thing. In the edge view, you will see a point. That means in the edge view, the dimension gets reduced. And then so this is a rectangle, and in the edge view, I will see either a longer side or a shorter side. So edge view, and in edge view, there is the last is what is called actual view. So AB, so in the edge view, say that is from the point you just rotate this 90 degree, you will see the true length or true inclination. And then similarly here, so in the from the edge view, just you will see a true shape or true size and true inclination also. So therefore, this top view, side view, front view, and that is edge view, EV, and then AB, actual view. So this, how much time did I take? Maybe not more than 3 or 4 minutes. This will include the gist of 2 chapters in engineering. One is the orthographic projection, as well as there is also another chapter called auxiliary projection.
Professor, I think I'll...
You like that, I think. So therefore, definitely you can. I can give just, I will list this one. Like say Professor B.B. Pandey, he did that in the highway engineering group in IIT Kharagpur. And then similarly, the current IIM NITI, which is upgraded as IIM Bombay, the director is Professor Manoj Tiwari. He used to work with his students late in the night, up to say 3 a.m. or 2:30 a.m. something that give a tremendous confidence among the students. And then they could do this one. It could give exposure to the students, and then so like
absolutely, absolutely, Professor. I think that both points very valid. One, you don't teach out of your textbook, but rather you give a perspective for the students about what you are teaching in a simple word. The second is when the faculty himself or herself is trying to be part of that whole innovation ecosystem. I've seen that happening in Kerala. I've seen that happening in an MA college of Kodamangalam. I've seen that happening in Amal Jyoti. I've seen that happening in Barton Hill. I can give several examples of colleges in Kerala where faculty is willfully working with the students late into the night, trying to make things happen. I think Professor Krishna Kumar has got a point to add here.
I was fortunate when I was doing my PhD at Virginia Tech. We had Dr. Sanjay Dande, who used to retired as the director of IIT Kanpur. So he used to come every summer, the whole 6 years when I was there. He used to come every summer, do research and teaching there. And every summer, Virginia Tech would make him an offer. And he said, I don't want to come to US because I waste a lot of time because I have to do my own cooking. I have to drive around. I have to wash my own clothes. I don't have to do any of those when I go back to Kanpur. So in terms of time management, I think it's a principle of the faculty to say, I want to do research, I'll find the time.
I think it's an attitude, if I may say so. The quality that you are talking about, look for attitude in people. It is an attitude, really, that people need to work on. Sir, I'll come to you. Actually, I need to pick up on some of the points that got discussed here. How many colleges run a center of excellence here, present? Any colleges have any centers of excellence? Excuse me? Initiate. No other colleges have a center of excellence? CET has plenty, I was thinking. RIT, okay.
TKM College of Engineering.
Yeah. Ma'am, do you have a center of excellence?
Center of Excellence, we have just initiated Center of Excellence in AI innovations and applied research.
Right. Okay. But I want to come back to you. Is anybody from CET here? I know sir was the principal, but is anybody from CET here? Okay. So I want to hear the story of a center of excellence. We talk so much about establishing centers of excellence. What is a center of excellence? What does it do? Over there, somebody was from CET? Yes, over there, all the way back. Sir, what has been your experience with the centers of excellence that you have established? What do you do?
So we have some centers, but I don't know whether we can term it as centers of excellence.
There is nothing to be shy about because we are trying to, what do you call, make the centers of excellence the real centers of excellence.
So we have
What is
some-
happening with the COEs right now?
So we have Professor Rani was there on Center of Excellence in Sustainable Development. So she's one of the coordinators. So they are doing some research.
I was actually, let me rephrase my question. Is there a center of excellence that you've established in association with an industry?
Yeah, we have a MITI project, Chips to Startup, in association with the Neta Semiconductor. We have it in the electronics department.
Anything with the legacy industries, Bosch?
Bosch we have, but it was established around 10 years back. It's a
What does that do? What does that
It's
center?
basically a skilling center, a training center like.
That is any other centers of excellence? We have one for AI. Do you have an industry partner as of yet?
For us.
No, I was asking her, ma'am. Okay, you don't have an industry partner.
We are actually looking for industry partners for this AI collaborative research. We do have a collaboration with higher educations like IIT Madras, IIIT Hyderabad, etc. And we have done a lot of collaborative research with industry for the past 2 years. A lot of collaborations happen and we have visible outcomes also. And right now we are planning to have a tie-up with IITM Research, IITM Pravartak Technologies. They have, very soon we will have a center of excellence, but that's a different domain.
You know what? I have seen many centers of excellence. I'm surprised that nobody raised their hands. I know CET has at least probably 5 companies who have come and set up shop in CET. An interesting one that I've seen is in Amal Jyoti, wherein they have I don't know if they call it, anybody from Amal Jyoti here? You want to talk about your Royal Enfield or automotive center of excellence that you have established in association with they have, yeah. Go ahead.
Sir, since you said it is center of excellence, I got confused. We usually name it as industry-supported labs we have. So it's for the skill development for our students. So that is connected with our automobile department. I'm basically from civil engineering department. I don't have much idea about that, but it's something which we proudly present everywhere.
I can give a little bit of a brief. So they have in that center, for me that is a center of excellence. That center has every model of Royal Enfield bullet that has ever been produced. And people actually come and work on that, students. Every dealership in Kerala get trained on a new vehicle in that center of excellence. So that is something that I call real hands-on things that are happening in the colleges of Kerala. And that's what, I was asking, like, do you have any such? But let me come back to you on that. What is your idea of a center of excellence? What should colleges do in terms of when they establish a COE?
Okay, the term Center of Excellence sounds pretty big. Somebody was telling that I was confused just now that we have an industry lab. Name it anything. An extra learning what happens in a specialized subject is Center of Excellence. Okay, if you have an industry partner for that, excellent to have that. Now, my department or my division name is Toyota India Center of Excellence. We want to do small things in various places, be it at the elementary level or the ITI, Polytechnic, and the engineering point of view. So we collaborate at various levels. Now, one good idea which came during the initial discussion where Usha ma'am was there, every college doesn't have to do everything. I think that has to change. If somebody said that I'm focusing on AI, for the entire Kerala, you should be the space where the AI learning should happen. faculty development should happen in your institute. It's not only for the students. Faculty also from Trivandrum, Kottayam and all should come to your institute and learn. Similarly, somebody is pioneering in the two-wheeler technology, then that should be the center of excellence for the entire Kerala. Like that, we need to focus and resources, because I got from ma'am that it's very limited. So definitely all the resources has to be focused on a certain area, and that has to be utilized by multiple institutes within Kerala, as well as by the faculty development should happen in those areas. So that is where the center of excellence should come.
I totally agree, and I think we should, yes, sir.
So actually for government engineering colleges, there are few center of excellences. And as we know, government engineering college, Barton Hill, they are having on collaboration with Benz, I think. They are running on program ADAM, that is advanced diploma course on automotive mechatronics, and that has been running from 2015 onwards. There are actually many people, I think engineering graduates as well as diploma holders are being trained. And now in collaboration with them, they have given, I think 2 or 3 Benz vehicles are there, and they are running a full-fledged lab for that mechatronics systems are there. And this year they have started an MTech program also in mechatronics in collaboration with them. As far as CET is considered, we are having many centers of excellences. We can say we have a center of excellence in transportation research, and many of the models that are being developed at the College of Engineering Trivandrum is being implemented in the Kerala roads. Also, we have many automobile clubs are there. They are creating all-terrain vehicles. They are building vehicles for various competitions, and they have made many of the vehicles for competition, all India competitions, as well as in Kerala, and they have achieved all India rank of 1 in some of the criteria, I think in the previous year, and they are excelling in terms of even if we say that we do not have an automotive center of excellence, but it is more than an automotive center of excellence at the College of Engineering Trivandrum. Also, as pointed out, we have a Center for Sustainable Development at the College of Engineering Trivandrum that is supported by the Government of Kerala as well as KDISC, and we have we have a collaboration with various industries and to convert waste to methane, and that is I think that is we have already created, and we are improving the quality of the methane. Also, we have produced biodiesel from plastic waste, and this also we have used this biodiesel in some of the vehicles in the colleges as an experimental way, and that performance seems to be very good. As far as RIT, Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Technology, Kottayam is considered, they are having a reusable building material as a center of excellence, and they are working on that. I think GEC Trichur is also having a center of excellence in artificial intelligence, and they are recently in the previous year they have started. And GEC Kannur is having one of the very good center of excellence on energy. They are actually working on carbon neutral studies, and they have already conducted studies in 2 of the villages adjacent to Government Engineering College Kannur, and this model is being trying to replicate in every village in Kerala with the support from KDISC and other government institutions. These are the major center of excellence.
Yes, the elite center, elite set of people who are sitting here, I want them to know that such things are happening. Sir, I think you had a question. I'll come to you, Sadiq, I'll come to you after that. Yeah, right here.
My question is, why not think of selecting faculty purely on merit-based selection? No caste, no religion. Because you cannot make the best out of bad. I'm not against, I believe in, I don't know really, so, so it's like that. So it is my question. So once the inputs are good, I'm from IIT, IITians are selected after filtering. So so we can, inputs are good. So while teaching, you must be in a point to reach everybody. So that is not possible if you take like that. And I also found there is no criteria nowadays to select. Because those days, I remember it was 60%. You should get 60% marks in physics, chemistry, and all engineering subjects. Nowadays, it's not even, it's like that. The dilution of most of the private, I'm not against private engineering college again, most of private engineering college managed to get in people as such lateral entry. Another thing is lateral entry. After diploma, it seems they not do, they can enter second.
Sir, I think your point is meritocracy. I think we should focus more on merit in the days to come, right? That is what you're trying to say. Okay. Sadiq. Yeah.
My name is Sadiq. I am professor in mechanical engineering from TKM College of Engineering, Kollam. I just wanted to comment about the Center of Excellence. We have a Center of Excellence on smart materials and advanced computation, and that was funded by ISRO. And I did not say that we have Center of Excellence because we believe that we have to generate new knowledge that should support the society. So we have started research in that, and the 3 domains, typically smart materials, then superconductivity, and CFD. And these are the domains in which that COE works. We have 2 research scholars also working in that. And our dream is to provide dependable knowledge to the society so that they will approach us. We should be able to support that with the knowledge. And we have named a center as Center of Excellence for Smart Materials and Computation.
How many patents do you have, Sadiq?
For me, 4.
4 patents.
No, just to add that part, here, Philip. So here you can see there are so many centers specializing on certain things. The question is whether others are using it or not. And that has to be facilitated by the Director of Technical Education and Higher Education. If it has been done, great actually. Okay, so that is like limited resources, we have to do it. Another point which I want to add on to what faculty point of view, definitely the best should come into the institutes. Another thing, an employee of Toyota or any company, we have to constantly upgrade ourselves. And we have to, then only we move up in the ladder. Same kind of a system might be there, but certification of the faculty on a periodic basis, every year, once in 2 years, or whatever it may be the frequency, they should get certified and then only they should be moving up the ladder. That kind of a system, if it's there, it's good. Otherwise, we should be thinking about it.
I want to, and I have a question for you, Jain, specifically. So this, for me, I call this incremental innovation. Incremental innovation is I invent something, I leave the college, that innovation that I've done is not left out to dry, right? How do you make sure, from a policy perspective, you're also part of the planning board, from a policy perspective, how do you make sure that incremental innovations happen in the higher education institutions of the state?
Thank you so much. I was part of the planning board, and I was actually working with the industries department. And on the previous question, may I reiterate this point about, we do not have many industries in Kerala. In fact, that is one of the challenges when it comes to industry-academia collaboration. I remember in the 90s when we were doing projects in CET, most of us were trying to get a project in ISRO. And there were not many projects in ISRO available at that time. But one place where we have the state public sector units, and it has to, we have to a revival of the state public sector units, and this collaboration with the higher education system should go hand in hand. Because we have SPU, state public sector units across the state, and in a wide range of industries. Like we have a TELC working on electrical equipment, we have electronics, Keltron. So why not each of these, why not they offer the lab space for some of the engineering colleges, neighboring engineering colleges? And in that respect, I think I also understand, this collaboration between the different departments, industry and higher education is very important. I'm not so sure whether industry representatives are here. Because industries department also has another system. They have district industries officer every district. So they can actually be the persons who work with the faculty members telling, you are speaking about what are the problems of the industry. They can collaborate. They can, tell the industry problems. That's it. And lastly, I think autonomy point is very important because a faculty member should be able to kind of make the proposal at least. And if a faculty member has to make has an idea, the faculty member shouldn't have to wait for the approvals to come from the higher ups to even float this idea. Like in IIT, we have an entire department called IRD, Industrial Research Department. So once you float the approval, you get the basic approvals from your department. The rest is handled by IRD. So you also save a lot of administrative time.
Thank you. And I want to give Mr. Chandran one chance here. So we are talking, I'll come to you. We are talking about writing a check for an early stage innovation. Currently, Startup Mission does that. We give up to 15 lakhs of grant for a new idea. KDISC for selected ideas give, I think, 25 lakhs, 30 lakhs. But we want the alumni of the CET or the TKM or the Kannur Engineering College to write that check because government will not be able to give that kind of, and government's finances are like, dependent, it's cyclical, right? It keeps on changing. How do we create such strong alumni campus networks which will be able to fund some of the innovations that is going to come out of that institution? One. Second is, I want to go back to the point of incremental innovation, which means that in business, we take a risk by building a product. The product can become a success, product can fail, right? That is a risk that we take as an entrepreneur. Similarly, I think every institution will have to take a risk looking at your strengths and weaknesses that I am going to be good at sustainable development or material sciences or AI, right? How do we enable such incremental innovations to happen out of the institutions? Two questions which you can quickly answer. Then we have a question. I think that'll be the last question because it's already 1:30 and I'm sure a lot of people are hungry. So, we'll complete that and then wind up the session.
The first one which you said, see, you said that you give up to 50 lakh check to startups.
No, we give up to 15 lakhs,
15.
1.5, and
15.
KDISC has a larger checkbook, I think, right? Sometimes, yeah. I think they have a larger check.
15, and of course, you have government schemes today. MAT and DST and DBT, everybody is giving.
To give this thing, there was a reference about a Netra semiconductor here. Somebody told, I think, CT, sir. Netra got funding up to 40 crore from the government of India, in 20 crores in cash and 20 crores in software licenses. So there is a large amount of capital. There is a Dr. Seema from CMET who would actually list out all the government grants that you can avail. And altogether, you can easily avail between 1 crore to 5 crore if you really have a good project from multiple schemes.
Yeah, so there are a lot of schemes which government does support. Now, harnessing alumni support, there are a few places which I have seen some success. Like IIT Madras alumni, that IIT Research Park, 100 crore was contributed by alumni. Not for the startups, but for the research park itself. So that is where I saw now ISB is trying to do something. In fact, as Campus Angels, that's what we also want to do. We want to bring the alumni together and then help them to create a pool which we can administer for them. Trying, but I think it's not really succeeded. I think what is the problem is most of the institutions have not connected with their alumni. 80% of the institutions I know, once they have gone, they have gone. Only now they see some kind of an organized way of getting back the alumni. I see the IITs doing it. Some of the private colleges are doing it. I think we are a little away, but yes, that is a very important source. Second thing you talked about is about incremental innovation in some specific areas, right? So each college has to pick up which areas are good, they can do that. But what I am now what I am seeing now, is that every university is now looking at incubation in a big way, innovation in a big way. So when they do that, students, like you said, students want to go for jobs. So most of the students don't come. Neither the faculty actually are interested to do a startup. So ultimately 80-90% of the startups which come are all from the ecosystem. So when you have to attract startups to come to your institution, one area alone may not be be good. So they try to do a bunch of things. So it is not one vertical. There are 3-4 verticals they try to do. It's all ongoing phase, and we'll have to see how
Yes,
things
sir.
emerge.
Loud and clear that you cannot just bank on one vertical, and
Yeah,
you might end up in trouble. So you want to have a few verticals that you want.
Correct.
Sir, your question.
Sir, my name is Koshi Mamen. I'm director of Sarava Institute of Science and Technology and Engineering College run by engineers from ISRO. Okay. Sir, I have got three points. One is a question, which all these my 3 points are from the discussion from the panelist, for the presentation of the panelist. My first problem is how we can keep our youth to stay in Kerala rather than going abroad for high studies after +2. Last year, nearly 15,000 students, +2 students, went abroad. Okay, more than 50% engineering seats are vacant in Kerala today. Okay, if you can give us a solution, it would be wonderful. Second, one panelist told the faculty has to go to industry. That's impossible. So my suggestion is faculties can visit the engineering colleges. Maybe a faculty from Toyota, if you come to one engineering college, maybe once in a week or once in a month, it will definitely help the students. Okay, some type of leadership will come. Second is lot of retired IITs, retired but not tired, as you told, not tired. IITs or CETs are available in Kerala. Okay, if you can, DT can make a pool of these engineers. They can visit the engineering college. They can come to every engineering college once in a week, and they can mentor. They can help the students in research and development. Definitely, a great change will happen in India, in Kerala. Now, nothing is happening in this field, and all people are sitting idle. Okay.
Thank you, sir. I think, do you have a, yeah, okay. Yeah, there is some good work. So I think I'll let him answer, and then, ma'am, we will conclude. I've been getting signals from the back that we are running out of time. But we will conclude with this, and then, yes. Mike here, please.
Tell you. Great, that's fine. Thank you. The key point is, for the last 3 years, the CETA Chennai chapter has been working on a startup ecosystem building program at CET.
And CETA, you might want to say what it is.
Yeah, CETA is College of Engineering Trivandrum Alumni Association. So the Chennai chapter has been doing work. We must really thank CET, Sevi sir, and all of them for all this. But there are 2-3 important points I just want to tell you. You know, all the time, we are making demands on others. All the time, we are making demands on others. I'm a Toyota man. Philip is sitting out there. The fundamental point I want to share with each one of us, including myself, is let's be proactive. Let's be proactive and be ruthless. You know, there's no dearth of ideas across India. There's no dearth of ideas and talk and advices from Kerala, any state. The point is, can we ruthlessly focus and putting our energies to work on the ground? So the fundamental point, and I'm telling you, Anupji, that's why I wanted to tell this. And do you know why this Ignites program has taken off? Because some amazing principals and deans. Asha ma'am was the CETA secretary. So many of them. But we had a lot of issues. I will not tell you any of those issues. You know why? We were very clear as a CTAC. We are ruthless that this is going to be a transformative exercise. So that's it.
Absolutely.
That's
Wonderful.
It. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, it is your program. If you don't mind continuing.
I just telephoned him at 8 p.m. 6 months back, and afterwards we have been continuously sitting, and that is what you see now. So it is just that CET connection. He has been working just to see that his state gets benefited. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And I will stop here. I'll stop with one final word. In a world of thinkers and doers, I think Kerala has more thinkers and less doers. We need more doers. And each one of you can become a doer. Let's do it, like he rightly said. and transformation and change is definitely going to happen. And thank you, each of the panelists, for being here today. I know I've run out of time, otherwise I would have given one more round, but thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all for an effective and fruitful panel discussion. Now I request Dr. Xavier J.S., Joint Director, SPFU DTE, to hand over memento to our panelists as a token of gratitude. So we will have a photo session now. So we can join back after lunch at 2 o'clock.
Lunch is arranged on the left side of the hall, and there are 2 more counters upstairs. If there is a crowd here, you can move on there as well. Technology is becoming increasingly integrated into the lives of ordinary people. It is imperative that we prepare the technology as well as the technical education system to explore, experience, and examine the impacts that the cutting-edge technologies will impose in the coming future. So today we have Mr. Biju Dominic, who is acting as the Chief Evangelist of Fractal Analytics and Chairman of Final Mile Consulting. He is coming with the 34 years of understanding and influencing on the human behavior and has been pioneering in behavioral architecture, combining neuroscience, AI, behavioral economics, and design. He's currently focusing on research at the intersection of neuroscience and AI. Member of Niti Aayog and author of a famous book, Behavior by Brain. And he has been featured in the BBC, and he has given lectures in the London School of Economics as well. I welcome you, sir, for this panel discussion. Dr. Krishna Kumar Krishnan, an alumni of CET, started his career as the Indian Space Research Organization, and he has a huge list of publications and a huge number of PhD students also attached to him, and has been very successful in getting research grants over 5.5 million, and he has been associated with the industries and has worked very close with Boeing, CISA, Spirit, etc. And he has been a recipient of many fellowships as well. His current research is in the area of manufacturing systems with the emphasis on supply chain. I welcome you, sir, for this wonderful session. Moving on to the next panelist, Dr. Karthik Vaidyanathan, Assistant Professor at IIIT Hyderabad, is a computer science PhD holder from Italy and is associated with the Software Engineering Research Center, which is ranked as one of the top in the country. He's working in intersection with software engineering and AI and aspires to develop approaches for building sustainable AI systems. He has been on the editorial board for several journals of IEEE and has co-authored many research articles and has contributed to the research in the industrial arena as well. With these few words, I welcome you, sir. The lady representation on the panel, Ms. Leta Chembrakalam. She is the Vice President and Head of Technical Center, India Continental Automotive, and is leading a team of 5,600 plus engineers and is a dynamic business leader who has been closely associated with the industry, which is focused on automotive technologies that include autonomous mobility and safety. She has previously headed the powertrain and electrification of buses of Bosch and has been a global leader with a lot of awards, which includes the Top 10 Technology Women Leaders Award in India, CXO Level Solidarity Idol Award, and Women's Choice Award. These are some of the few to list. A member of NASCOM and ED&D Council. She's a member of IEEE as well, and she's on board of many of the universities, including Indo-German cooperation. And I'm sure that the women representation in the panel is surely going to add more valuable points from a feminine perspective as well. I welcome you, ma'am. Dr. Madhu Ganesh is the Director, Twinning Programs and is a Professor of Aerospace at Karunya University. And he has been a visiting professor at PSG College of Technology as well, and the Director of Waste to Energy Venture, Tech Urja. He has been the GM of Tech Development LG Equipments, and he has got a lot of lists to attach to him, to his credentials, which is always from the industry. His expertise is in the areas of energy, fluids, thermal, and technology management, and he has been actively involved in energy auditing, power plant analysis, waste to energy conversion, and solar thermal energy. He has got a lot of projects to his credit, which include the design of 2 TPD rotary kiln gasification plant, which is again an eco-friendly sustainable pilot plant, and design and fabrication of solar desiccant based on cooling systems. He has been involved with the identification of dielectric working fluids, and I welcome you, sir, for this panel discussion. The moderator for the day is Mr. Shyam Kumar. He is a veteran from the auto industry sales and marketing division, and he has an industrial experience which is spanning for 36 long years, and he has been representing Toyota, Kirloskar Motor, Hyundai, etc. And he has been taking keen roles in business as well as in marketing, and he has been heading business institutions from the year 2008 onwards till 2021. And his current focus is on mentoring startups and mentoring to build structured startup ecosystems in colleges. So with these few words, I know I have a very right mixture of experience, expertise, and exposure, and people from varying stages and ages of life here on the stage. So I'm handing over the session to the moderator. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Normally it's pretty tough, please allow me to sit down. It's tough after lunch. The biggest yardstick of how the program goes is how many people in the front row sleeps, okay, and even more behind. Okay, so we'll try to see how we can make it as lively as possible. Very interestingly, the subject is absolutely life-changing. The life as we see it today is going to undergo drastic change, and the subject is emerging cutting-edge frontiers of technology. What is going to be its impact? I mean, we focused on its impact on technical education, but it's something which is going to impact life like mad. And it's great that we have a panel from distinguished panel, experts who can share some insights on this particular subject. But before that, let me just put a small PPT, to just quickly, 4 minutes, take you through what is going to be ahead of us. Okay, it's emerging future technologies. I repeat, emerging future technologies and its impact, not on technical education alone, that we'll discuss last, but in life. Okay, I'm not going to get into all the details, but I'll just show you some glimpses. Can we go to the next slide? Right. So, humanity's progress, we all know we are unable to recognize the 1900s. I mean, I'm not going to get into the details. Just look at the next picture. What is 1900s? Black and white. And where are we today? I mean, I've summed up with that just one word, black and white to color. And look at the intensity of color that is developed over the last 100 years, or the last 50 years. Right, let's go to the next slide. Right. I'm just quickly sticking only to the highlights. Just look at the developments and milestones of life over the last 1,000 years and what happened just in the 20th century. I'm just going to just highlight three headlines. Computing and the internet. It's changed life. Space exploration. There's a man, Elon Musk, who's trying to get us to Mars and beyond. God save. Okay. We could never even think of this. We're struggling to get to the moon. Right. And advances in medicine and biotechnology. It's going to be unbelievable changes which will hit life. Right. Let's go to the next slide. Okay. So what's the emerging future landscape? What are the characteristics? 3. Rapid. Rapid is actually a slow word. Okay. Amazing speed at which technology will change. Shifting global dynamics and evolving societal needs. Now, and I put a statement there which unfortunately has gone into 3 lines. This was a phrase I got in 1986. The half-life period of an engineer is 5 years. Would someone like to attempt what's the meaning of that? The half-life period of an engineer is 5 years. When I was talking to Professor Ashok Junjunwala, he told me, Shyam, I heard this in the 70s, and they told me the half-life period is 10 years. Sorry? Okay, right, good point, sir. Good point. Thank you. Absolutely. Sir has given the answer. Jain sir has given the answer. You know what he said? The speed at which technology is changing, by the time you pass out, in 2 years or whatever that time period is there, in half the time your knowledge would have become obsolete. That's the point. And watch out for this. I used the word rapid technology advancements is a slow word. You watch out what's going to happen to you. Right or wrong, don't ask me. I've got something written there that I'll come back to later. Okay, so I'll stop here. So this is your emerging future landscape and its characteristics. Let's look at the next slide. What are they? These are the new knowledge areas. Please see the new knowledge areas. Technological advancements, sustainability, global connectivity, biotechnology and health. Be ready. I don't know whether we'll die after some time. Autonomous systems. You've got an expert sitting here on that, Leatherman. Okay. She will not reveal all of it. Okay. Cyber security and ethics. I'm sorry, we don't have too many people who can talk of that. Okay. Space exploration. I'm proud to say that the director of SHAR, the chairman of the Chandrayaan-3 launch authorization committee is my classmate. The mission director and the project director of Gaganyaan project is my classmate. So we're very fortunate, that 86 batch, a huge contribution, another 7, 8 people I can talk. So that's space exploration for you. Okay, right? We've got Krishan sir, who's an expert on industrial engineering and manufacturing. He's going to share some insights. So you got a sense of this. I'll go a little faster. Okay, now, I'm not going to get into all these details. You can see for yourself. Technology advancement. Look at what all is happening. AI, machine learning, Internet of Things, quantum computing, virtual augmented reality, and every facet of life is going to hit you. Next slide, please. Sustainable future. Renewable energy sources, electric self-driving vehicles, green architecture, urban planning, circular economy, and zero waste. We've got a master, Madhu sir, who's sitting, going to talk to us about converting waste to energy. Next slide, please. Right. 5G networks, global technology, global connectivity. Okay, social media, online platforms, remote work and virtual teams, e-commerce and global supply chains. Right, let's go to the next slide. Right, space exploration. I've talked of private space companies, SpaceX, Blue Origin, Moon and Mars colonization, space tourism and commercialization, asteroid mining and resource utilization. Next one. Right, biotechnology. You have not seen what biotechnology will do. Okay, gene editing, personalized medicine, regenerative medicine and tissue engineering, brain-computer interfaces, he's already talking about that, and synthetic biology. Next slide. So autonomous systems, leather mammoths, they're self-driving cars and drones, smart homes, buildings, autonomous robot swarms, and distributed systems. Next one. Next slide. To summarize, in the next 10 to 15 years, we may not recognize society as we see today. The next slide. This is what it could be. Is it, do you want it? I don't know. Next slide. Okay. So emerging technologies for the staff, for humanity, for students, please focus on knowledge building and the emerging technologies. I put in small, if emerging technologies will define the future, even as humanity tries to strike a balance between progress and tradition. This is going to be the hottest subject. Actually, that small letters is going to be the hottest subject that will engage society for the next 5 to 10 years. Now, how does it impact technical education? And that's the focus of our discussion. So thank you so much. I hope I've given an insight into how technologies will move. Let's get to a great panelist, and we'd like to share some insights from all our panelists. I'd like to start actually with Madhu Ganesh. Okay, Madhu is an expert in sustainability, and he's passionate about converting waste to renewable fuels and renewable energy. Over to you, Madhu. My first question.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to start with the definition of sustainability as the United Nations has given. It's sustainable development is that which meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. You know, this definition was debated by all the countries for a few weeks before they came up with this definition. And this happened maybe 20 or 25 years ago. But no, this definition came much later. This, but 87, yeah, 20, 25, 30 years back. But I want to refer to an article written in 1924 by Mahatma Gandhi. The earth, the air, the land, and the water are not an inheritance from our forefathers, but on loan from our children. So we have to hand over to them, at least it was the way handed over to us. 100 years back, that's when he wrote this article. And you can see that the essence of the definition is pretty much the same. And he also said the earth provides enough to satisfy every human need, but not every human's greed. So we are fortunate to live in that country where sustainability was understood where we lost the plan, and we're finding ourselves behind. And so when you talk about education and relation to sustainability, we really have to see it in two ways. One is, what can we do to improve undergraduate education and its relation to industry? And secondly, what can we do in research? So when we talk about research, we need to realize that university research typically precedes the action on the ground in industry 30 years ago, at least 30 years before. For example, if you take mobile technology, most of what you see, even what is called as 5G, was researched in the US universities in the 60s. And yet we saw mobile technology coming into being on the ground only in the 90s. So when you talk about research, we have to look at what technology universities should research on, what is coming 20, 30 years from now. And on those topics, if you look at, there are certain areas where the university professors can look at very carefully. And one of them is India is not a signatory to destruction of what is called PFAS, perfluoroalkyl substances. India is not a signatory to that, but surely in the future, India will be a signatory. And we don't have today any technology to capture detect, capture, or destroy. So this is just one example. But so research should happen on things that could happen in the industry or on the ground 20, 30 years from now. But on undergraduate education should be about what is fairly developed technology. So what is industry ready? We keep hearing about complaints that students are not industry ready. In my opinion, just like the moderator, Mr. Sham said, technology is changing so rapidly and half-life is just 5 years. It's not possible to produce students who can work in the industry on the day one. Just like Philip said earlier, what colleges should aim to do is to produce good clay. They should have all the basics at the right place so that they should be able to learn anything new. Because by the time they get out, the jobs will be different. The jobs of the future don't exist today. So you cannot prepare students for what does not exist today. But what you can prepare is to put all the basics in place so that they are capable of learning anything that is to be learned from the basics. That is my definition of being industry ready. And for that, just like as Rusha Titus said, the industry has a role to play, very active role to play, and the universities also have, the academy also has an equally big role to play. As far as the role of industry, there are exceptions. There are surely exceptions. The GTech that Mr. Srikumar is heading is a good example of an exception. And there are few companies like Toyota, LG Equipments in Coimbatore. A few of them are good exceptions where they actively start right from the school level onwards and sponsor the students through college, and then most of them get absorbed either by themselves or by other companies. So industry has a role to play, and today they find 16% only employable only because those 16% are the ones they are either after them, or many of the industries are only looking at the tier 1 colleges. And the tier 1 colleges anyway did not need any help to begin with. It is the other colleges that need help, and to those colleges, the industry is not coming forward. I'll give you one specific example. India has a semiconductor technology mission, and today all the tier 1 colleges have some courses related to semiconductors, and in our college we are actually planning to offer one, and we wanted to connect with the semiconductor industry to be a partner in our courses. And the constant answer I'm getting from all the top semiconductor companies, we are already tied up with IIT, we are already tied up with the tier 1 colleges. So it's very hard to break in there. So and then the same people complain that we are not getting good enough staff for our, to develop, to scale up. So, this last point. So what I'm trying to say is that in the industry and the institute both have a role to play. Just like somebody else said earlier, in academy also has to go to the industry and find out what are your problems, and we are ready to solve it. Just like Mr. Krishna Kumar, Dr. Krishna Kumar went to the industry and said. So that's my summary.
Thank you, Madhu. But we'd love to hear, we'll come back the next round, on your, that sustainable, renewable resources. I'll come back to you next time. How do you use, waste is a big problem for us, right? But what sort of technologies can you deploy? How do you get this scaled up? So I'll come back to you on this question in the next round. But that's something that I think all of us would love to hear. Yeah. Thank you, Madhu, for your insight there. I'll just now move to Professor Krishnakumar sir from the US. Incidentally, another senior of ours, right? So you have been, you spent decades on industrial engineering and marketing on the academic sphere. There's so much of technology change that you're seeing around us. If you had to identify the top 3 technologies for industrial engineering or manufacturer that would be transformative, which would you pick up?
Currently, what we need is, one is data analytics. The second is IoT-based systems that includes the hardware, that is sensors, devices, everything that connects those. Those are the 2 critical things that we need to break. And then there is what we call cobots and robots that can work autonomously. Yes. So those are the 3 that needs to be done. So, in developing these things in India, we have one advantage. We are so much behind. We can leapfrog everything and move into the new one very fast. That's what we should be doing. So in terms of research also, there are two levels of research. One is cutting edge research, which may be needed by industry maybe 5 years or 10 years from now. The second research is just to catch up with what industry is doing. So these two have to be addressed. Both are important. Because the first research, the research that we do for the next, which may be needed 10 years from now, is what's going to drive industry to accelerate and move further. And by doing that, we also prepare our students to be ready when those industries come on and to make an economic shift. The second thing that we need to do is teach our current students these new technologies. So if you look at any engineering curriculum, we have some basic courses that's done by all engineering students. You have thermodynamics, which is done by everybody. At least when I went to school, college here, we had, everybody had to take electronics, electrical devices, and so on. So we had something tying us together in the bottom level, which is interdisciplinary. But what ties us at the top? It is data analytics and digitization and those technologies. And it's not limited just to engineering. When you move on from there, you'll see that if you're a biotechnology person, or if you're a doctor, or if you're an agriculture major, all of them need the same technology. They all need to understand what is a slight fluctuation in some measurement in your body means. The doctor has to immediately say, hey, let's correct it. From an industrial engineering perspective, the way I use it is, in the old days, I could send my students and they would stand in front of the machine and they would do time and motion study. Now I have sensors doing it. So I don't have to wait for 3 months before I make a change. My job is to say, what do I do in the next 5 minutes? So the change in the attitude, that is, industry is coming and telling us, I don't want a solution next week. I want you to devise a system which will read the data, do the analytics, so you need AI, because I'm not going to be able to interpret the data in 5 minutes. The AI system will tell me, and I need to be able to modify and say, hey, change the schedule, move this, and go ahead and do this. And that's what will save you money. So those three technologies, and these are currently existing, so we need to be teaching that in the schools right now, and not just for industrial. Mechanicals need it. Civil engineering structures could use it, for example. Electricals definitely need it. Just to give you an insight into that, for example, if you design a new car engine, you can embed sensors in it. You don't have to wait for the system to break down before the system could tell you, hey, the car is about to fail, or the engine is about to fail.
And Leather Ma'am is heavily focused in such things.
Yes.
As a start point. She's into much bigger things.
Yes. So, but those are things that are currently being worked on. And we need to be teaching our students, no, don't wait for vibration analysis or test to come back.
Understand you, sir.
Yeah.
I've just one specific point, area that I just wanted to ask you, quick 1-minute feedback. One of the biggest things in manufacturing is automation.
Yes.
So could you just say 1 minute on how that impacts and transforms this industry?
So without the sensors giving us direct input and data, we cannot make decisions. So that's the automation aspect that has to change. The traditional robots are important, but then robots are working with other robots. So combining all the robots and making sure that we can make decisions faster, that is very crucial. So robotics plays a very big factor now, except this is robots on steroids. So it is a different type of robots, which can talk to you over the internet, where you're guiding it almost practically every minute. So we're not waiting for quality control. You don't wait for 3 weeks of data before you say this, oh, quality of the products is bad. When you produce the first bad part, you start analyzing. In 5 minutes, you have to stop the production. So automation, especially with robotics and vision systems and all those are going to play
So that's a huge area which is really going to impact. Thank you.
And if Kerala wants to succeed in manufacturing, that has to be done.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Thank you for that. And let me move to, I think Seema ma'am or somebody said, we got Leather ma'am out on this panel, and a power pack figure in the Indian business arena. She heads, as she was introduced, Continental Automotive India, redefining many things, even on a global plane. Ma'am, I just want to, you're an expert in mobility. There's so many things that you do out there. autonomous driving, connected vehicles, safety systems, infotainment, and commercial and special vehicles that you do. Can you give us more insights on this particular area? Over to you.
So good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for having me in the panel. So if you look at the mobility industry, this is an industry which has had a very exponential growth in the last decade. So our generation, my generation, when we had our first car, it was an ambassador car, I think Hindustan Motors, yeah. And the whole point of having a car was taking us from a point A to point B. It was just a pure mechanical device which transported people. Yeah, and yeah, you can also imagine at that point after maybe 15 people, including children, would get into the car. So we never talked about joy of use, ease of use. It was just a method of communication or conveyance between different points. But if you see at this point of time, I would call that the car is an IoT device on 4 wheels which is permanently connected to the internet. That is a new definition of any vehicle. And in this context, what has changed is that the mechanical component, of course, it remains the same, but the amount of hardware, the amount of electronics, and the amount of software that comes into the car has changed tremendously. So when you look at maybe 20 years back, the value of the car, the software value of the car was 0. And at 2022, it was 10%, and it is going to be 30% of the value of the car is going to be software by 2030. So which means that if you look at the current car, which is mid-segment, it has got around 100 lines of code. An F1 fighter jet has got 12 million lines of code only. And in 2030, we are going to have 300 million lines of code in a car. So that's the way the software is emerging in mobility. And that means that you also have the connected technologies coming in, which is IoT, because it's permanently connected through devices. There's a lot of data getting churned out. If you look at an autonomous car, maybe in a day or in 2 days, petabytes of data is getting churned out. So which means that data analysis become a very important part. And when you talk about autonomous driving, it means that we are replacing the driver with artificial intelligence. Basically, artificial intelligence is sitting behind the vehicle and then driving it, right? So then we are talking about cybersecurity because we are talking about data, privacy, and safety and security of humans. So cybersecurity becomes a very important topic there. Then we are talking about electric vehicles. Secure payment becomes a topic, so which means that blockchain is important. And when we talk about these developments which are happening overall, it is pretty clear because we are talking about lives of people. We cannot test everything, in a lab. So which means simulation and simulation software is also getting in a much bigger way. Augmented and virtual reality is coming in. So all these topics which I talk about, whether it's an electric vehicle or whether it's an IC engine, these are all icing on the cake. So the fundamental engineering remains the same, and these technologies sit on top of it. And the beauty of these technologies is that they are domain agnostic. If you look at the current industry, we are talking about co-creation through collaboration, because not one industry does have the skills of everything. So we talk about co-creation. And the other topic is it's actually a convergence of industries together. Because if you're talking about a biometrics, if you're talking about a blood pressure monitoring system for a driver who is driving a connected vehicle, then we are talking about healthcare and automobile industry getting merged, right? So the current world, which is a smart world as we call it, it's a kind of collaboration, it's a kind of convergence between multiple industries, multiple domains, and multiple technologies. And that is where fundamentally our education has to change. Because all these new technologies are coming in, but at the same time, an engineer has to be an engineer at heart and by soul and by brain. Yeah. So fundamentals of engineering has to be very, very clear. And on top of it, there should be an adaptability to change to these technologies which are emerging. So if you ask me what kind of engineers do I hire, I would say that I think when we all wrote, I think 86, 91, 92 matches, how did we get into colleges and to our jobs? We wrote a test, right? It is logical and mathematics and so on, and everybody tested our IQ. So then after COVID came, we were talking about compassionate leadership, teamwork. So IQ got added with EQ, which is the emotional intelligence part as well. And then what has happened is now I would need engineers who have AQ, which is adaptability quotient, because we are talking about engineers who can move across. And the last would be LQ, which I call it as, learnability quotient. So these are the four things which IQ, EQ, AQ, and LQ. I would say these are the mantras which the industry is looking at it. And when we talk about technology, as well as the attitude and the awareness, what comes in the engineering colleges, I think this is something that we need to teach our students. It's not only technology, but the ability to adapt, the ability to do design thinking, ability to do critical thinking, and how easily can you move across these technologies seamlessly and also become also generalists. You need technology depth, but also we need generalists who can move across these technologies seamlessly. That's the need of the hour, and I'm sure that these technologies, what we are talking today, in 5 years, they're obsolete. Yeah, so, I learned applied electronics and instrumentation, and I'm sure how much of it I can apply today. But the fundamentals of the engineering has to be strong, but the icing on the cake keeps changing, and that's what we need to train our young generation to.
Thank you, Lata ma'am. That was pretty insightful and interesting for me in particular, because, I don't know what you're going to do to mobility. Okay, so we'll wait and watch. Okay, thank you for that. Now I have two very interesting friends with us. They are going to talk to us and give us a small walkthrough on artificial intelligence. It's the hottest topic, and many of us know many things, but these two friends of ours are going to take us through some very interesting things. Let me introduce first. We have two friends, Biju Dominic, who's there. He's actually an engineer by profession. Okay, he's smiling when I say that. But after his engineering, he spent maximum time in the advertising industry, 20 years, right? And something like that. And he's a chairman of Final Mile Consulting, which merged with Fractal Analytics, one of the #1 data analytics companies globally. He's a chief evangelist for that. And great to have you on board, Biju. And very interestingly, he's been focused on the application of neuroscience. And his pet subject is, what he would like to focus on today is human-centric AI. And I didn't understand a bit of it. So, Biju, over to you. Can you take us through what is this? Okay, that'll be great.
Just about 2 months back, Niti Aayog had called for a meeting because there is something Niti Aayog has set up, something called the Frontier Tech Hub, which is nothing but some of the best private sector companies in this country, in the world. And we've been called in because there is the vision of the 2047 Vikasit Bharat. And so the whole responsibility of the Frontier Tech Hub is to sort of define what India's technological foundation should be, not now, but 2030, but 2035. And so various responsibilities have been given to various organizations. The responsibility that has been given to Fractal Analytics one is artificial general intelligence and also human-centered AI. And I specifically head human-centered AI. Now, what is that? All of us know AI is going to change the way the world has ever been. For the first time, I think humans have something which is more intelligent than them. And AI is that. And it's also very clear, and I think that India is the most populous country in the world. And as people are saying, will AI take away jobs? Now, the political leadership and the policy makers are very clear. We cannot have an AI technology that takes away and makes, the largest population in the world, almost helpless. And very clearly, the focus in next 6-7 months I've been given to write the policy paper, which is to see how do I, and at the poorest sections of this country we lift them up. And all of them lifted up with the power of AI, because everyone who's anyway involved with AI knows it can really dramatically change the way the world is. So this is an approach where technology is no more the center of what we do. It will be the welfare of the humans. And so AI will be an enabler. A company called DeepMind. Demis Hassabis just won a Nobel Prize for what he did. What is the inspiration for DeepMind? Whether it's in the academia, whether it's anywhere, everyone says AI, AI, but Geoffrey Hinton got completely stuck. He didn't know what to do. He couldn't really solve the backpropagation. That paper is what created this wave. And where did he get his solution from? He said, how does the visual cortex in the brain is stored? And that is stored in layers. And he brought in the layers aspect into that, and the backpropagation paper came in. Demis Hassabis, his graduation was in computer engineering. His post-graduation is in neuroscience. He's a neuroscientist. And he's very clearly said, the more we understand the inscrutable algorithms between our ears, better will be the technology we create. Which means this wave of AI is not an engineering job. This job, this function, this wave of AI that we all seeing is founded on neuroscience, artificial neural networks. I mean, there is another neural network which is natural that we forget. Now, many times people say, oh, AI is going to take away all the jobs. Yes, there was a competition, DeepMind's AlphaGo and Lee Sedol, who was playing the Go game. Yes, 5-1, AlphaGo won. But what was the energy consumption of AlphaGo? 200,000 watts. And everyone is speaking about the carbon footprint of the AI industry. And how much electricity does Lee Sedol's brain use? 13 watts. 13 watts. It is the most energy efficient machine in the whole universe. Where is it in our engineering education? We teach our students about the most energy efficient machine that has ever been created in the universe. Now, this is about creation. And everyone, and just looking at the creation of technology and where should the inspirations come from. Many a time when we speak about creation, when, technology, we always speak about creation. Even now, entrepreneurs will come up with a great idea. But the other day I was speaking to some set of students, Sham was sort of grooming. And I said, how many consumers have you met? Sir, we haven't met anything. And I told them, I've launched some of the biggest brands in this country. Categories, deodorants, mutual funds, Reliance Infocom, the biggest launch in this country was headed by me. But they're all failures. We are dealing in the world of marketing and in entrepreneurship, an area where there's 90% failure rate. Why? Why? When COVID came in, I think we all said we need a vaccine. People said vaccine, it'll take 8 to 10 years. They said, no way, 8 to 10 years, the global will be wiped off. The best of the technology experts in the medical world came in, virologists all came together. Within about 2.5 months, they cracked this. And they made the vaccine. They said, but this has to be taken into temperatures which are much lower. So the best cooling companies, engineers from all around, they came together and said, we have figured out a way to take this, now keep it at a low temperature. But people said this has to be taken across to every village in the world. The best supply chain experts in the world, UBS and FedEx came together and they said, oh, we found a way to create it. AI and all technology was created. And within 6 months, what it takes 8 to 10 years, within 6 months, the technology experts came together and delivered that vaccine in our healthcare center. All that we had to do was just ask, hey, ma'am, so, please go and get yourself vaccinated. It's a life and death situation. We don't know. Human behavior, understanding the constructs of human behavior. Somewhere our engineers believe in us thinking that we are all rational beings. 2002 onwards, several Nobel Prizes in behavioral economics said man is not a rational being. And he works in a very different way. Where is that understanding coming into our education? Steve Jobs said, and we know Apple is a huge success, but people asked him, where did you get these ideas from? He said, in my college, I was also allowed to cut classes and go and generally roam around. He's go and sit in the design classes. In those design classes, he saw what fonts are all about, how it is all about. And we think Apple is all about Apple technology. But for Steve Jobs, Apple is how that package is designed. So the very act of opening an Apple product pack is an experience as part of it. But just as technology experts, do we look at it? No, we think phone. And the inside of it, the chip, is what we are interested in. But that's not what makes a product successful. That's what Steve Jobs said, which is design, the importance of design. So I'm talking about a new education perspective wherein we have to bring the learnings of neuroscience, which is or the world of design. Trivandrum has Kerala's oldest engineering college, possibly one of the oldest engineering college in this country. Trivandrum also has one of the oldest design schools in this country. But how many times have we spoken to each other? How many times our Fine Arts College in Trivandrum and the CET College or the Burton Hill said, let's understand each other. You might say, Biju, what is there? Let me tell you a project which my team is working on now. Because the next stage of machines is where machines are, I have an emotional relationship with that machine. That means somewhere the machines have to have emotions. Now, where do I learn emotions from? One, I can look at the West. There is Lisa Bennett right now. I read all about what she's done. There's a Joseph Ledoux from New York University. I've read all that he's done. There's Paul Ekman, maybe before that Darwin. I've read all that they have done. Nothing is there. I couldn't really use anything. That's when I really went back to who studied emotions really well. Then I went to this man called Bharata Muni. And then that's when I looked at the bhavas and rasas and the whole construct of it. And today my team is working on how do you take Bharata Muni's bhavas and rasas and find the mathematics of that from music, and how do I take it into algorithm of a machine? And that's why I want to talk about the future of education. The future of technical education is not about engineering alone. I'm on the board of BITS Design School. You know, I sit with Mr. Birla on the future of education, his vision. Now, he clearly says the BITS Pilani students have to learn design, the constructs of how to create designs. They also have to work with the BITS SOM school, which is the business school part of it. And the term is no more multidisciplinary. That is very independent. It's transdisciplinary. I mean, with engineering, medicine, design, they're all integrated into it. 82, when I joined engineering in CET, we had one paper by R.V.G. Menon, and he only taught it humanities. We had 48 papers. Just one of them was about this understanding of human behavior. Now, how many extra papers have we added? To me, the future of technical education is a combination of CET, combination of Trivandrum Medical College, a combination of the Trivandrum Fine Arts School. I think this combination is where we actually define the future of technical education.
Vijay, thank you. That was pretty massive, intensive. I didn't get much of it. Okay, so anyway, thank you for that. Just 2 points I just wanted to just add. I mean, I'm attempting to summarize what I understood from you. Okay, so you have AI with a lot of artificial intelligence. You are specializing in neuroscience, and with a fundamental belief that it's all the ability to convert all of this into the rightful algorithms without losing that human construct. Something like that, I think, is what I've understood out of it. I will just go to, Karthik is over here. Only one point I just want to say. Today morning, incidentally, we were debating, and I said, I disagree with you. I'm really worried about AI. Okay, so we'll continue this debate, and all of us are going to have this debate. But it's good to see somebody human-centric focused, making sure we humans are taken care of, and the right balance is there. So I'll stop there at this particular moment and move to another young, thank you so much, Biju. I'm going to take you to another young star from Triple IT Hyderabad. Very important, I just want to reinforce, Triple IT Hyderabad in artificial intelligence is one of the topmost institutes in AI in Asia. So happy to have you, Karthik, with us, Professor Karthik Vaidyanathan. And the question to you is, he said so much about it. You're an expert. You're trying to build sustainable systems in AI that really work. Would you like to add on AI and your thoughts and perspectives?
Great. First of all, thank you, Mr. Shyam. Thank you, DT, Government of Kerala, for organizing such a wonderful gathering. It's an honor to be here amongst the wonderful panelists. So let me start off with a line that's, don't fear the super intelligent AI. Okay, that's what I want to start with. Coming from probably an AI background, although I don't call myself an now, why I'm saying this? Scientist, he works for, he was one of the creators of UDYAMA. So he gave a TED talk where he started saying, don't fear the super intelligent AI, right? But what we need to understand is why we don't have to fear it, right? Or how do we embrace it, okay? So I'll take you through these 3 parts. I'll start with all this, right? Thanks to Dominic, he already gave a very nice introduction to it. The idea was, how do I replicate human level intelligence? Can I make machines think, learn, decide? Okay, this was the idea that started. And then, of course, we didn't have enough computing ability, so we reached this cold stage, and of course, the research also reached a blocking state. But over the last 10 years, I think 1997 was when one research paper came. 10 years, I think 1997 was when one research paper came, and 20 years, it was not much research contribution that was kind of disrupting. But in 2017, the famous paper by Google, which says, attention is all you need, that's the title of the paper, that paper kind of disrupted the way we think about AI and slowly started democratizing it. Why I'm saying democratizing? Today we are talking about AI because we are all feared about the fact, oh, tomorrow AGI will come in, we will all lose our jobs, right? We are all scared of the fact that, okay, ChatGPT is giving out better answers, although I debate saying that it is just statistically predicting some words, right? So we are worried about it. Because the computing infrastructure has advanced and we have reached a position where we are able to feed all the data that we have in the world and just feed it to something which is trying to map the relation between the probabilistic combination of these words, which we feel makes sense, right? So this is the broad story of where we are, right? Now, the second part I want to talk about is where are we heading to, right? Because this is the broad scenario, where are we heading to? Now, this AI is being applied to every research or every domain, right? In terms of autonomous vehicles, in terms of personalized healthcare. Can I make healthcare more preventive, more predictive? Can I help with diagnosis? It is coming into transport systems like traffic flow predictions. Can I automate the signals? It is coming to smart cities where we are talking about, can I do predictive maintenance of my buildings? Can I understand how much energy I'm going to consume and based on that do something about it? So it's disrupting all the fields. Although one field that I'm personally more passionate and attached to is software engineering, right? It's also coming to the field where now people are talking about, instead of humans programming, can I make AI programs, right? Or the other way to look at it is, can I put an AI together with a human so that they can program together? Now, why I'm saying together? In 2010, if you look at it, I'm just taking it back, right? In 2010, if you go to a marriage and you say, hey, I want to do an aerial shoot of the wedding, probably what you do is you probably take a helicopter for hire, right? And this person will go. There is a camera operator. There is a guy, steering the helicopter. And you'll go. There is a pilot, and you'll just shoot the video. But in 2024, we are not doing that. What are we doing instead? We are just having a lot of drones, right, that flies across. Now, whether you're going to say that, okay, drones replace my job, or will you say that, okay, drones are there, let me become a drone operator, right, or understand how to use drones so that I still don't lose my job. So my point is, On the second side, which is software engineering or these kind of jobs being increasingly automated, we need to start looking at, okay, how do I understand these systems? How do I understand AI? And slowly start figuring out how do I work with it, rather than saying, let me not use it because it is affecting my cognitive capabilities. I think we are far underestimating human ability, thanks to the point that he mentioned, right? We are far underestimating human ability. What I would say, we should focus on building AI systems that can help humans decide, that can help humans think faster, that can help humans decide faster. I think that's where we should go into. Now, having said the second point, my third part is, what are the challenges, right? We are all talking about AI is there, it is going to impact all the domains, but there are a lot of challenges that needs to be addressed. The first challenge is, what about the ethics and bias aspect of it, right? There is a lot of ethical reasons. I mean, for example, if you look at it, in US, one of the places they used AI to become a magistrate, right? It was just judging people, and it was always saying a people of a particular color as a criminal, right? Because it was trained on some particular data which had a lot of bias in it. Now, how do I make AI systems which are less biased, more ethical? So the field of responsible AI is getting a lot of attention. The second important point that people touched upon is the energy consumption of AI. See, AI today consumes around 2% of global electricity, right? It is going to grow very high, super high, right? We are talking about this ChatGPT. Every time you write a query in ChatGPT, you are actually impacting the environment, right? That's the other way to look at it. Every time you stream a movie in Netflix, you have a contribution to the carbon footprint, because Netflix is estimated to consume around energy that can power 40,000 households in the US, right? So that's the energy we are talking about. So how are we going to address that concern? The third thing is certification of AI systems. Today we are talking about AI being put into multiple systems. But if I want to put AI in an autonomous car, or if I want to put it in a flight, it has to go through a certification process. No one knows. People are still debating. I've been discussing with European Space Agency. I'm discussing with DRDOs. A lot of discussions are going on in terms of how do I certify AI systems, right? Only if I certify, I can put it so that some human can actually use it. Right? So this is a big area that is getting a lot of attention. I'll tell one more area, which is more interesting. 50% of the AI systems that we talk so much about AI don't even make it into production. Right? This is a stat from Gartner, or more than 50%. I'm just underestimating it, right? I'm toning it down. More than 50%. Why? Because we all care about building AI models. We worry about working on AI algorithms, but we don't know how to put it together and make it as a product, because that is where you have to combine multiple skill set and you have to put it into the forum, right? So how do we improve that? How do I address the quality concerns that I have to tackle when I'm building AI systems, right? Now, what about data and privacy, correct? Do I want to send all my data to ChatGPT, or do you say that, no, I want my data? So that's when the another frontier in technology is edge AI. Can I take AI closer to the edge where the data is gathered? Can I run the AI on your mobile phones without requiring internet connectivity, right? So these are the areas that are becoming more and more important. Now, why I'm mentioning these challenges, I know many academic people are here. I think as an academic community, it's on us to work on these areas, because industries anyway, they will keep working on the current and they will keep progressing on that. But I think from our side, it is our responsibility to move to the fundamentals and see how we can contribute to these research directions. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Karthik. That was insightful. Really, thank you. I had one specific question I think the entire audience would be interested in. You're from IIIT Hyderabad, right? And the biggest thing in the topic is how do you use this, if you had to create change for technical education. You people have built some models. Just a 1 minute on this to give us some insight. Maybe we all collaborate with you, understand, come there. Just some insight on this. How do you do this?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah, thank you so much. I did think about this. So, in IIIT Hyderabad, one of the strongest areas that we have been kind of fortunate with is we are a research-led education institute, right? Our first focus is on research-led education. So, yes, research is what that drives the education. Now, what do I mean by that? We take pride in the fact that all our undergraduate students, or most of our undergraduate students, are involved in research. Any top-tier conferences in AI or software engineering for that matter, we have undergraduates publishing research papers as first authors, right? Because they drive the research. Now, how is this attitude coming in? When I go to a class, right, I am not just going to teach the subject that I know. For example, I teach operating systems, sometimes I teach software engineering. I'm not going to just take a textbook and go to the class and say, okay, let me teach software engineering. But rather, what I do is I'll say, what is the research that I am working on in this field, right? Now, how do I translate the research paper to the students, right? And my projects or assignments are based on this. So for example, even if you do it at ChatGPT, you might not probably find an answer. And the interesting thing is, we try to make students think rather than repeat, right? So what it means is, can you now give the research paper to the student and ask them to say, can you replicate this research paper and say, what do you want to do outside what is already there in the research paper? Now, which means that you're making the students think, go through the research paper and do what else you can do, right? So this is just one aspect. I'm just taking liberty of one more point that I want to raise. The second point is, we are also very much inclined with, so most of our research are also an industrial angle, right? We collaborate a lot with industries. Personally, I am working with at least 3-4 companies that I can just quickly tell off my head, right? Where we work with companies, we take their problems. We also have, as he mentioned, rightly mentioned, long-term ideas where we keep working on, but there are also very short-term goals that the industry comes and says. Now, why this is important? Industries may not have time to do an exploratory research on some aspects, but academic people, we have the ability, we have the know-hows of how to be rigorous on a particular area, go deeper, and we can come up with insightful ideas, which the industry can take and build products out of it, right? So these are some points that we...
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But I think the learnings for all of us from Kerala, especially the DT, is I think we need to come to such institutes, understand your templates, your curriculum, your ecosystem that you build. I think that's what's going to be very important. Thank you so much. Let me move to Madhu sir. Pointed, I'm sure most would be interested, renewable energy, especially from waste. You're doing an amazing job there on a pilot. Quickly, with limited time, 3 minutes, if you can just give insights on that.
Yes, I forgot to tell about this earlier. I'm working on a funded project from the Department of Science and Technology to convert plastic to energy. It's a 2 tons per day rotary kiln-based gasification to convert plastic to syngas. And the project is almost complete, and I welcome all the faculty here to come and see the pilot plant. And gasification is a technology that is used for medium-sized plants. Anything that up to 300 to 500 tons per day, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy Sources has said that that's the preferred technology for thermochemical decomposition of non-degradable waste. And above 500 tons, people have to use incineration. So those are the 2 primary thermochemical technologies. And for specific kinds of waste, we have other technologies like pyrolysis or plasma incineration for medical waste. They are specifically recommended by the government for addressing specific kinds of waste. But otherwise, generally, gasification and incineration are the 2 primary thermochemical technologies used for waste management. So the project is on, that's what Shyam is mentioning about. And the Department of Science and Technology has avenues for all of you to look at building pilot plants like this. The project proposals come very often, and I think the opportunities are not being taken enough by the academia, is what I would say. And just one more point. As I said, you have to bifurcate research into what is existing today and what is there for the future. So all these technologies that I talked about just now, thermochemical, biochemical, are all very well developed, mature technologies at a TRL level 7, 9 or above. But there are many aspects of waste management which are there for the future. One I mentioned earlier is PFAS, for which India is not a signatory yet. But surely we'll be a signatory, and we can develop technologies now and be ready and maybe skip many of the work that the developed countries has done and get ahead of them, because we have the opportunity, because everybody is on a level playing field right now. So PFAS is one. And similarly, if you know, the US always used landfills. They never used any other technology because they had a large country. And today they are dealing with thousands of landfills, and all of them are emitting methane into the atmosphere. And so the biggest technology that they're working on in waste management is on conversion of collecting this methane and converting to liquid fuel methanol. Methane to methanol conversion is one of the very active technologies. And India has lots of landfills, which are not even landfills, proper landfills. And we can work on those technology. That technology doesn't exist today at an affordable cost. So that's another technology that people can work on. And a few more like that, methane to methanol, and the third one is carbon sequestration. Because all the power plants produce carbon dioxide, and we are sitting on reducing the carbon footprint. What can we do to the CO2 that is emitted from the power plants? And what can we do fruitfully from that? So these are the points that I wanted.
Thank you, Madhu. Thank you. Thank you. That is absolutely pertinent and insightful. Thank you. We couldn't miss that, and it is your passionate project. Thank you. I think we're trying to wind up. Despite coming in late, I'll try to attempt to keep to the time at 3:30. Okay, I'll do that. Maybe I'll take 5 minutes more with the group. Okay, Leda across lunch said something very pertinent. I would like you to discuss that and share with the audience. You were talking of, is there a concern, or is the whole talk everywhere that all our educational system should produce entrepreneurs? Okay, so I think we should all listen to you.
So I think probably when you bring from the DT portion, it would be a little bit controversial. But I was just, participating yesterday. I was listening to discussions today. The whole concept is, can we have every student as entrepreneurs? But the question is that, is it really required for a country like India? If you look at India now, by 2030, we have got 110 million new jobs, technology jobs coming to India. And if all the 1.2 million graduates who are graduating every year, if all of them become entrepreneurs, how will our economy grow? So I think when we are looking at the startup ecosystem, I think we should really look at a balance. Not everybody needs to be an entrepreneur, because there are a lot of other jobs also which are engineering, core engineering jobs also which are interesting to do. So somewhere I feel that some of the universities, some of the educational institutions are really running behind startup, beyond what is required. Sometimes I get a feel like that sitting in the corporate, but I think we need to really balance it, because the opportunities of making India a multi-trillion economy doesn't come only from the startups. Yeah, the number of startups from now till 2030 is going to be 2.6 times of what it is now. But the number of jobs that is coming to India, the interesting technology job coming to this country, is going to be multifold. And I think we should have our engineers who are prepared to handle that future. So we need to strike a balance. And that's my request to DTE also, that how do you make this balance? UDYAMA is a real good Udyamam. At the same time, how do we incorporate the other part of cashing this opportunity which comes to India? And we should not miss the bus to an Eastern Europe or a Mexico or any other country when we look at this kind of skill sets. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. That was absolutely important to set the context in a balanced way. But there's something interesting I want to just revert to you. We face the same problem in Ignites in CET. We started this entrepreneurship mindset development program. Ignites is igniting entrepreneurship. So we started this over there. I think there's something that will be interesting for you here. You know what happened? There were a lot of voices which said, sir, 90% doesn't, entrepreneur oru thalpariyilla, sir. Okay, this is interesting. And this is another perspective I want to bring to the table. And then we've got a team which just keeps on debating all this. And then we said, how do we attract the bright students? And then we found an amazing answer, which I think most of you will agree. And that is brilliant. You know what happened? They said, boss, and absolutely what Leda ma'am said is 100% right. The point is, if we can convert this thinking to that level, I think we've done a job. And the context is put properly. The point was, kindly look at Leda Chembrakala. Kindly look at a Biju Dominic. Kindly look at all the people here, or Madhu, or Karthik, or all the business leaders here, and the people have succeeded in every, and this is amazing. I mean, it hit me. I'm not saying I'm right. All the people in this room, including a homemaker, the IAS officers, and now pick the successful ones. You know what is the common thread that came out? Anybody who was successful on the material plane had an entrepreneurship state of mind. And what's an entrepreneurship state of mind? The ability to find solutions. So, therefore, there are 2 points I think I just wanted to connect. One is a very powerful statement that Leda said, that we need the right mix of startup entrepreneurs to people in every walk of life. For example, you touched upon that. Today, everybody is running about, I mean, I heard that during the day. Everybody is running after services. Okay, where's manufacturing? Okay, just so many knowledge economy and things like that. So the point I want to take from you, Lada, is that it's very important that we look at this whole thing in the concept of the right balance. We need a combination of all of them. The right
That's
mix.
right. I think what I would say is that you need the spirit of an entrepreneur in everything that you do.
That's right.
You want the spirit of continuous learning in everything that you do. You need that fire in your belly. But at the same time, your objectives could be different. You can all of you cannot start startups tomorrow. I mean that's not what is required
there
for this
may be
country.
no
as
need
well.
for
Just to add on to that point, in IIIT we have also this saying that every faculty is an individual startup. So that's the thing that we take on ourselves. So you bring in funds, you work with the students, you are like an individual startup, you have your research group, you work on that, right? So if you look at it, even that kind of resonates. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Just last two parting words from Professor, from yourself. I repeat, the key thing I think which would interest all of us is your American template of education system, which is reasonably successful in terms of getting, successful startups, businesses. How would you?
Let me address how we change the education system. So the entrepreneurial mindset is something that we teach in classes. Not necessarily because everybody is going to be an entrepreneur, but if I as an industry wants to hire somebody, I want somebody who will come and say, does that make business sense? If it does not make business sense, you're not an engineer. You're just a theoretician. You could be a mathematician, you could be a scientist. But unless it makes business sense, you're not an engineer. So that's the first step. Now, how do you transform education to do these things? So especially when you want to get in new technology. The problem is, in some of the cutting edge technology, there's nobody who's a graduate who's already done it. So the existing faculty have to change. So how do we do that? What we typically do is we have two options. One is to do independent study with a single student. So we have the freedom to give them a course. And it's not the student that's learning, it's the faculty that's learning with the student. We're trying to see what exactly is this new area. The second thing that happens is then we say, okay, let's offer a course at the maybe PhD level or master's level. We're still learning. We'll get more papers done. And then once we know that, this can, and I become an expert after 3-4 years, then I go and teach at the undergraduate level. So that's a transition that we typically take for education. So along with that, we also, so we can do also thesis or MTech thesis or PhD dissertation to do the same learning process. So that's the first thing. The second thing we forget is when we talk about transdisciplinary, there's been talk a lot about AI and neuroscience, but I think there should be something fundamental that is missing in our education. That is, a good student in our mind is somebody who just did their math and physics and chemistry and just continued. No, I want students who learn music. I want students who can do painting or some other science, maybe neurosciences, maybe some other things, because that blend is what makes them more successful. If you are just a pure, good student, you're not going to be successful. So I would suggest, make classical arts as part of your children's life. Not necessarily that they will be great singers or great.
I think that's what Biju is a big advocate of
Yes.
that. And thank you.
Not necessarily because they're going to be great singers. But they will learn how to appreciate singing.
Sure.
And if they want to make an AI system or a software which uses singing, at least they know the fundamentals. That knowledge has to be important.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Before Biju, you can say that, no, before I go to Biju, Madhu wanted to say something. Biju, we'd like you to conclude the whole thing. I don't want to conclude, okay, or I can too. Any parting word from your side? But before that, Madhu sir, just 1 minute from you.
No, since you mentioned about the American system of education, I wanted to add something there. In the US or in most developed countries, if you want to register for a particular course, every course has a prerequisite. And if you don't pass the prerequisite with a certain grade, you cannot register for the next course. And we used to have that system here. When I studied, to enter the 5th semester, at least you had to finish all the papers up to the 3rd semester. Before, a few years before me, you had to pass everything in one semester before you went to the next semester or next year. And then for us, to get to the 7th semester, up to the 5th had to be passed because the 6th semester results would not be out at the time. But today, in most colleges, people can carry over all the way to the 8th semester with a lot of back papers, and that brings a terrible load on the faculty because the faculty cannot teach what they're supposed to teach and in a particular semester because they don't have the prerequisites. So this is a message, even though it's not a subject which is relevant to this topic, but since the people in the DTE are here, I wanted to give this message so that if something can be done about it, it's high time that we did it.
Thank you, thank you. Biju, sorry, a professor wants to say something. Thank you, Madhu, for that.
I just want to add one more thing about the education system. Don't think that the US system is perfect because the US system works primarily on research funding. And that causes a lot of problems because if one area there's no funding, I quickly change my area. And I'll give you a very good example. So in the 1950s, the US had the best foundry makers, best casting. Everybody knew, if you wanted to make casting, you go to the Boeing engineers in Seattle, they'll make you the best casting. By 1980, the technology was lost because they stopped teaching because they were not funding it anymore. Nobody wanted to teach it. I'm in the same situation. I teach a course called Facilities Design. I'm the last one to teach in the US. So when I retire, that knowledge is gone. There's nobody doing research in that area. Nobody wants to teach.
Understood. Thank you.
Don't accept everything from the US.
That's why I use the word reasonable. Reasonably successful. I use the word reasonable. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Biju, your last thing.
So just to conclude, I think we heard everyone, each of us, sort of speaking about what we call the cutting edge technologies. There might actually be a feeling, and many a time we heard the word learnability or continuous learning. Let me just conclude by saying again from a neuroscience point of view that the human brain is not geared to learn new things. More so, the human brain is not geared to unlearn old things and learn new things. Because as part of the energy consumption, conservation part of it, to run it all at 13 watts, anything new that you hear, everyone will say that I want to learn, I'm ready to learn, but the number of people who will do the job of learning will be very, very, very small. Next week, I have a talk to all the learning leaders of one of the largest industrial conglomerate in India. That means all that company from all around are coming to Mumbai. And actually, I'm speaking. And the only topic I've been asked to do is how do we create a learning culture in our organization? So you heard about cutting edge knowledge, cutting edge technology. That's the way the world is going to go. But getting the world, the students, the faculty more so, to actually learn all these and go along with it, it's a very, very difficult task because the machine between our ears is not geared is geared for status quo.
Thank you, Biju. So on behalf of the whole panel, let me try to conclude. Very, very interesting discussions. The summary is that get prepared for a rapidly changing technological world and even life beyond that. And it's going to be difficult. There's so much of different sciences under development, technologies under development. It's going to be a challenge for all of us. How do we handle this in our daily lives? Technical education is a lot to think, a lot to collaborate with. You've got some people here you can collaborate with, right? The universities, which are doing the best, and we need to. And I think, Professor, you made that very, very interesting point. There are no benchmarks, number one. They're no perfect. And I just want to make one point here. There are a lot of areas India is doing well. So it's a right balance that you take for a sustainable future. Thank you, everyone. So we'll take questions from you. If any of you, quite a few hands going up. The mic there, please. Can somebody give the mic there? Yeah. From? Okay.
Sir, we have a training center. We have made an agreement with Gen Robotics, which is one of the topmost company in robotics. Is the robotics going to play a major pivotal role? Will it be in this medical field or in automobile or in any other field that is still not like searched?
I mean, robotics is going to play a role in almost every industry. It's not just medicine or manufacturing. It's happening everywhere, even in supply chain. When you think of Amazon, Amazon does not use people to pick parts. They're using robots to pick the parts and assemble it. So it's going to be pervasive in every aspect of your life. The reason they do that is because, one, it is much more dangerous for people to be walking and picking up stuff while others are walking. So you want robots that can work together. They send messages back and forth. And sometimes in a very congested place like New York City or Bombay, if you want to leave a lot of space, it's not possible. So robots can do this job much better than a human being. So they use robots in supply chain. They use robots in practically every other field. So it's not just manufacturing. What we teach in classes is mostly the technology part of it. What we want to do is teach the next level. That is, how can we train two different robots to work together? Can a robot work with a different machine, a lathe and then cybersecurity also comes in, because now in the world of cybersecurity, when we talk about traditional computer systems, yeah, it's a hacking problem and so on. But in manufacturing, it represents even a bigger challenge, because we may not even be able to detect that we were hacked. For example, if I'm making a big turbine and I just put a scratch inside the turbine, so nobody can visually see it, or maybe make a slight change in the dimension, I start producing bad parts, that becomes an issue. And then how was the robot hacked? All those issues can come into play.
Yeah, I just add a statement, Professor. Thank you for that. I'll just make a very interesting statement for you. If you're, who all have been watching these Elon Musk videos or many of these videos, Elon Musk has made a statement. He said he will have double the number of humans in terms of robots. And he says it will pervade every area of society. Right, wrong, I don't know. But I don't want to scare people. But this is the video. I don't know whether it's fake. But I just want to give you a statement.
When I worked with GM on a project in 1994, there were practically no robots, and they had about 2,300 people doing the assembly of the cars. In 2010, when I was working with with a different GM plant, they had only about 30 manufacturing people. Everything else was robotics. Welding was done by robots. Everything was done by robots, and then the 30 people were just making sure that it came out very well.
Yeah, that's why you have from this entire panel, the key point that's coming out is we will have to strike some balance somewhere, and that's going to happen. That's going to happen. Thank you.
Can I ask? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
What's your opinion about introducing entrepreneurship from the beginning? I feel introducing entrepreneurship, etc., is ideal only after some 7th or 8th semester, not in the beginning, because these guys do not study the fundas. Then that is the main problem we are facing. So we should not allow any student to do entrepreneurship or innovation club or attend to seminars. They are very busy in attending to competitions. One college will start some competition and they will be preparing for that. They will not be studying. Google is the main book they are referring. They are not referring the textbooks. Textbooks or research papers are totally different. So that is not being referred today. Even the faculty is not referring. They are simply encouraging people to go to these so-called project Sundays. They don't get it. Some faculty members do not even know that what project their students are doing. They get simply for signing they come, just like clerks.
Noted, sir.
That's bad.
Noted. Yeah, Madhu.
So there are many colleges which are starting entrepreneurship courses from the very beginning. For example, in Karunya University, where I teach, 10 credits are for entrepreneurship courses. Of the 160 credits that UGC mandates for a UG student, we are mandating 10 credits to be in entrepreneurship. 6 of them in pure entrepreneurship, and 4 of them are overlapping entrepreneurship and technology together. So many colleges are doing that, and almost every university have a entrepreneurship development cell, or known by some other name. Some form of that activity does happen in many colleges, is my understanding. And Dr. Krishnan here, who was sitting here, he is the head of the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Cell in Karunya. And I believe the IEDCs in Kerala also do some similar work, and they do exist, is what my understanding is.
We note your point. How I would like to react is a contrarian view to the, more in line with what Madhu sir has said. So look at it from a different perspective altogether. You know, somebody who's doing his engineering is very good at filmmaking. So if you take, see, it's a question of possibly how you look at life. Okay, it's an endless debate. I think we'll have to stop here on account of time. The point is, I think there are multiple ways of looking at it. I personally think there's no harm trying to do such things. I think we'll have a one-off discussion on this, sir. Okay. No perfect answers to this. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else?
So we talked about all positive points, you know, everything. I may say there are few practical issues. For example, I bought my first autonomous car in America in 2018. It was a Ford car, F-150. In 2018, I drove the car, you know, I could able to sleep. Here, the infrastructure is ready or not? That is one question. Second question is, you know, we were talking about the automation part. I worked in Boeing St. Louis plant. So they do the flight plane simulations. I work there. What they do is they will make the simulation program. We will create a cloud. Then within another 5 minutes, we will create thousands of cloud. Then we will feed the parameters. And within 1 day, we will have all the data ready. Within a week, they will have the, you know, full data ready for the production. Are we ready for that infrastructure here?
I'll try to answer this question very quickly for you. Your first one, whether infrastructure is ready, you know, I'll smile and tell you, you know the answer. Okay, number one. Number two, to what are you ready? I'll put it this way to you. Life is a journey. Life is a journey, number one. Number two, you have to work towards such transformation. So it's for policymakers and technocrats and all to come together to build a vision and a roadmap. And this is what we do at Toyota. Okay, you make your vision and a roadmap and ruthlessly work on it to be able to do it. Otherwise, we can keep talking on this again and again. That's my answer. Yeah, please.
Hello. Yeah. From the autonomous perspective, I mean, my center, we have 2,000 engineers who work only on autonomous vehicles, right? So we do autonomous, fully automated cars for the US as well as the European market. But if you look at the India market, it is not fully ready infrastructure-wise. So what we could have is something like an L2 plus automation. For this year, you will see a launch in 2025. We are working on it. Middle of the year, you will have an L2 plus car which does automated parking with one of the Indian OEMs. So that's something which we are ready. But if you ask me whether you are ready for a driverless car with a cow crossing the road, with not having traffic lanes, with 5G infrastructure not in place in remote places of India, this doesn't happen. But you will have partially things which are assisted driving functions will come to India in 2024 already. Mahindra just launched 2 vehicles. MG launched 2 vehicles. And we will have Tata and Mahindra coming up with new vehicles in 2025 as well. So partly assisted driving functions will come.
Just to add to the second question that you asked, so that's one area that I'm contributing to. We work on something called digital twins, right? I didn't want to touch upon it because it was already an overkill. So we are collaborating with Government of India, and we have recently worked with ZF, right? We created a digital twin for water utility network in smart city, right? Where we do every simulation in a cloud-based system, and we just see if everything is working, and then we go for the real deployment. So it was tried, and we got the IMC, Indian Mobile Congress, we got the Best Educational Institute Exhibit Award from the Government of India for that work recently, right? So yeah, there are a lot of efforts going on, and government has also created something called the Sangam Digital Twin, which is a huge project where we are also involved as an institute, where the idea is to create this digital twin. So there is also a great push that is happening from the government of India, just to add on. Yeah, thanks.
I think we'll have to take the last question. Yeah.
Hello. Sir, I have two questions. One is you have been talking about gasification of plastic. So I would like to know about dioxins which are produced during plastic combustion. Can you completely remove the dioxins?
Yeah. So dioxins, for production of dioxins, you need two conditions. One is excess oxygen. So excess oxygen is there only in incineration processes where you have excess air and therefore excess oxygen for dioxins to be formed. And gasification, we always operate in a substoichiometric oxygen atmosphere. So there is not enough oxygen for everything to get oxidized. Only when there's excess oxygen, chlorine can get oxidized and produce dioxins. So in gasification process, dioxin does not get produced. Whereas in incineration, it is produced. But then, just because dioxins are produced, it is not, you can't rule out incineration. Incineration is a technology that has been used for more than 50 years in developed countries, and there are methods to clean it. The problem is when you don't clean it. Dioxins can be formed, furans can be formed, they are carcinogenic, but there are very, very well established methods to capture them and contain them.
Sir, one more question. We have the National Green Hydrogen Policy by Government of India. So are there any startups which have come up with green hydrogen production?
Yes, they do. In fact, the Government of India has announced a 19,000 crore program for production of green hydrogen. But today, the bulk of the green hydrogen technologies that people are working on is still based on electrolysis. And the reason why it's called green is because the electrolysis is, the energy for electrolysis comes from solar. That's why it's green. But then we should look beyond that. We should look at other alternatives to produce hydrogen truly in a green manner, because electrolysis is after all, it's a very, very energy intensive process. Just because it comes from solar, calling it green, in my opinion, is not right. But that is the definition given here, and most people are still working on electrolysis. But as academicians, there are a lot of alternative technologies to produce green hydrogen, and that's what you should focus on. For example, algae-based hydrogen. India has a lot of water resources which are today polluted, but if the algae that grows in those polluted water bodies can be utilized for producing hydrogen by biophotolysis or other methods, then you have very viable technologies, and that can be scaled up as well.
Madhu, I think we'll have to conclude. We have heavily, thank you. I hope that answers you. So thank you so much, everyone, and for patiently listening. My apologies, our apologies on behalf of the group. Okay, so thank you.
So the discussion has witnessed flying of thoughts and different ideas, which the panelist has truly riveted and well navigated by the moderator. And at the end, we can all say that the only thing that remains constant in the industry is change. And every change comes with a challenge and a choice. So now it's the duty of the technical education department whether to phase or to raise the technology, cutting edge technologies ahead. So that's all for the day. Thank you all for the wonderful session. May I now request the Senior Joint Director, Dr. Jayaprakash P., to kindly do the honors and honor the speakers. May I now request all the panelists and the moderator to please join us for a photograph. Kindly join us for a group photo, please. We are overshooting the time, so I request all of you to please have your tea and kindly get back as early as possible because we were supposed to start at
renewable energy technology, business consulting and training, and also the winner of Kerala State Youth Icon Award 2015. He holds a degree in electrical and electronics engineering from GEC Wayanad and has also completed MBA from Annamalai University. Known for their visionary leadership and commitment to sustainability, he has built a company that is not only focused on technological advancements, but also on making a positive environmental impact. Since its inception, Vasa Energy has grown into a recognizable force in the field of sustainable development. Under his leadership, Vasa Energy has achieved market expansion as well as product innovations, along with fostering a culture of excellence and collaboration. His unwavering commitment ensures continued success in the future.
Good evening, all. So, ഈ ഒരു ആംബിയൻസിൽ it would be better to use Malayalam. I think so. വേറൊന്നുമല്ല, ഏതൊരു പ്രോഗ്രാം ആണെങ്കിലും ആഫ്റ്റർനൂൺ സെഷനിൽ എല്ലാവരും ക്ഷീണിതരായിരിക്കും. പിന്നെ നമ്മൾ വളരെ സ്ട്രക്ചേർഡായി ടെക്നിക്കലി ഡയലോഗ് ചെയ്താലേ ആളുകൾക്ക് ഉറക്കം വരും, ആരും കേൾക്കില്ല. മലയാളികളല്ലാത്ത ആരും ഇല്ലല്ലോ? എനിബഡി? ഓക്കെ, then no way. So I am a startup founder, and when addressing students and academic audience, I usually say Vatsa Energy was a higher secondary startup. It was not even an engineering startup. It was not even a college startup. I got the idea of floating solar technology when I was a higher secondary student while reading an article by Dr. R.V.G. Menon. I think many of you have a clear understanding about who Dr. R.V.G. Menon is. So he proposed a concept. It was in 2008. Like Kerala is having a lot of water resources, dams, lakes, and backwaters. So we can tap the potential of these water bodies while putting power plants, floating solar power plants on its surface. That will save a lot of land. And in that particular article, he said one more thing. Solar is not sustainable in all conditions. When you're placing panels on a rooftop, it is sustainable. When it's being placed on a factory rooftop, again sustainable. But when it's being placed on a fertile land, which can be utilized for agriculture or can be utilized for construction of factories, that's not sustainable. And when we are coming to the water bodies, while putting the power plants on the surface, that will give many benefits, like it will reduce maintenance costs. It will increase the overall power efficiency while reducing the operating temperature, the natural cooling of water. Again, the dust accumulation will be less. And of course, it will reduce water evaporation significantly. Nearly 60% of the water evaporation can be minimized. And that will be very helpful in northern states and countries like Uganda, Somalia, Nigeria, where the rain is very short. So it was an idea. And when I joined Wayanad Engineering College, I started experiments. And my story and my 4 years in Wayanad Engineering College is the best example of how the startup ecosystem is evolving in Kerala and how technical educational institutions can nourish the culture. In 2010, when I was in Wayanad Government Engineering College, it was a very mad idea. At that time, I said, I'm going to put some panels in water bodies like water lilies. And in between the panels, I will allow boats, tourism. It was a wide concept. Almost all people were laughing. But fortunately, I got an opportunity to stand like this in the seminar hall of Wayanad Engineering College in an evening. At that time, there was an organization, an unstructured organization was there. The name was We Create. Very few teachers and students, just to share their wide and foolish ideas. And the backbone was Mr. Dr. Tajuddin Ahmad. He's here. Currently, he is the director of CAPE. And I presented the concept. Everyone just laughed. But after the presentation, few teachers, including Dr. Tajuddin Ahmad, said, it's a possibility. If we can work out, that will change the industry. See, we can motivate someone in different ways. But we cannot predict which type of motivation is being triggered in someone's mind. Actually, that motivation triggered me. And the year 2010 was very significant to the global startup ecosystem. In 2010, this Facebook launched. And the media were wishing rest in peace to Orkut. And during that time, the Kerala media, mainly the mainstream media, started reporting about startups. The word startups was very new to the Kerala ecosystem, the Kerala education system. And while reading all these reports, our concept was any good idea can be funded. If you are having a good idea, you will get plenty of funds. That was the concept. It was a wrong concept and a misleading concept. I met many investors. And today I can say they were not pure startup investors. They were just wealthy people of business background, of some NRI background. And when I visit these guys, they will tap on the back. Good, very good. It is scalable, outstanding. But when we are discussing about the funding needs, okay, it's good, but it's not proven yet. And being a proven entrepreneur or a proven NRI, I cannot put all my money in an upcoming technology even before its proof of concept, even before its first implementation. It means in the first round, I failed drastically to convince my investors. I just convert my idea, but I never discussed its profitability, its scalability, and of course, its future. I never discussed how these investors are going to be benefited, how they can earn their money back. It was not there. But as a teenager, I immediately decided I will earn the money myself. I'm not going to pitch before any investors. Again, it was a wrong decision. I did many jobs, many part-time jobs. During the college days, I was a physics teacher in some tuition centers. I ran 2 coffee shops. And during that time, I had a food startup, Vatsa Food Products. At that time, this name Vatsa came. After the success of my energy startup, many people have asked, Vatsa, is it related to the word Watts? No, of course not. V for Varamplakal, my house name. A and T, Ajay Thomas. Myself, Thomas is my father. S for Sheila, my mother. And Aruna and Akhila, my elder brother and younger sister. That's WhatsApp. So WhatsApp food products, it was a failure. Again, at that time, tourism was booming in Wayanad. I found some opportunities in real estates. I started WhatsApp real estates. Again, a failure. I was an active trader from 2010 to 14. But, but I earned very limited money, very limited. And with that profit, I cannot even stay in a 4-star hotel for a single day. But finally, these 4 years, it was a training period for me. Many of the colleagues were laughing. Some of the teachers also were laughing, but very few, like Dr. Tajuddin Ahmed, Dr. Anil B, they stood very stronger behind the team, and some of my friends also. And during that time, I got a girlfriend. She was also interested. And now, she's my life partner and a director of the company. And after my graduation, nearly in 2014, I got the opportunity to present the idea before Shivashankar IAS. At that time, he was the chairman of KSEB through Startup Village, the initial form of Kerala Startup Mission. They selected the idea for funding. Immediately after my graduation, I started doing project at Banasura Sagar. And at that time, a guest lecturer of Wayanad Engineering College, who was my mechanical engineering teacher in the first year, he was working somewhere in Trichy. He resigned and joined the team as a director. Till now, he's continuing as the director. So I said in the initial phase, like, my story of WhatsApp Energy is nothing but an example for how engineering institutions or how technical educations can motivate students, how they can support students, and how they can create better and better startups. So what I got from the ideation stage, I got a strong mental support from the college. Second, I got infrastructure. In the initial days, Wayanad Engineering College canteen was my office. Next, when the technology business incubator established there, I got a space. That was the second thing. And later, when I started raising funds, many teachers, many alumni, including 3 principals, 3 former principals, decided to invest in the company. They put their own money, their own hard-earned money. And this, some of them said, it's not about profit. It's about ideology. If I cannot believe the capability of my students, who else can? Similarly, if you cannot believe the capabilities and the passion of your children, who else can? So I got all this. And similarly, my family never asked for money. They never asked for something else. They just let me go like what I wish. And finally, in 2016, January, we completed India's first on-grid floating solar power plant at Banasura Sagar Dam. In the next year, 2017, we were starting working for Malaysian government. Currently, WhatsApp Energy is a consulting firm working for many public sector companies and corporates, including National Hydropower Corporation, Gujarat State Electricity Corporation, KSEB, and we have completed planning and engineering of around 6 gigawatt of projects. And last year, our R&D team has secured a patent for an integrated solar roofing technology. This WhatsApp Power Roof. We have not commercialized it yet. Waiting for some more updations. We are doing research in commercial biogas production, carbon capturing, as well as in green hydrogen. We have certain plans for the next 10 to 20 years. And our current valuation is, any guess? Any guess? It will be not less than 5 to 6 million US dollars. And after describing all these success stories, all these statistics, I can once again say proudly and loudly that it was a success created by the public education infrastructure of Kerala. And in our research initiatives, from where we got all the funds, through Startup Mission, through KSIDC, I see more teachers than students in this audience. So I have to say, you have to communicate the opportunities like KFC, KSIDC, Kerala Startup Mission to your students. That's very important. If they're having some bold ideas, some workable ideas, the government is ready to fund. Again, the Startup India scheme by central government, you can get plenty of funds. But the thing is, the students, the young innovators should not make the same mistake what I made in the initial phase. When you're going for a presentation, for a pitch, some basic details should be communicated. What's the idea? Why it's relevant? What change it will bring in the society, in the day-to-day life of the common man, in the day-to-day life of the future generations? And what is the uniqueness? What's the benefits compared to other technologies or other companies? And what's your actual passion? And how much money you need? Is your money requirement is logical? Have you planned its utilization? And the most important thing, how you are planning to accommodate the investor. Will you offer them a bought seat? Will you offer some convertible debentures or convertible notes? Will you offer them an early stage exit? This is very important. So, I think my time is almost over. Okay. My time is almost over, I think. Okay. So, one more thing before the conclusion. The most important quality that a startup founder requires not patience, not money, not idea, but it's scientific thinking. When a problem arises, you have to address it scientifically. It may have different reasons. You can simply blame the faith. You can simply blame the team. You can simply blame others. And when you are creating a success, again you can simply praise the circumstances. But all startups, all successful entrepreneurs address the issues like an issue. If I am just falling down here, you may have multiple reasons. If I am here with empty stomach, maybe the reason for a falling. Again, a construction error of the steps, some water, again, maybe a heart attack, maybe a stroke. You can list down 10 or 15 or 20 reasons. But which is the actual reason? We have to examine. And we have to find out a solution for that particular reason. And every problem is different. Every problem is unique in a business or in our life. So in all talk sessions, I will ask students and young innovators to keep scientific temper in their mind. And being the teachers, you can nourish the culture of problem solving. You can communicate the opportunities. Thank you. Thank you very much. And if there anything to ask, please. Multiple failures.
The failures did not you did not get frustrated due to failure. Why?
Actually, as a man, as a human being, I will be frustrated in failures. That's common. But the thing was, when I failed in stock market, when I failed in real estate, I started learning why. Why all my endeavors are being failed and some others being successful. And at that time, I list down the possibilities. Maybe it's due to my inability of managing funds, inability of managing employees, inability of controlling emotions, inability of knowing the markets, multiple reasons. But when you are facing an initial failure, it will bring you to a state of, state of depression like thing. And at that time, all fingers will be towards you. You will find all problem is mine. At that time, when when we are hearing some news like in Middle East, some bomb blast occurred, immediately at that time that also caused by me. it was such a situation. But after listing down all these possibilities, I started striking out certain things. And just to increase my confidence, it was something solid that was needed. And I started an experiment. I visited nearby bakeries and coffee shops multiple times and found that, have you heard about Elunda and Kadalamittai? These two were two hot selling products in that particular bakeries and cool bars. And I made a calculation, like the manufacturers are manufacturing it at a cost of 4 rupees per packet. And it's getting to the retailer at 8 rupees per packet. And they are selling it to the end customer for 12 rupees per packet. It was my calculation. And just to increase my confidence, I decided to prove this. I bought these raw materials from Karnataka. Since it was a low quantity, I got it on a higher price, but I calculated the price for bulk quantities. I started manufacturing it, and in night time, again I failed. When I mixed this jaggery as well as gingerly, it was like നമ്മൾ സാമ്പാർ ഇട്ട് ചോറ് കുഴച്ചിങ്ങനെ വാരും ഇടയിൽ കൂടെ ചാടി പോകുന്ന അവസ്ഥ. It was not solid. And at that time, again, this scientific temper helped me. My mother came. She said, ഒരു പരുവുണ്ടതിന് ഒറ്റ നൂൽ പരുവം. You may have aware. When you are pouring the jaggery mix, it should be like a thread without breaking. Simply physics and chemistry. And I started manufacturing it. And I was successful to manufacture around 10 packets per night at this 4 rupees per packet. That increased my confidence. And immediately after that success, I stopped that. My dream was to build floating solar. But from that point of time, I decided in every problem, I have to identify the exact reason. Again, when we are thinking about the solutions, they will have multiple options. But we should choose the right one, the most cost-effective one, the solution with less impact on others, less impact on the system. That's why I asked, we can build a next generation with scientific temper, and we can motivate them to address problems in business, in any leadership role, or even in personal life in such a manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay. Thank you, Ajay, for sharing your insights on your entrepreneurship journey, and also thanking you for making time for coming to this program on short notice. So now I invite Dr. Sevi JS, Joint Director at the Director of Technical Education, to give a token of our appreciation on behalf of UDYAMA 1.0. So now let's turn our head to Vishal Nair, who is the Project Manager, R&D, Medical and Mobility, Gen Robotics Innovations Private Limited.
Vishal Nair, Project Manager at Gen Robotics Medical and Mobilities Research and Development Division in India and the UK. He has vast expertise in academics, research and project management. He was previously a professor at MES College of Engineering in Kuttipura. He exhibited his devotion to innovation and entrepreneurship by serving as a nodal officer of IEDC under the Kerala Startup Mission at the same institution. Beyond his academic and managerial roles, he is deeply involved in pioneering research in the field of renewable energy. He is currently conducting research at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham in Coimbatore, where he contributes to the development of sustainable and eco-friendly solutions for the future.
Good evening. Thank you for the wonderful evening. Thank you the coordinators of UDYAMA for giving Gen Robotics an opportunity to present our journey before you. So it was in the year 2015, the journey of Gen Robotics was beginning. It is at MES College of Engineering where me started my career as professor in Department of Mechanical Engineering and the nodal officer of IEDC under Kerala Startup Mission. Gen Robotics was the first startup registered at our IEDC MES College of Engineering under Kerala Startup Mission. Me being the nodal officer of IEDC and Gen Robotics being the first startup, it was a great pleasure for me, because we at this point of time never thought about Gen Robotics coming to such a profile. So in 2015, apart from the academic project, my students, they were doing apart from academic projects, say for a robot called Generation 1. That was a simple robot which you can see in the screen, a yellow one. So after that, in the year 2016, we got fund from Kerala Startup Mission. As a part, they sanctioned around 50,000 rupees. With that amount, we created a Generation 2 robot, which is the red color one, which you can see in the screen. So it was the two robot, Generation 1 and Generation 2, from which the name evolved as Gen Robotics. Gen stands for generation and rest is robotics, Gen Robotics. So actually, the aim of building Generation 1 as well as Generation 2 was fabrication of an exoskeleton. Then we have researched, or the R&D was about building a exoskeleton for paraplegic patients. And related to that, an article was published at American Society of Research. And we got a patent in robotic exoskeleton. After that, in the year 2017, there was an incident in Calicut where two drainage cleaners or the manual scavengers fall into death because of inhaling the toxic gases from the manhole. So an auto driver, Naushad, was approaching to the manhole and he saw that two people were drowning into the manhole. He tried to make them escape, but unfortunately, including Naushad, two of the workers from Andhra Pradesh was died. That was a shocking news for the entire community. So we thought of making a research on why this manual scavenging is happening, even though it was banned in 2013. Actually, 2013, government has introduced a law to eradicate manual scavenging. But in 2017, even in Kerala, manual scavenging is happening. This was the article related to the death happened around the world as well as in India. According to the scenario, one manual scavenging death in every 5 days is the official data. Like in every 5 days, one person who is into the manual scavenging work is not with us. So more than 1,000 plus death happened according to the cases of 2023. We were thinking about how to go to space and build, even cultivating something. I believe that was the scenario, but we are not looking into what is happening around us. So we built a robot which is called as Bandicoot. Do someone know what is Bandicoot actually mean? What is Bandicoot? നമ്മൾ ഈ പെരിച്ചാഴി എന്ന് പറയുന്നില്ലേ, പെരിച്ചാഴിയുടെ ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് വേർഡാണ് ബാൻഡിക്കൂട്ട് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. പെരിച്ചാഴി എന്താ ചെയ്യുന്നത്? ഈ കുഴിയിൽ പോയിട്ട് മണ്ണെല്ലാം മാന്തി എടുക്കുന്നില്ലേ, ഇത് സെയിം അത് തന്നെയാണ് ബാൻഡിക്കൂട്ടിൻ്റെ ഓപ്പറേഷൻ ഈസ് ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് സെയിം ടു ദാറ്റ്. സോ വി നെയിംഡ് ഇറ്റ് as Bandicoot. The Bandicoot version 1 was launched by Honorable CM in 2018 February. So after that, we supplied Bandicoot robot to Kerala Water Authority. Actually, Kerala's manhole is under the custody of Kerala Water Authority, and we have Kerala Water Authority manholes in Trivandrum, then Calicut, Kochi, latest in Guruvayur. So all manholes are now being cleaned with the help of Bandicoot robot. So, yeah, thank you. Not only in India, when we researched across the world, the scenario of world is that even in the developed countries like US or UK or Canada, they are still following the manual scavenging apart from the robotic. So we came to know that Bandicoot was the world's first robotic scavenger. So we are very proud to say that Bandicoot belongs to Gen Robotics and it was the world's first robotic scavenger. So in the later stage of 2018 October, we have launched Bandicoot version 2, which was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister in Delhi. So till now, we have deployed Bandicoot around 19 states and 3 union territories of India. So this is the world's first robotic scavenger bandicoot. I have a small video of that. Audio, please. Music മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. No more explanation. You can see the video. So this is the bandicoot which goes into the manhole. It can go up to 10 meters of depth because manhole is designed in such a way. It has robotic leg to ensure the stability. Even the legs of bandicoot can clean the solid waste. It can carry up to 100 to 125 kg of weight. So without intervention of human, a robot can enter into the manhole and clean all the debris in the manhole. So this was about bandicoot. This was a case study from India, particularly from Kerala. The left one was before 2016. It was a manual scavenger whose job was to enter into the manhole and clean all the debris over there. And 2017 on the right side, the man who entered into the manhole was the operator of Bandicoot now. So his life has been changed. So still now in certain part of India, manual scavenging is the job assigned to some caste of people. They are supposed to do that kind of job. They are not allowed to do any other job. So so our aim is to eradicate the complete manhole manual scavenging and introduce a robot to eradicate manual scavenging. So for a research purpose, we usually go to Kerala Water Authority sewage treatment plant in Kuriyati, Trivandrum. To simplify the bandicoot, we have built a smaller version of bandicoot and we named as Bandicoot Mini, which is electrically powered as well as solar powered. Bandicoot Mini, which is electrically powered as well as solar powered. Then we had request from Corporation of Chennai to implement the bandicoot over a vehicle so that it will be easy for them to transport bandicoot to different places and have operation. So we have integrated bandicoot into a vehicle and we name it as Bandicoot Mobility Plus. Then this is the launched on last Thursday at Trivandrum Adani International Airport. We are using these kind of wheelbar or the robot to clean the confined spaces. Confined spaces in the sense, bandicoot can only be deployed into the vertical holes, but wheelbar can travel to how much distance depend on the customer need. I believe, yeah, the first wheelbar was deployed to the Malaysian government and the second one was recently launched at Trivandrum International Airport. This is the product wheelbar. It can go to then we went into research of a device which is used to inspect the pipelines. So we have developed a product which is called as G Mamba. Mamba means poisonous snake. So it's similar to snake. It can go to the pipe and inspect whether there is any leak or kind of thing. Then comes the G Mammoth. G Mammoth is nothing but a suction cum jetting vehicle which is used to clean the manholes. Actually, G Mammoth was deployed to Kochi Info Park during the last flood. So all these comes under the sanitation segment. So we have A to Z product in General Robotics, which is used to clean the different kind of sanitation or the clean tech related jobs. Then the next vertical of Gen Robotics is Gen Robotic Oil and Gas Private Limited. Gen Robotics Oil and Gas works for Indian Oil Corporation for their rig or the oil well cleaning. This is the Draco, which is under our R&D for IOCL. This Draco has been used for the tragedy which happened 2-3 months back. I mean, on July in Amay and Jantode. We deployed Draco to check whether the person, I mean, Joy's dead body or the body can be found or not. So it's under R&D and it's being manufacturing for Indian Oil Corporation. Next is the G Beetle. G Beetle, actually we developed it for Sharjah municipality to clean the skyscrapers, because we know that in Dubai or the UAE, all buildings are 50 or 60 or 100 floor high, and humans are intervening to clean the skyscrapers. So we have developed a G Beetle for them. And Airavati is under our R&D for stormwater cleaning. Stormwater in the sense the drainage which we see very close to our highways or the road. Then G-Gateries is our flagship product, which has been launched 2 years back. It's in Trivandrum. It's in SP Welford Hospital, General Hospital Trivandrum, KIMS Trivandrum, Amrita Kochi, Aster Calicut, and Tunnel Kannur. We have deployed 6 G-Gators. G-Gator is a device which is used to reduce the effort of physiotherapist and improve the walking pattern of the patients. Actually, there is a competitor kind of device, G-Gator, from Switzerland. So compared to that, we have introduced some more features so that it can be sold over entire world. So currently we are into Kerala market, and probably by this year or by February or January, we will be entering into the outside Kerala market. So G-Gator is developed to improve the lower body extremity of a person. So example, if a person is suffered from cerebral injuries or accident kind of thing, their gait pattern or the walking pattern will be changed. So we can use G-Gator kind of device to improve their walking pattern. So this comes under Gen Robotics Medical and Mobility. It's deployed in General Hospital. Yeah, actually Gen Robotics Medical and Mobility, which myself work, is registered in UK, and its headquarters is in UK and its office is in Trivandrum. Then this is the next or the future robots, which we termed as GenBot and G-Bot. GenBot is in our R&D, and it has been R&D has been completed, and we did almost it took nearly 2 years of R&D to complete the GenBot. GenBot is used in different MSME sector operations, and for we are improving our R&D for using GenBot to defense purpose. Then these are our main streamline products, which Bandicoot Mini, Mobility Plus, and G-Gator, and other products which I described, like Exoskeleton, G Mammoth, Airavati, G Beetle comes under R&D. Then these are the various awards and recognition received for Gen Robotics and Medical Mobility too. Then this is our AI Research Center in Technopark, and our manufacturing plant. We have 2 manufacturing plants, one at Kinfra Trivandrum, another at KSIDC Palakkad. This is our journey from which 2015 invention of Generation 1 and Generation 2, and by 2017 Gen Robotics is registered as Gen Robotic Innovations Private Limited startup. Then we got our first seed funding in the year 2017, and by 2018 Bandicoot version 1 was launched, and the same year October Bandicoot 2.0 was launched, and the year next to it 2019 we received the prestigious Amrit Award for promising innovative solution for eliminating manual scavenging. Then we entered into gen robotics or the oil and gas sector, and we received pre-seed funding in the year 2020 from Anand Mahindra, and we got the National Startup Award in the same year. In 2021, post-COVID, we registered Gen Robotics Medical and Mobility. And in 2022, we got pre-seed Series A funding from Zoho, Sridharji. And it was the same year we have launched G-Gator. And in 2023, we received a Forbes Asia Under 30 award. And we have introduced versions of Bandicoot like Bandicoot Mini, Bandicoot Vehicle Mount, we call it as Bandicoot Mobility Plus, and etc. And in 2024, we have launched Wilbur, and probably by next month, we will be launching pediatric version of G-Gator. So this is our journey. So being the professor of my students at MES College of Engineering and nodal officer of IDC MES College of Engineering, they hired me, and being now I'm being the project manager of Gen Robotics, R&D, Medical and Mobility. So that's our journey. Thank you. If you have any queries, please feel free to ask. Recently, we have extended our R&D to at Ilahia College of Engineering as a part of campus industrial park. So our aim was to develop the similar R&D at various parts all over India to expand our R&D facility. Yes, sir. Sir, motivation to change from?
Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Then
Best.
what was the attraction?
Yes, sir.
What motivated you?
Yes, sir. Nice question. Being the professor at college, I was very close to work with Gen Robotics because it was my first startup being the nodal officer there. And in later stage, after starting Gen Robotics, I was their mentor. And after 2 years, 3 years, they were asking me to shift from Trivandrum to, from Malappuram to Trivandrum because my hometown is Trivandrum. I feel like teaching being the safest and comfortable job. I believe that. Till now, I believe that. We will get enough time for a kind of research or something. We will get enough time, to be very frank. So I was in such a mood, and later, 2.5 years back, again Vimal was calling me, sir, come and join with us because we are in your hometown. So I thought of, okay, I need to shift because Toronto is my hometown, and I have a daughter, she is sitting in front of you. So I have to leave her and being there. So I thought, okay, come and join. But now I feel that I'm very comfortable in Gen Robotics because I have my freedom. I learned many more things, and I'm with them. That's it, sir.
First of all, congratulations for the wonderful array of products that you
Thank
have
you.
developed.
Thank you, sir.
I also wanted to know, being manufacturing in India, compared to the other robotics companies across the world, do you have a significant cost advantage, and how does that help in marketing and selling your products worldwide?
Yes, sir. So apart from the cost, we get support from the various government of India, various government and various state government of India, because government is our customer, because no public person is going to buy our product. So we are very close to work with the government, and they are giving us very support for us. But as sir mentioned, there is a cost advantage if we develop our product. Example, in China, sometimes it may cost less than half, which we are spending in our India. But believing that Bandicoot is a product which is completely made in India. So Make in India product has its own advantage when we sell the same product in India. Because government will be buying the product under GEM, government e-market. So in such category, I believe we are not able to sell if our product is manufactured in India, or the government will not buy if the product is manufactured in India or US or Switzerland or whatever maybe. So being in India, we feel like advantage, but in some state of India takes time to give us back money. That's it. But we are safe. We are comfortable. Thank you, sir. So thank you for being a good listener. Thank you.
So thank you, Vishal, so for sharing your experiences and showing a lot about the Gen Robotics. So now I invite Dr. Shalish PR, Director, TTE, Kerala, for presenting the memento on behalf of UDYAMA 1.0. So next up, we have the brilliant mind behind the Deep Flow Technologies Private Limited, Mr. Atri Anand, so who is the co-founder and CEO of this Deep Flow Technologies Private Limited.
Atri Anand, the visionary CEO and co-founder of Deep Flow Technologies Private Limited. Since founding the company, he has driven its success by fostering a culture of innovation, positioning Deep Flow Technologies at the forefront. He holds a BTech degree in Electronics and Communication Engineering from GEC Kannur, along with executive education from IIM Bangalore. He has previously worked with Byju's as Business Development Associate. During his bachelor's in Electronics and Communication Engineering, he has led the students and technical organizations to state and national accolades, recognitions within a short span of its relaunch, and was awarded the best student leader in the state for the same.
So, good evening, all. So, thank you for this opportunity for giving us, in this August gathering to share our journey. So, what I'll do is I'll just be as candid as possible and share our experience right away. So, basically, as you have in the introduction, you have heard that. Myself started my journey at GC Kannur. So I'll start from there. So basically, GC Kannur is my phase 0 of my entrepreneurship journey. So basically, as I mentioned earlier, I started my BTech at GC Kannur. So initial years was like exploring a lot of ideas, interacting with a lot of students, among peers and all. And later I got into this area of organizing events, managing teams, etc. So in this gathering, everyone is familiar of this Indian Society for Technical Education, right? ISTE. So I was the chairman back there. And that gave me a lot of experience. I was also a fresher at that time. So relaunching a chapter in a GEC is pretty challenging, right? So that was one of my most challenging and phase 0 of my entrepreneurship journey. And later on, the same team with a lot of new faces, with a exciting new talent, actually, we ventured into organizing a TEDx event in GC Kannur. Which was actually a game changer for all of us. I have a lot of familiar faces in front of me. Chiprakash sir, ma'am, Suraj sir, Vandana ma'am, everyone is here. So these people are actually part of my journey as well. So they might be very familiar of this TEDx GC Kannur that happened in 2018. So that was a big game changer for all of us, for my batchmates, for my friends, for my juniors, everyone. Along with that, organizing all these events, managing teams, organizing international events. Along with that, we kind of, basically I'm a kind of an orator, or kind of a person who loves to speak, right? So I always wanted to be part of a team which actually innovates. So in my college days, there was a team which was set up. I was not actually part of the initial team, but later on I joined the pack, and the same team actually didn't have any kind of, any kind of specific focus areas to solve for, but we kind of figured it out in the end. But at that time, we kind of participated in every kind of hackathons that happened in and across Kerala, in nook and corners of the country, and even abroad on an online mode. So all these experiences back in college actually gave us a great foundation, actually gave me a great foundation to arrive at this particular experience, which is, learning life lessons, learning lessons for life. So you all know that an entrepreneur's journey is not quite, quite joyous, or it has its own ups and downs. So basically, my journey, or our journey at GC Kannur, was specifically like, to be very honest, it was literally like this. So we had more ups, we had more downs than more ups. So which in a hindsight, we kind of figured out that this is a life of an entrepreneur. So basically, what I'm trying to convey is that during our college days in GC Kannur, with a lot of these voluntary as well as management experiences, and even during that time, as I mentioned earlier, I was part of a startup, or a kind of a team that participated in a lot of events. Most of the time, we didn't win any awards, but later on, we kind of figured it out, and we are in the space right now. So that actually paved a way to actually build a career path for me. So that was my phase 0 of my entrepreneurship journey. And later on, after college, I got placed at Byju's, and I was, as I mentioned earlier, I am very passionate about people and management and sales, and I was placed at Byju's for sales. And this was another milestone in my journey, where I kind of unlearned a lot of stuff, and then kind of relearned, and I kind of figured out a way to speak very concise, right? So that was a big learning that I got from Byju's, from my sales experience on ground, speaking to customers, selling product to customers. And then later on, Byju's, the other biggest lesson I got from Byju's, from my short stint at Byju's, was how to handle rejections, right? That's a big life lesson that you need to learn, especially if you are in an entrepreneurship journey. So this was very key in my entrepreneurship journey, Byju's and the corporate experience that I got, and especially the team I got. The first manager that I reported to, Mr. Christie, he was he was our go-to man. And there I learned a lot of stuff about managing teams in a corporate or in an organized culture, right? So that was my phase 1. And later on, we all, if you are a management enthusiast and kind of a person who want to solve for the people, or even to sell products, you always have dreamt of being or studying at a top B school in the country, right? So that also happened to me. So this was also a part of my entrepreneurship journey. So that happened to me on a very, very, lucky manner, so that our startup got incubated at IIM Bangalore, at NSRCL IIM Bangalore. So there we kind of studied a lot of basics of management, right? How to pitch to a customer, how to get to how to build a business model, how to generate revenue. So although there were a lot of classroom sessions going on, we had a lot of interactions with the peer communities, with the consultants there. And most of the professors there back there was consultants at big consulting firms, or even they had a lot of management experience in their bag as well. So that helped us, or helped me in person, to learn a lot of thing about business, because business is a different ballgame, right? So being in a startup or being in a college is a different thing. When you are solving for a particular customer or building a business, is a different ballgame. So this actually gave us a great opening in front of our customers, in front of our partners and collaborators, or even institutions in general as well. So, and these are the three milestones or three pillars of how I would describe my entrepreneurship journey panned out. Initially was GC Kannur, as I mentioned earlier. Then comes my corporate experience, and then comes, although it was very short, my at Byju's, and then finally the NSRCL IIM Bangalore experience. And yeah, so let me now get into what we solve in Deep Flow Technologies. So Deep Flow Technologies Private Limited, actually what we do is we assist farmers or untapped farmers solve their critical problems using technology, right? So actually, we even today also, I don't have an experience in farming. All my founding members don't have an experience in farming, but still we are here. We are there to solve for the farmers. So, it was not possible. This is my team with myself handling the business operations, and my two co-founders who are all from GC Kannur. One of them is my senior and one of them is my junior. And Mr. Sayan handling the software thing, Mr. Vishnu handling the technology part, the AI and all those stuff. And as I mentioned earlier, we are supported by Startup Mission, IIM Bangalore, and Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. And as I just mentioned that we don't have a background in agriculture, we have already onboarded to bridge that handicap. We have onboarded veterans in the field who are actually solving for the cause. Dr. Jairaj, who is from a soil science background, who is heading the KVK Kannur. Dr. Yamini Verma in plant pathology, who is actually an ADR at Ambalavayal Agriculture College, and Mr. J.K. Thomas, who is a visionary plantation farmer, experimenting technology to farming, and our professor back at GC Kannur, Dr. Suraj sir. So all these people are actually our mentors, our strong advisory panel, and there are other people as well who are actually our well-wishers who are sitting amongst us. These people actually back us in order to solve our problem and guide us to move forward. So I'll just explain what we are trying to solve. Our company is trying to solve, as I mentioned earlier, a core problem in the farming industry, and unorganized farming is what we are trying to solve for with our expertise in deep tech stuff, in assisting these farmers, especially the underserved community in our country, who actually contributes most percent of the GDP as well. So this is what we do in a nutshell. So we kind of founded our company back in 2019. And as I mentioned earlier, we don't have an experience in farming. So we went, to do that, surpass that, what we did was, we spent 2.5 years on ground learning what kind of problems each and every segment of farmers are facing. Like smallholder farmers, medium or large, or even a section of the society that actually help the farmers. For example, supporting stakeholders like government, agri-businesses, FPOs, etc. So there we got a lot of, so actually our advisory panel actually leveraged a lot of, we leveraged the advisory panel to actually reach out to our customers who are actually part of these farming, advisors, first and second degree networks. So there we did multiple small pilots in getting to know what actually the farmer needs, right? There are a lot of problems that farmer wants to address or wants to be solved, but what needs to be solved at the first, or what is the root thing that needs to be solved so that the farmer or the farming community can be, or we can have an early adoption, right? So there we spent 2.5 years on ground, and later on we got a lot of international exposure from Cisco Agri Challenge with international universities coming to help us, and even recognizing us amongst the top 25 startups in the country, solving for the smallholder farmers, right? So there and after that in 2022, we launched our first product. So with the help of NABARD. So this was the first project that NABARD financed directly with an agri-tech startup in the country. And this was actually successful in the long run, and we are now associated with NABARD in a long run as well. So, and later on, we kind of, and the same product that we launched with the help of NABARD actually got acquired by Government of Kerala, the Department of Agriculture, Government of Kerala, whom we are working with right now. And later in 2023 and 24, we kind of entered the plantation segment where the complex problems are there. I mean, irrespective of the farming. Yeah. Irrespective of the farming background, the plantation thing is quite very complex. I mean, everything is grown under shade and all kind of problems that, I mean, you know, right, a lot of problems are there in, if you are addressing a farmer or a farming segment like paddy, it's much easier, right? There is little hindrance in solving for the causes. But when you're solving for a particular plantation or particular segment wherein there are complex problems, it gets even my team excited, right? So that's what we are trying to solve right now. And we have partnered with one of the renowned plantations in the segment called Malankara Plantations. And we have also piloted with Tata Coffee. And right now we are in the stage where we are scaling our solutions to different geographies, solving for the common cause of solving for the farmers. So right, basically this is our solution model. So at the core, you could see AI recommendation engine, which pools data from different sources. Like there is on-ground data from farmers, from government agencies, every kind of physical data that is available in the market. Then we source satellite data from InSpace. We have an MOU with InSpace, thanks to one of our well-wishers sitting here. And we have also a weather kind of a product which actually collects hyperlocal weather data, and that actually is a source of data that we actually that has gone to this AI recommendation engine, and our deep learning models that we have developed from our end. And at the farmer end, what you will see is a mobile application in vernacular languages that offers hyperlocal or personalized advisories for farmers to boost their income, to do all sorts of practices on ground to improve their income as well. And what we have identified from our ground experience is that you cannot solve a farmer's problem by addressing a farmer alone. You need to address a particular segment, like critical stakeholders like the agriculture department, especially in Kerala, and even the other part of the spectrum, I mean the downstream, the upstream, the input dealers, the agri-businesses, and each and every person associated with the industry, so that at the end of the day, the farmer's problem is solved, right? So for them, we have a kind of a solution, an ERP kind of a solution that actually solves the problem. And for this, we have understood that we cannot, and there is no, it doesn't make any sense to reinvent the wheel, right? So there are a lot of platforms and there are a lot of technologies that has already been built in the market, which we can have a lot of synergies in. So we have roped in Mistio, who is the leader in parametric insurance providing, integrating weather intelligence to provide for the farmers. And even we have partnerships with Sprout Enterprises, who actually implements irrigation technologies across India as well. So this is our solution model. And regarding our products, so this is our first product that we have launched with the help of NABARD, which is actually a personalized mobile application for the farmers to give them, so you can see for yourself what are the basic recommendations that a farmer get, right from weather forecast, soil-based inputs, fertilization advisories, disease diagnosis, and even price prediction to an end for a crop like pepper, coffee, etc. So this is the personalized mobile application that we have developed and which is being used by 1,200 farmers in Kannur, which was actually eventually acquired by Agriculture Department, and they are right now scaling it to other schemes as well. So, and the second product is a product associated with this, which is a ERP solution, which actually addresses the other spectrum of the farming community. I mean, the government, the agri-businesses, and other aspects who actually wants to monitor the farmers and make use of the resource available there. And the third product, which is currently being commercialized, is an augmented weather station, which actually is a hardware IoT-based solution, which collects hyperlocal weather parameters like temperature, rainfall, and all those parameters. And it actually gives you weather forecast, an hourly weather forecast for 5 days, right? So this solution was a game changer for us because it actually has, you will see how it has impacted farmers as well. So what it does is it collects weather parameters on a hyperlocal mode, 2 square kilometer radius, and gives you a hyperlocal forecast. And this weather station can also act as a data aggregator for weather-based crop insurance as well. So there's a lot of schemes coming up with center as well as state and other private entities to monetize this kind of solution. So this acts as a data aggregator for that. And there is another solution which which I should not reveal right now, but still I'm just giving you a hint, which actually is a revolutionary thing in the plantation segment that automates a particular harvesting of a particular crop. So that is currently being in the prototyping phase with a lot of investments coming from the plantation community as well. So which is completely in the robotics and IoT segment. And that is the other product that we are working right now, which is linked with the current solution product line that we have. So yeah, so these are the basic 3 products that the flagship product that we have with us. Basically, this was our impact with farmers in Kannur who are actually part of this NABARD pilot. So we were able to, with our technology, with our solution, the farmers who have strictly followed our protocol were able to improve their productivity by 2.5x times and even increase their income by 2x times. So this actually gave us an opening with the agriculture principal secretary. So actually, I wanted to share you an insight that at this particular venue back in 2022, we kind of presented our solution before the APC back then, Ishita Roy IAS ma'am. So there we kind of shared our solution at the World Bank conference. And later on, after 2 years, we are here sharing our solution before you. So just wanted to share that. And that actually gave us an opening before the government. And I still remember during one of the hackathons that was happening with the government, with the agriculture department, the principal agriculture secretary actually handpicked us. We presented the solution and we kind of got the contract from this particular pilot, the impact of this particular pilot. And this is the work that we're doing with the Kerala government right now, which is a particular scheme called Navodhan to monetize the barren land, which the the government departments that have with them, and to maximize the productivity and revenue from that line. So our solution is being used for this particular product right now, particular scheme right now. And now I just wanted to show you, I've spoken a lot about what we are doing and what the farmers are getting. Let me now just share what exactly our farmers say about us so that you can get much more clearer idea of how they have benefited from us. So can you please play the videos, 2 videos that I've...
അതൊരു പാടശേഖരമാണ്. കൃത്യമായി കൃഷി ചെയ്തു പോകുന്ന ഒരു രീതി ഇവിടുത്തെ കർഷകർക്ക് ഉണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ഓരോ വർഷവും കൃഷി ചെയ്യുമ്പം വ്യത്യസ്തമായ ചില പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടാകാറുണ്ട്. അത് പലപ്പോഴും ഈ അടുത്ത കാലത്തായി വന്ന ഒരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട പ്രശ്നമെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് കാലാവസ്ഥാ വ്യതിയാനവുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. സൂക്ഷ്മ കാലാവസ്ഥകൾ ഇപ്പോൾ രൂപപ്പെട്ടു വരികയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് പലപ്പോഴും നമുക്ക് കൃഷി നല്ല രീതിയിൽ മുമ്പോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ പറ്റാതെ ഒട്ടനവധി പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. നബാർഡുമായി സഹകരിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് ആ കാര്യങ്ങൾ നേടിയെടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി കഴിഞ്ഞ 2 വർഷമായി ഞങ്ങളുടെ പല കാര്യത്തിലും സഹായിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് രംഗത്തുള്ള ഒരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു വ്യക്തിത്വമാണ് അത്രി ആനന്ദിൻ്റെത്. അപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾക്കിപ്പോഴുള്ള ഏറ്റവും വലിയ അനുകൂലത എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് കഴിഞ്ഞ 2-3 വർഷങ്ങളായി ഞങ്ങൾ വിത്തിറക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് അന്ന് തന്നെ മഴ പെയ്യാറുണ്ട്, തൊട്ടടുത്ത ദിവസങ്ങളിൽ മഴ പെയ്യാറുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായി നമ്മൾ മുളപ്പിച്ച് പാടത്ത് കൊടുത്ത വിത്ത് അത് കംപ്ലീറ്റ് നശിച്ചു പോകുന്ന അവസ്ഥയുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ 3-4 തവണ വിത്തിറക്കണമെന്നൊരു കാര്യമുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഇപ്പോഴും ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഈ സൂക്ഷ്മ കാലാവസ്ഥാ നിലയം സ്ഥാപിച്ചതിന് ശേഷമുള്ള ഏറ്റവും വലിയ അനുഗ്രഹം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇന്ന് എത്ര മഴ പെയ്യും, എത്ര മില്ലിമീറ്റർ മഴ പെയ്യും, ഏത് സമയത്താണ് മഴ പെയ്യുന്നത്, ഇത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങളെല്ലാം മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ പറ്റിയതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായി നമുക്ക് കാലാവസ്ഥ മുൻകൂട്ടി മനസ്സിലാക്കിക്കൊണ്ട് വിളവിറക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു സാഹചര്യം ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഈ വർഷം നമുക്ക് ഒരു വലിയ നഷ്ടം ഈ വിത്തിറക്കുന്നതുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ട് സംഭവിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ മറ്റൊരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യം, ഈ മഴ പെയ്യുന്നത് തന്നെ ഏത് സമയത്ത്, രാത്രിയാണോ അല്ല പകലാണോ, ഏത് മിനിറ്റിൽ മഴ പെയ്യുമെന്നൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് ഇപ്പോഴും മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ പറ്റിയതുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മൾ സാധാരണ രീതിയിൽ പകല് തടയണകൾ നിർമ്മിച്ചു പോകാറുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ രാത്രി ഹെവി ആയിട്ടുള്ള മഴ പെയ്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആ തടയണയിൽ നിന്ന് നമ്മുടെ പാടത്തേക്ക് വെള്ളം കയറി ഒരുപാട് വെള്ളനാശം നമുക്ക് നഷ്ടപ്പെടാറുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഇപ്പോഴും കൃത്യമായിട്ട് രാത്രി എത്ര മഴ പെയ്യും, അത് എത്ര മില്ലിമീറ്റർ ആണ് പെയ്യുക എന്ന് കൂടി മനസ്സിലാക്കിയപ്പോൾ തടയണ വേണമോ വേണ്ടയോ എന്ന് നമുക്ക് മുൻകൂട്ടി തീരുമാനിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നു. ഇതെല്ലാം വലിയൊരു അനുഗ്രഹമാണ് കർഷകനെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ളത്. അതിനനുസരിച്ച് ഒരു കാലാവസ്ഥാ ഷെഡ്യൂൾ നമുക്ക് പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി പറ്റുന്നു. ഇതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായി ഉണ്ടാവുന്ന ഉൽപാദന ചെലവ് കുറക്കാനും ഉൽപാദനത്തിൽ കാലാവസ്ഥാ വ്യതിയാനം കൊണ്ടുണ്ടാകുന്ന നഷ്ടങ്ങൾ നികത്താനും നമുക്ക് ഒരു പരിധിവരെ സാധിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളതാണ്. ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഈ വർഷത്തെ ഒരു വിലയിരുത്തലിൽ നിന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് മനസ്സിലായത് ഈ സൂക്ഷ്മ കാലാവസ്ഥാ നിലയം സ്ഥാപിച്ചപ്പോഴുണ്ടായിരുന്ന ഈ ഒരു ഗുണം ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് അനുകൂലമായിട്ടുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ വർഷം തന്നെ പല സമയങ്ങളിൽ ഫ്ലവർ ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയത്ത് പോലും മഴ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ മഴ വരുന്ന സമയത്ത് എന്തൊക്കെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ വേണം, വെള്ളത്തിന്റെ അളവ് കൂടിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കി അതൊക്കെ കൺട്രോൾ ചെയ്യാൻ നമുക്ക് സാധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ താൽക്കാലിക തടയണ ഏതൊക്കെ സമയത്ത് നമുക്ക് കിട്ടണം, ഏതൊക്കെ സമയത്ത് വെള്ളം സംഭരിക്കണം എന്നുള്ളത് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി പറ്റി. ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു വലിയ അനുകൂലത നമുക്കുണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് മഴയുടെ കാര്യത്തിൽ മാത്രമല്ല, വിൻഡിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ, കാറ്റിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ പോലും നമുക്ക് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അത് ഉണ്ടാകാൻ പോകുന്ന നഷ്ടം നമുക്ക് നെൽകൃഷിയിൽ മാത്രമല്ല, വാഴ അതുപോലെ മറ്റ് കൃഷിയിലും അത് വളരെ അനുകൂലമാക്കി എടുക്കാൻ നമുക്ക് സാധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. എത്ര വലിയ കാറ്റാണ് ഇന്ന് അടിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി സാധ്യത എന്നൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ പിന്നീട് നമുക്ക് ഇതിന്റെ ആർദ്രത മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി പറ്റി എന്നുള്ളതാണ് കാര്യം. കാരണം അതിന്റെ ഒരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഗുണം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മുടെ ചൂട് കൂടുന്നതനുസരിച്ച് ചെടികൾക്ക് വരാൻ പോകുന്ന രോഗങ്ങൾ ഇത് നമുക്ക് മുൻകൂട്ടി മനസ്സിലാക്കാനും അതിന് പ്രതിരോധ നടപടി സ്വീകരിക്കാനും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ചില വല്ലാതെ ചൂട് കൂടുന്ന സമയത്ത് ചില കീടാക്രമണങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാവാൻ സാധ്യതയുണ്ടെന്നൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ഒരു കാര്യം ഉണ്ടായത് നീലവണ്ടിന്റെ ആക്രമണമായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അത് നമ്മുടെ ഈ ഹ്യൂമിഡിറ്റിയുമായി അതിന് വലിയ ബന്ധമുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അത് മനസ്സിലാക്കി നമുക്ക്
Can you please go back to the other slide? So you have heard from him that how our weather forecast and how our technology actually helped him in help the farmers in Mahil actually eradicate this kind of climate issues that is happening there. And I'm just summing it up. Basically, currently we are working with, so just wanted to share a bit, just 20 seconds on our farmer called Anish, who he actually used our technology and he actually improved his productivity, especially in nutmeg, by 2x to 3x times. And this actually made him win the Karshak Award this year. And he has actually won the National Award for Agriculture in National Millionaire Farmer of the Year, which actually happened in Delhi last week as well. So these are the two impact stories that we have with us, with the farmers. And right now we are working with a lot of customers spanning government, B2B segments, the large enterprises, and even the smallholder farmers as well through NABARD and Agriculture Department as well. So what actually started from GC Kannur, organizing events, managing teams actually led to this. And I still have my team with me. Everyone is still there. So it's been a pleasure, and we have just started. It's just 0 to 1. So we are yet to go, and we are yet to fulfill a lot of dreams back then. So, and that's it from my end, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you. Yeah.
I think you forgot to mention the award received by Anish KB.
Yeah, just mention this.
You mentioned?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Yeah, brilliant.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. No, sir. No. Don't worry. Okay, so I just, between us, we were just talking. What you sorry, close here. What you are just, I'm asking you fundamental things for me to clarify.
Sure.
I'm not questioning you.
Yeah.
Okay, so the big learning which we were talking between us is that what you have highlighted is an amazing set of opportunities that exist. So
Yes.
that's the positive takeaway for me. As an entrepreneur perspective, I had just a few things I just wanted to try and understand better. Do you have any competition in this field at this moment?
Immense.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Fine, so that's great. So I'm sure you'll be working to stay ahead of them.
Definitely.
Which means it's all about value addition.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's great. Okay. What do you think is the potential in terms of an entrepreneurial feasibility, viability, revenue perspectives, profitability? I'm sure you can't tell details, but any thoughts on that we can learn from?
That's a wonderful question, sir. So the thing is, you know that from agri-tech ecosystem, there hasn't been any unicorn till now, right? Although DeHaat is there, but still there hasn't been any unicorn or $100 million revenue company coming up from the space. The thing is, it's a very patient sector to be in. That's the primary thing that we have understood. So from what we have understood is like, we need to have a lot of multiple revenue streams to sustain ourselves, to realize our goals. That's one key thing that we have identified. And the other one is, although the technology or the automation part is there, India is very far ahead in terms of automation. I'm being very honest. We are at least 25 years behind automating land and getting robots on ground. It's at least 25 because just wanted to share this. One of our advisors, Mr. J.K. Thomas, actually invented a tea harvester back in 2000. Okay, and he actually developed it with the help of engineers from Yamaha or Kawasaki in Japan, and still he wasn't able to commercialize it for past 24 years, right? And right now there is a company called Surinova, which actually does tea harvesting and tea harvesting robots. But still, the technology is very early. There is a lot of possibilities as well. What we are trying to solve is we are trying to be years ahead, not solving for the country, solving for the globe, getting money or getting revenues from across globe, so that having multiple revenue streams to survive ourselves. And the government thing is a very key thing for us because that itself is a validation of what we are doing in the ground. So that is the two takeaways. One is having multiple revenue streams open, exploring a lot of opportunities in the segment, and then we know we are way ahead, but still working out where it actually works, especially in the abroad scenarios. Hope I have answered your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Can I share some thoughts?
Sure, definitely.
Yeah. 2-3 points, because I've started working on this, startups and we're working with CET and all that. Just a few points. And as a matter of fact, one of them hit me so hard just 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago. Okay. You know what's happening, and possibly this for young entrepreneurs around here. Okay. Even in Ignites, we have a system where we have 5 groups at CET. And that's every year, 5 groups. There's an industry mentor. We are from CETA, Chennai, College of Engineering Trivandrum, Chennai. And we have 5, core team.
Okay.
So we handhold and coordinate, So we're also industry part of it. We have a structured BTech staff mentors, MBA mentors, and like that we have. But there's something that hit me personally, it's my mistake, okay, was everybody is busy coming out with solutions. let me repeat this point. Everybody is busy coming out with solutions, and the most important is coming out with some digital solution.
Right.
And this is not to say that you're on the wrong path, not at all.
Understood.
But just look at these questions deeper. Can you believe they were getting towards a presentation and we were working with them for 40 months. Sorry, 40 weeks. Okay. And we were making the presentation. Okay. Finally, when we tried to put the flow together, we realized that there was a solution. But what's the problem?
Yeah.
I mean, this is for youngsters if you're here. So, we have a solution. Everybody is coming out with solutions. But have you defined your problem?
Yeah.
I'm not saying you've not. Amazing opportunity, I think so.
Yeah.
Right? So, the most important thing, and the data we learned, because we have been working on all these for some time now, because I had the good fortune of being associated with Professor Ashok Junjunwala, was part of the IIT Research Park team. I was on a transformative urban mobility project, all that. And you know what is the biggest thing, that data point that actually came up, and why I'm so excited about being part of this? As a matter of fact, I think Mr. Anupam Bega or somebody gave that data. Do you know what the success rate of entrepreneurship or startups in India? I mean, just take a guess. Biju? Sorry? 2 to 3%. It's somewhere there. It's around 5% is some data. What does it mean? I mean, see, all these don't get carried about, it is not 2 to 3%, it is 5%. Don't waste your time. Get the larger directions in place. The direction is 95% people are failing. And remember, am I permitted to talk 2-3 minutes?
Yeah.
I hope so. Is it okay? Yeah, because I overshot last time. Right. So 2-3 minutes. We are sharing perspective. There's no perfect answers in life. Listen to everybody, somebody who talks. I'm going to get it from you. Okay, so I'm just sharing some perspectives that we got. Right. So 95% seem to be failing on their startup ideas. What is the importance of that? You put your life on it. You put your 5 years on it. You put borrowed money and put in all your money. And are you here to fail? How many of us have the courage to fail once and stand up? Not many. Right. So, therefore, and this is exactly why we started this program at CET. Okay. You know what we're doing? I mean, I'll take you through some other day, but I'll just complete in 2-3 minutes. Right? We are putting the entire team through a 24-week, 5-piece marketing template. Some business canvas. The reason why people are failing is we're all so attached to our ideas, we think everything is fine, hunky-dory, fantastic. No, there is a science behind it. Get your science right. And the start point of that science is, are you really solving a problem with a scalability?
Right.
Are you really solving a problem that has scalability and ensure material and revenue success? Because we are in a profit and loss world.
True.
So that's one large point I just wanted to say. Take a look at it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Somebody give me a mic. Government as well as...
What is the uniqueness of your product? Like you were saying, what is the guarantee that your product your idea will not get killed?
The uniqueness is...
You're only playing with the data. So what is the uniqueness of your business?
So the unique value proposition that we have built is a unique model to address multiple crops at a time with a predominant focus of last mile delivery. That is, in the market, there is a lot of players like us, the competitors, who actually does this, right? And what they do is they address a single crop at a time. So fortunately for us, being in Kerala, it's a huge multi-crop segment. I mean, multiple crops are grown in any land. So from what we have built is, we have built an architecture wherein we address the land very holistically. Thereby, any crops added to that land has been addressed at the same time. So that's the unique model that we have with our competitors. That's one value proposition. The other one is the mobile app actually the critical part of the mobile app for the farmer to use it was the weather forecast part. that like Balashnadan actually mentioned. The weather forecasting actually made them aware to use the mobile app multiple times, to log into it, to see what is the forecast that is there, and share it with the fellow farmers. So that actually triggered the use of this mobile application, which actually got recognized. So that's the other unique point. So we have identified the key areas or the root area where we can address and make the farmer or the end customer replicate or use the particular product multiple times. The first question that you have asked, whether our product will be killed. So what we have...
Don't get...
sorry. So what we have did consciously is that we have sold our product to the government, right? So we have identified an opportunity where we kind of develop this product in a service model. Like we'll be collecting data from the farmers and we'll be entering it so that the farmer has very, very limited interaction with the mobile, right? That will not be scalable, as sir rightly mentioned. So this was actually a problem for the agriculture department because they didn't have a solution like that, which actually was farmer-centric. So we found an opportunity to collaborate with government and we sold the solution to them. So right now we are working. So that's how we figured a path, a pivot in order to, in a way that our product or our core idea is not killed or gets sustained in the long run. Hope I have answered your question, right? Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yes. Yes, sir. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Understood. 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 Thank you. Definitely. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Yes. Thank you, sir. Sure, sure. Sure, sir. Sure, sure. Thank you, sir. Sorry.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I just want to say that you are in the right field. The reason is no area is small. I will tell you an example. There is a company in US. I was in US 22 years. There was a company called Monsanto, which does exactly the same thing, but they do more things. They even coordinate purchase back from the farmers.
Right.
They coordinate with the distribution of the fertilizers. They do almost everything. They even do the DNA modification of all the
biotech stuff.
Yeah, this Monsanto's turnover is higher than India's whole GDP. That's the truth. Monsanto is so big in US. So you are in the right field.
Yes.
You know, find out all the critical points and stick on to it. And I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the words. Hope that's it. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for this.
So, thank you, Atri, for making it convenient to be here and also sharing your life lessons of your entrepreneurship journey. And I'd also thank your company for working towards a noble cause. Now I invite Dr. Deepu SP, Program Officer, UDYAMA 1.0, and Assistant Professor to hand over the memento to Mr. Atri. So our final speaker for the day is Jishma Jain, who is a co-founder and the director of GeoTransect LLP.
Jishma R. Jain, co-founder and director of GeoTransit. It's a registered Indian company working in the domain of sustainable civil construction and management. She holds a BTech degree in civil engineering from College of Engineering, Trivandrum, along with a master's degree in translational engineering from GEC Baton Hill. Her academic expertise complements her practical experience, fostering a strategic vision that drives GeoTransit, creating impactful solutions to design effective foundations of civil constructions.
Good evening, one and all. Myself, Jishma. And first of all, I would like to thank DT and UDYAMA coordinators for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be here. And I'm here to introduce my company as well, the journey of my company. And I'll be taking in Malayalam and English, which will be more convenient for me. So yeah. So our company is GeoTransit, registered on December 5, 2020. So 3 ദിവസം മുന്നേ we successfully completed our 4 years of journey. And so ഞാനിത് എങ്ങനെ ഈ ഒരു 4 കൊല്ലം എങ്ങനെയായിരുന്നു ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു ജേർണി എന്ന് പറയാനായിരിക്കും കൂടുതൽ ഞാൻ ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നത്. എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ദാറ്റ് വിൽ ബി ഒരു എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഷെയറിങ് ഇനി വരാൻ പോകുന്ന തലമുറകൾക്കാണെങ്കിലും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇനി ഈ പാതയിൽ സഞ്ചരിക്കുന്ന ആർക്കും ഉപകാരപ്പെടുമെന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചിട്ട്. സോ 2020 ഞങ്ങൾ രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്തത് ആസ് എൻ LLP. ഇറ്റ്സ് നോട്ട് എ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ്, ഇറ്റ്സ് നോട്ട് എ പ്രൈവറ്റ് ലിമിറ്റഡ്. വി ജസ്റ്റ് രജിസ്റ്റർഡ് അറ്റ് ഇൻഡിപെൻഡൻറ്റ് LLP ആയിട്ട് രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്തു. അപ്പോൾ പക്ഷേ അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ബേബി സ്റ്റെപ്സ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നമ്മൾ ഒരു 2019 വെച്ചിട്ട് തന്നെ നമ്മൾ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തിരുന്നു. ഇറ്റ്സ് നോട്ട് ലൈക്ക് ഒരു കമ്പനി ഉണ്ടാക്കാനല്ല, ബട്ട് അതിനകത്തേക്കുള്ള എന്താ പറയുക ഇൻഗ്രീഡിയൻസ് ഒക്കെ നമ്മൾ 2018 തന്നെ തുടങ്ങി. സോ ദ ജേർണി സ്റ്റാർട്ട്സ് ഫ്രം ഹിയർ. നമ്മൾ 2019 ഞാൻ 3rd ഇയർ പഠിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് IVക്ക് പോകണം. ആൻഡ് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാവുന്നതായിരിക്കും IVയിൽ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രികൾ വിസിറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് വളരെ കുറവാണ്. സോ നല്ല ഒരു 20,000 rupees പോകും കയ്യിൽ നിന്ന്. സോ അന്നേരം വേറൊരു ക്ലോസ് ഉണ്ട്, ഇഫ് യു ആർ നോട്ട് ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റഡ്, ഇഫ് യു ആർ നോട്ട് ഗോയിങ് ഫോർ എൻ IV, യു ഹാവ് ടു ഡു ആൻ ഇൻറ്റേൺഷിപ്പ്. സോ ഞങ്ങൾ ക്ലാസ്സിൽ നിന്ന് 2 പേര്, ഞാനും എൻ്റെ ഒരു ഫ്രണ്ടും, വി ആർ നോട്ട് ഗോയിങ് ഫോർ IV. സോ വി ആർ ഇൻ സെർച്ച് ഓഫ് ആൻ ഇൻറ്റേൺഷിപ്പ്. സോ ഞങ്ങൾ തന്നെ ടീച്ചറുടെ ഹസ്ബൻഡ് വിനോദ് സുബ്രഹ്മണ്യം അങ്കിളുടെ കമ്പനിയിൽ ഞങ്ങൾക്കൊരു ഇൻറ്റേൺഷിപ്പ് ചെയ്യാനൊരു ഒരു പ്രോബ്ലം തന്നു. ദാറ്റ് വാസ് ഇൻ ഡിസ്കഷൻ ഫ്രം 2019 itself. ഒരു 2019 അപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾ ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് മലപ്പുറത്ത് ഗ്രൗണ്ട് വാട്ടർ ഇഷ്യൂ ഒരു ഏരിയ ഉണ്ട്, അവിടെ ഗ്രൗണ്ട് വാട്ടർ ഇഷ്യൂ ഉണ്ട്. ആൻഡ് ദേ ഡോണ്ട് നോ ഹൗ ടു സോൾവ് ഇറ്റ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സൊല്യൂഷൻ എന്താണെന്ന് അവർക്കറിയത്തില്ല. സോ ഈ ഒരു ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട് ഉണ്ട്. ആൻഡ് അങ്കിൾ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഓക്കെ യു ജസ്റ്റ് സ്റ്റഡി ഇറ്റ് എന്നും പറഞ്ഞ് വി പാക്ഡ് എവറിത്തിങ് ഫ്രം ട്രിവാൻഡ്രം ടു ചേലേമ്പ്ര, ഇറ്റ്സ് ഇൻ മലപ്പുറം. സോ what we got is a 32 acres of barren land, and we need to study the groundwater. We need to do the groundwater management. ഒന്നുമില്ല കയ്യിൽ. We don't have any idea also, because ഞങ്ങൾ കൂടെ എല്ലാവരും പഠിക്കുന്ന 3rd year സിവിൽ, 2nd year സിവിൽ, 4th year സിവിൽ ഒക്കെയാണ് പഠിക്കുന്നത്. And anyway, that landowner trusted us and trusted the group of students and 2 teachers and just gave, okay, you do it. From there we started. നമ്മൾ ആദ്യം ഹയർ ചെയ്തു. അപ്പം ഒരു ബാരൻ ലാൻഡ് ഉണ്ട്. സോ ടോപ്പോഗ്രാഫിക് സർവേ ചെയ്തോടെ തുടങ്ങി. ടോപ്പോഗ്രാഫി ഇട്ട് നമുക്ക് കോണ്ടർ മാപ്പ് വേണം. സോ വി സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ് ഫ്രം ദർ. പിന്നെ ഗ്രൗണ്ട് വാട്ടർ എങ്ങനെ കണ്ടുപിടിക്കുക, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇതെങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾ മാപ്പ് ചെയ്യും. സോ വി വർ ലൈക്ക് എന്തൊക്കെ ചെയ്യാം എന്നൊക്കെ നോക്കിയപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ സിവിലിൽ മാത്രമായിട്ട് ഒതുങ്ങി നിന്നത് മനസ്സിലാവത്തില്ല. സോ വി വർ ട്രൈങ് ടു അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡ് വാട്ട് ഇസ് ദ ജിയോളജി ഓഫ് ഇറ്റ് ആൻഡ് എങ്ങനെ എന്ത് ടൂൾസ് വെച്ച് നമുക്കിത് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാം എന്നുള്ളൊരു അപ്രോച്ചിലോട്ട് നമ്മൾ തിരിഞ്ഞു. സോ എന്നിട്ട് വാട്ട് വി ഡിഡ് ഇസ് വി ഹയർഡ് ഇൻസ്ട്രുമെൻറ്റ്സ് ഫ്രം മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ കമ്പനീസ് നമ്മൾ ഹയർ ചെയ്ത് വി സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ് ടു വർക്ക്. ഈ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തതിന് ശേഷം വി ഫൗണ്ട് ദാറ്റ് ദർ ഇസ് എ സ്കോപ്പ് ഇൻ ദിസ്. അതായത് ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടാകാൻ പോകുന്നൊരു പ്രോബ്ലം ഉണ്ട്, ഗ്രൗണ്ട് വാട്ടർ ഇഷ്യൂ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു പ്രോബ്ലം ഉണ്ട്. ആൻഡ് നോബഡി ലൈക്ക് അധികം ആരും അത് അവെയർ അല്ല, നീഡ് ടു സോൾവ് ഇറ്റ് എന്നുള്ളത്. അപ്പോൾ അതൊരു സ്കോപ്പ് ഓഫ് ദ വർക്ക് ഉണ്ട്, ഒരു സ്കോപ്പ് ഉണ്ടെന്ന് നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലായി. ഇവിടുന്നാണ് നമ്മുടെ ഫസ്റ്റ് സ്റ്റെപ്പ് വെച്ച് തുടങ്ങുന്നത്. സോ ബേസിക്കലി GeoTransit എന്താ ചെയ്യുന്നതെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ വി ഡു സബ് സർഫസ് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷൻസ്. അതായത് സർഫസിൽ നിന്ന് വി ഹാവ് ഇൻസ്ട്രുമെൻറ്റ്സ് ലൈക്ക് അപ് ടു ഒരു 300 meters വരെ സ്കാൻ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഇൻസ്ട്രുമെൻറ്റ്സ് ഉണ്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിൽ. സോ വി ഡു സബ്സർഫസ് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷൻ ഫോർ കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷൻ ആസ് വെൽ ആസ് ഗ്രൗണ്ട് വാട്ടർ. കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷന് പ്രയോറായിട്ടുള്ള സ്റ്റാറ്റ് ഐഡൻറ്റിഫിക്കേഷനും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഗ്രൗണ്ട് വാട്ടർ മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിനും വേണ്ടിയുള്ള സ്റ്റാറ്റ് ഐഡൻറ്റിഫിക്കേഷനാണ് ബേസിക്കലി ഡു. ദാറ്റ് കെയിം ഫ്രം ഈ ഒരു ഐഡിയ ആണ് അന്നത്തെ 2020 ഒരു മാർച്ചിൽ ഒരു ഇൻറ്റേൺഷിപ്പിൽ നിന്ന് നമുക്ക് ലഭിച്ചതും. ദെൻ വി സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ് ഇറ്റ്. ആൻഡ് നെക്സ്റ്റ് കടമ്പ, അതായത് ഇതൊരു ജസ്റ്റ് ഒരു ഫീൽഡ്, ഒരു ഇൻറ്റേൺഷിപ്പ് ആയിരുന്നു, ഇറ്റ്സ് എ ഫീൽഡ്, ഒരു ഫീൽഡ് വർക്ക് ആയിരുന്നു. ദെൻ വി അണ്ടർസ്റ്റുഡ് ദാറ്റ് ഇതിന് ആളുകൾക്ക് എംപ്ലോയ്മെൻറ്റ് കൊടുക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന രീതിയിലേക്ക് ഒരു സ്കോപ്പ് ഉണ്ടെന്ന് മനസ്സിലായി. സോ ഓക്കെ, വിൽ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് എ കമ്പനി. ബട്ട് എന്തായിട്ട് എങ്ങനെ തുടങ്ങും? ആർക്കും, വി ഹാവ് നോ ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട്. കോവിഡും സ്റ്റാർട്ടായി. സോ വി ഡോണ്ട് ഹാവ് എനി ആക്സസ് ടു എനി, ഒരിടത്തും ഒരു ആക്സസ് ഇല്ല. സോ വി വർ ട്രൈങ് ടു ലൈക്ക് സ്ട്രഗിൾ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് എങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾ പിച്ച് ചെയ്യും എന്നൊക്കെയുള്ള കാര്യം. അപ്പം സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് മിഷനിൽ ചെയ്യാം. അപ്പോൾ യു വിൽ ഗെറ്റ് TBIs ഉണ്ട്. ഐ എം ഫ്രം CET, സോ വി ഹാവ് എ TBI. സോ അവിടെ ചെയ്യാം എന്നൊക്കെ നോക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് നമ്മുടേതൊരു യൂഷ്വൽ ഒരു ഇലക്ട്രോണിക്സോ ഒരു ആപ്പ് മേക്കിങ്ങോ പ്രൊഡക്ട്സോ ഒന്നും അല്ല. അവർ പെർട്ടിക്കുലർ ഒരു സർവീസ് കൺസൾട്ടൻ്റ് ആയിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. ആൻഡ് വി നീഡ് ഇൻസ്ട്രുമെൻറ്റ്സ്. സോ വി വിൽ ബി ഗെറ്റിംഗ് ഫണ്ട്സ് ഫ്രം വേരിയസ് ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻസ് ആൻഡ് ഓൾ. ബട്ട് പ്രശ്നം എന്താ വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, അന്നത്തെ പ്രശ്നം എന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, നമുക്കിപ്പോൾ ഒരു ഇൻസ്ട്രുമെൻ്റ് എടുക്കണം എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമുക്കിതിനൊരു ലെറ്ററൊക്കെ എഴുതി കൊടുത്ത് ആ ഇൻസ്ട്രുമെൻ്റ് എടുക്കാനും ഒരുപാട് പേപ്പർ വർക്ക്സ് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പം നമ്മുടെ വർക്കിന് വിളിക്കുന്നതെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ നാളെ ഇതൊന്ന് ചെയ്തു തരുമോ എന്നായിരിക്കും പറയുന്നത്. സോ വി കാൺ ഡു ദാറ്റ് പേപ്പർ വർക്ക്സ് ടു ഗെറ്റ് ദാറ്റ് ഇൻസ്ട്രുമെൻറ്റ്. അപ്പോൾ ഓക്കെ, ഇൻഡിപെൻഡൻ്റ് ആയിട്ട് തുടങ്ങാം. LLP ആയിട്ട് രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്യാം. LLP ആയിട്ട് രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്തു. രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്തതിന് ശേഷമാണ് വി നീഡ് എ GST നമ്പർ. GST നമ്പർ എടുക്കണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ വി നീഡ് ആൻ ഓഫീസ് അന്വേഷണം തുടങ്ങി. എവിടെ കിട്ടും, എന്ത് ചെയ്യും എന്നൊക്കെ ഉള്ളത്. സോ ദീസ് തിങ്സ് ഹാപ്പൻഡ് ഇൻ കോവിഡ് ടൈം ഓൾസോ. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു ഓഫീസ് ഒരു ഹയർ ചെയ്യുക, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഓഫീസ് നമ്മൾ റെൻറ്റ് ചെയ്യാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവിടുത്തെ കംപ്ലീറ്റ് റെൻറ്റ്, ഐ മീൻ ടാക്സസ് ഒക്കെ മാറും. അങ്ങനെയുള്ളൊരു സ്ഥലത്ത് നമുക്ക് ഓഫീസ് എടുക്കാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. ഒരു റെസിഡൻഷ്യൽ ടാക്സും ഒരു കൊമേഴ്ഷ്യൽ ടാക്സ് തന്നെ 10 times ആണ് കൊമേഴ്ഷ്യൽ ടാക്സ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. സോ അത്രയും കൊടുക്കാനുള്ളൊരു ഇത് നമുക്കില്ല. ബിക്കോസ് എല്ലാവരും സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ആണ്. വി ഹാവ് ബീൻ സപ്പോർട്ടഡ് ബൈ അവർ ടീച്ചേഴ്സ്. ബട്ട് നമുക്ക് അത്രയും ഫണ്ട് റേസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റത്തില്ല. Again, we got a support, like Vinod Uncle, Alternate co-founder. He told that Alkur commercial building under which works for his company. He gave a room. ഒരു റൂം തന്നിട്ട് നിങ്ങൾ യൂസ് ചെയ്തോ, ഈ അഡ്രസ്സ് വെച്ചിട്ട് നിങ്ങൾ യൂസ് ചെയ്തോളൂ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. വി ഗോട്ട് എ അഡ്രസ്, അന്ന് GST കിട്ടി. ആൻഡ് വി സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ് ലൈക്ക് പ്രോപ്പർ രജിസ്റ്റേർഡ് കമ്പനി ആയിട്ട് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തു. സോ now I'll move into what is our approach. So we are a group of geologists, geophysicists and civil engineers. ഒരു ട്രാൻസ്ഡിസിപ്ലിനറി അപ്രോച്ചാണ് ടു അറ്റൈൻ അവർ ഗോൾ. അതായത് ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു സിവിൽ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് ഫീൽഡിൽ ഒരു ബിൽഡിങ് വെക്കുകയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഫസ്റ്റ് വിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ബുക്കിനകത്ത് പറയുന്നത്, ജിയോ ടെക്നിക്കൽ ബുക്കിനകത്ത് പറയുന്നത്, യു വിൽ ഡു എ റെക്കഗ്നൈസ് ആൻഡ് സർവേ. Then you will do the soil survey, electrical resistivity, geophysical methods വെച്ച് നിങ്ങൾ കണ്ടുപിടിക്കും. Then you will go for a SPT and then you will go for the design and all. ഇങ്ങനെയാണ് പോണത്. പക്ഷേ നമ്മുടെ ഒരു പ്രാക്ടീസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് അത്രയും എത്തിയിട്ടില്ല. ദാറ്റ് യു ഹാവ് ടു സ്റ്റഡി ദ എർത്ത് ഫസ്റ്റ്, അതിൻ്റെ ബിയറിംഗ് കപ്പാസിറ്റി, ആ ഒരു ലെവലോട്ടല്ല. നൗ ഒരു പ്രിവെയിലിംഗ് ആയിട്ടുള്ളതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ യു വിൽ ഹാവ് എ ഡിസൈൻ. I mean, എല്ലാവരും അങ്ങനെയൊന്നുമല്ല, ലൈക്ക് മോസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് പ്രിവെയിലിംഗ് ആയിട്ട് നിൽക്കുന്നത്, യു വിൽ ഹാവ് എ ഡിസൈൻ. അക്കോർഡിംഗ്ലി നിങ്ങൾ SPT ചെയ്യും. ബേസ്ഡ് ഓൺ 2-3 boreholes, you will get data of 2-3 points, and there you will speculate that the whole terrain is same and will do the design accordingly. So ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു സ്ഥലത്താണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ അപ്രോച്ച്, ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു നോവൽ ഐഡിയ കൊണ്ട് വരുന്നത്. അതായത് യു ഹാവ് ടു സ്റ്റഡി ദ ലാൻഡ് ഫസ്റ്റ്, ദെൻ യു ഹാവ് ടു ഡു അക്കോർഡിംഗ്ലി എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ് ഞങ്ങൾ വരുന്നതാണ്. ആൻഡ് ദിസ് വാസ് ക്വൈറ്റ് വെരി ഡിഫിക്കൽട്ട് ഡ്യൂറിങ് ദ ഫസ്റ്റ് ടൈം. I used to say to my colleagues that ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രത്യേകത, വിച്ച് ഇസ് വെരി യുണീക്ക്, നല്ല യുണീക്ക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യമാണ്. അതായത് NDTs യൂസ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഒരു ഡിസ്ട്രക്ഷനും ഇല്ലാണ്ട് യു ക്യാൻ സ്കാൻ, ക്യാൻ യു തിങ്ക് ലൈക്ക് ഇവിടെ ഇപ്പം ഞങ്ങളുടെ സെൻസസ് കൊണ്ടുവരികയാണെങ്കിൽ ഐ ക്യാൻ ഗീവ് യു ദ ഡാറ്റ ഓഫ് ഇവിടുന്ന് 300 meters വരെ എന്താ, ഓരോ മീറ്ററിലും എന്താണെന്ന് ഐ ക്യാൻ ടെൽ യു. സോ ആ രീതിയിലുള്ള ഇൻസ്ട്രുമെൻറ്റേഷൻസ് ഒക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. ബട്ട് അതത്ര പ്രിവെയിലിംഗ് അല്ല. അങ്ങനൊരു ഇപ്പോൾ അതിന് I need to know what is the geology of the land. I need to know what are the tools, which is geophysical tools, and I have to apply it on civil engineering field. So this is our approach. From this we started. Okay, and we target sustainable subsurface scaping. നമ്മൾ ലാൻഡ്സ്കേപ്പിങ്ങിനായിട്ട് ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് we are familiar with that, but we used to say that you have to know about your subsurface, and accordingly you scape it. I mean, you design it. Then second target എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് engineering needs to retain and manage geomorphic entities. Third one is ensure quality potable water. So as I've said that, സബ്സർഫസ് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്നതിന് 2 ഡൊമൈനിലാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഒന്ന് ഗ്രൗണ്ട് വാട്ടർ മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റും ഒന്ന് കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷൻ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയും. അപ്പോൾ ഗ്രൗണ്ട് വാട്ടർ മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിൽ ഈ UANൻ്റെ ഒരു സ്റ്റഡി പ്രകാരം ആഫ്റ്റർ ഒരു 2032 ഒക്കെ ആകുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കിന് കേരള തമിഴ്നാട് റീജിയനിലുള്ള ഇപ്പോൾ നിലവിലുള്ള വാട്ടർ ടേബിളിനെക്കാട്ടിൽ 80 to 100 meters ഡൗൺ പോകും എന്നാണ് സ്റ്റഡി. സോ അതൊരു കോഷ്യസ് ആയിട്ടുള്ളൊരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ആണ്. ആൻഡ് വി സ്റ്റിൽ ഹാവ് ടൈം. ഒരു 10 years നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിലുണ്ട്. സോ we could do something. So we were targeting for that also. And each behind oro targets, I have a story to tell. Then next one is sustainable production, conservation of the water. I'll tell you how we are attaining and we are targeting that. The fifth one is fostering student industry connections, bridging the gap between academia and professional practice. And also fostering programs to professionalize studentship. And നമ്മുടെ കമ്പനി എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഇറ്റ്സ് നോട്ട് ഓൺലി എ സർവീസ് പ്രൊവൈഡ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു ഫേം മാത്രമല്ല. We are a company which supports students also. നമ്മൾ സ്റ്റുഡൻറ്റ് വർക്ക്ഷോപ്സും ഫീൽഡ് വിസിറ്റ്സ് ഒക്കെ നടത്തി കുട്ടികളെ ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ പഠിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന കുട്ടികളെ അവരുടെ ഡിഗ്രി കഴിയുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കിന് they should be equipped with all this kind of new ആയിട്ടുള്ള ടെക്നോളജീസ്. I would like to tell a story that 2020 and 21, so I didn't complete my BTech. I was working in Kozhikode, Malappuram, Chelembra. So അപ്പം അവിടെ ആസ് എ ഡയറക്ടർ ഓഫ് ദ കമ്പനി ഞാൻ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ സീനിയർ വന്നിട്ട് ഹി വാസ് ലൈക്ക് ഒരു ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂ പല കമ്പനീസ് അവിടെ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. സോ അവിടുത്തെ ഒരു കമ്പനിയിൽ ഹി കെയിം ഫോർ എൻ ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂ, ഹി ഗോട്ട് ഇറ്റ്. ആൻഡ് ബട്ട് ആളുടെ സാലറി എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ആൾക്ക് 6 months സാലറി ഇല്ല. they'll give that ഒരു ട്രാൻസ്പോർട്ട് എക്സ്പെൻസും ഫുഡ് എക്സ്പെൻസും മാത്രം കൊടുക്കും. സോ ദിസ് വാസ് അപ്പോഴാണ് ഞാൻ ഇപ്പുറത്തില്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഇപ്പുറത്ത് നിൽക്കുന്നത്. വി കെയിം ആസ് ലൈക്ക് ഒരു കമ്പനിയായിട്ട് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒരു ഡയറക്ടേഴ്സിന് എന്താ കിട്ടുന്ന ഫെസിലിറ്റീസ് ഞങ്ങൾ അനുഭവിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ലൈക്ക് വി ആർ ഗെറ്റിംഗ് ദാറ്റ് കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് ലൈക്ക് ഒരു അപ്രോച്ചായിരുന്നു കിട്ടുന്നത്. സോ ഇവിടെ ദർ ഇസ് എ ഗ്യാപ്പ്. അതായത് പഠിച്ചിറങ്ങുന്ന കുട്ടികൾക്ക്, അതും പ്രസ്റ്റീജിയസ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസിൽ നിന്ന് കിട്ടുന്ന കുട്ടികൾക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന ഒരു വേതനം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് വളരെ കുറവ് തന്നെയാണ്, എസ്പെഷ്യലി ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഫീൽഡിൽ, സിവിൽ ഫീൽഡിൽ. സോ വി നീഡ് ടു ബ്രിഡ്ജ് that gap. അതായത് പഠിച്ചിറങ്ങുന്ന കുട്ടിക്ക് ഹിസ് ഓർ ഹെർ CV should be like enough so that people will hire them. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ they can start a startup, they can start a company, or people will run behind them. So we are doing field visits. ആൻഡ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ കൂടെ ഞങ്ങൾ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത് എല്ലാവരും ഇങ്ങനെ സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് തന്നെയാണ്. ഐ സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ് ഇറ്റ് ആസ് എ സ്റ്റുഡൻറ്റ്. സോ ഐ ഹാവ് ആ ഒരു ഞങ്ങൾ വർക്ക് ചെയ്തതും സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് തന്നെയാണ്. BTech MTech പഠിക്കുന്ന സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് തന്നെയാണ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നതും. സോ ദാറ്റ് ബൈ ദ എൻഡ് ഓഫ് ദെയർ journey, like student journey, they'll be equipped with these kind of technologies. And we try to align our targets with UN's SDGs as well. So I'll move to the services. Actually, as I've told, 2 domains are groundwater management and site investigation. Groundwater management, we have instruments to study the data. Not only we'll find it out the water table, but we have solutions, or we have invented special systems to conserve water. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ പറയുന്ന ഗ്രൗണ്ട് വാട്ടർ ഡിപ്ലീഷനെ തടയുന്ന അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അതിൻ്റെ റേറ്റ് കുറയ്ക്കുന്ന സൊല്യൂഷൻസ് വരെ വി ഹാവ് ഇൻവെൻറ്റഡ്. സോ അതാണ് ഒന്നാമത്തെ ഫോം. സെക്കൻഡ് വൺ സൈറ്റ് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷൻസ് ഫോർ കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷൻ. അപ്പോൾ സൈറ്റ് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷൻ ഓൾറെഡി പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ തന്നെ, സോ ഇത് ഞങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു വർക്ക് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഇറ്റ്സ് അധികം ഒരു ഹൈബ്രിഡ് കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് വർക്കാണ്. അത് അധികം കേരളത്തിൽ അവൈലബിൾ അല്ല. സോ വി ഡോണ്ട് ഹാവ് ദാറ്റ് മച്ച് കോമ്പറ്റീറ്റേഴ്സ് ഇൻ കേരള വിത്ത് ആ ഒരു അപ്രോച്ച്. ബട്ട് പ്രശ്നം തന്നെയാണോ, കൺവിൻസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പാടാണ്. ഈ ഒരു കാര്യം പറഞ്ഞ് എഞ്ചിനീയേഴ്സിനെ കൺവിൻസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പാടാണ്. അതായത് നിങ്ങൾ സ്ട്രക്ചർ വെക്കുന്നതിന് മുന്നേ ഇങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യാം, സോ യു വിൽ ഗെറ്റ് ഒരു ഡാറ്റ ഓഫ് ലൈക്ക് ഇത്ര ഡെപ്ത് വരെയുള്ള ഡാറ്റ കിട്ടും, സോ യു ക്യാൻ ഡിസൈൻ അക്കോർഡിംഗ്ലി എന്ന് പറയുന്നൊരു കാര്യം കൺവിൻസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പാടാണ്. ബിക്കോസ് ആരും അത്ര aware അല്ല ഇങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടെന്നുള്ളത്. But we still have supporters like Kiran sir who trusted that, okay, we'll do it in this way. So ഇങ്ങനെ so we started like construction വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ we'll used to scan the land and we have strat identification ചെയ്തിട്ട് we'll give the solution. Okay, ഇത്ര ഡെപ്തിലാണ് ഹാർഡ് റോക്ക് ഉള്ളത്, ഇത്ര ഡെപ്തിലാണ് you will have a groundwater ഒരു ചാനൽ ഉണ്ട്. So then they are cautious to do the design. So ഈ സെക്കൻഡ് ഫിഗർ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഒരു 32 acres of ലാൻഡിൻ്റെ സബ്സർഫസ് 3D മാപ്പാണ്, അപ് ടു 100 meters. So ഇതിനകത്തെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ you know that where exactly you will be having water, where exactly you will be encountering hard rock എന്നുള്ളത്. If you can see a line in between, നടുക്കൂടെ ഒരു ലൈൻ കാണാവോ, it's a dike, it's a quartzitic dike. And ആ ഒരു ഈ ഒരു ഏരിയ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഇറ്റ്സ് എ റിലക്ട് പ്ലാറ്റോ പോലെ കിടക്കുന്ന സ്ഥലമാണ്, ഒരു ചെരിഞ്ഞ് ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റോ പോലെ കിടക്കുന്ന സ്ഥലമാണ്. ആൻഡ് ആ ക്വാട്സൈറ്റിക് ഡൈക്ക് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു സ്ട്രോങ് ആയിട്ടൊരു ബാരിയർ വിച്ച് ഇസ് ഒരു 300 meters വരെ ഡെപ്തി പോകുന്ന ഒരു സബ്സർഫസ് ബാരിയർ ആണ് ആ ഒരു ലാൻഡിൻ്റെ സ്റ്റെബിലിറ്റി. സോ വി ടോൾ ദം ദാറ്റ് ഡു യു ഓർ ഓൾ കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷൻസ് എബോവ് ഇറ്റ്, അതിൻ്റെ താഴെ നിങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യല്ലേ, ബിക്കോസ് ഇറ്റ്സ് നോട്ട് സ്ട്രോങ്, ഇറ്റ്സ് വെരി വൾണറബിൾ ടു ലാൻഡ്സ്ലൈഡ്. ആൻഡ് landslides were happening also അവിടം വരെ അങ്ങോട്ട് വരത്തില്ല, ബിക്കോസ് ദ ലാൻഡ് ഇസ് സ്റ്റേബിൾഡ് ബൈ ആ ഒരു ഡൈക്ക് ആണ് സ്റ്റേബിളാണ്. വി നോ ഇപ്പോൾ ഇത് അറിയാതെ ഒരാൾ ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ യൂഷ്വലി എഞ്ചിനീയേഴ്സ് ചോദിക്കുക എന്തിനാ 100 meters വരെ നിങ്ങളാക്കുന്നത്, വി ഹാവ് ലൈക്ക് ഒരു 20-30 വരെ മതി എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഈ ഒരു നോളജ് അവർക്കുണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. ഇഫ് they built their whole resort kind of things below that dike, that is very vulnerable to landslide, and already these landslides are happening. So here knowledge we could deliver, and this was like a novel approach also in Kerala. And then we do borehole scanning, and also we do satellite imagery integrated studies. Okay, and also this is another advantage, we can do quarry mapping. And nachanya namukku quarries map ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും at same അല്ലേ എന്നുവെച്ചാൽ എത്ര ഡെപ്ത് വരെയാണ് you have a soil, എത്ര ഡെപ്ത് തൊട്ടാണ് you have പ്രോപ്പർ ഹാർഡ് റോക്ക് എത്ര ഡെപ്ത് വരെ ഉണ്ട്, എത്രത്തോളം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ക്വാറി ചെയ്യാം. അന്നേരം എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ക്വാറിക്ക് കേസ് എന്താ പറയണേ, ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു ക്വാറി ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ എൻവയോൺമെൻറ്റ് പൊല്യൂഷൻ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അപ്പുറത്തുള്ള ആളുകളുടെ വീടുകൾക്ക് പ്രശ്നം, ഈ പറഞ്ഞ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. ഒരു പരിധി വരെ ഇഫ് യു ആർ ഗോയിങ് ബൈ സയൻറ്റിഫിക് വേ you can reduce it. With using our instruments, we can tell that is there any fracture going to that അടുത്ത ആളുടെ വീട്ടിലെ പറമ്പിലേക്ക് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആളുടെ വീട്ടിലേക്ക് ഒരു ഫ്രാക്ചർ പോകുന്നുണ്ടോ, so that you will blast here, his home will be like destroyed. And we could tell, we have the technology, but still നമ്മളിപ്പോഴും എന്താ പറയുക തേങ്ങ എറിഞ്ഞിട്ട് റോക്കറ്റ് വിടുന്നതായതുകൊണ്ട് ഇതിനൊരു അക്സെപ്റ്റൻസ് ഭയങ്കര കുറവാണ് ഇങ്ങനെ പറയുമ്പോൾ. So we are trying to convince people with this. And I will just get into some of our methods by which we are doing our work. This is magnetotelluric method, and it's a passive, geophysical passive method, so that you'll be picking the signals from the materials inside Earth, and you'll get that up to. Now we have various 3 machines which can scan up to 300 meters with the accuracy of 0.5 meters. അതായത് ഈവൻ ഫ്രം ഇവിടെ ലാൻഡ് ടു ഈ ഒരു സർഫസ് തൊട്ട് താഴെ വരെ 0.5 meter വെച്ചിട്ട് ഐ ക്യാൻ ടെൽ ദാറ്റ് ഓക്കെ ഇതാണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ സ്ട്രാറ്റ എന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റും. ദിസ് നെക്സ്റ്റ് വൺ ഇസ് ഇലക്ട്രിക്കൽ റെസിസ്റ്റിവിറ്റി മെത്തേഡ്. ദിസ് ഇസ് ഓൾസോ geophysical method which characterize materials based on conductivity basis you'll be getting the strata. So meet our team, myself Jishma and our co-director Rajkumar. And we have 2 project managers, Shyam and Krishna. They are 3rd year civil engineering students from CET. They are here. So അവർക്ക് ഇപ്പം 2-3 ഇൻസ്ട്രുമെൻറ്റ്സ് മാനേജ് ചെയ്യാൻ അറിയാം. They know how to ഒരു ഇൻസ്ട്രുമെൻറ്റ്സ് അവരുടെ കയ്യിൽ കൊടുത്തു വിട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ they know how to get the data. അതാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെയും ഒരു ആഗ്രഹം. ലൈക്ക് ദ സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് അവർ ഇറങ്ങുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കിന് their CVs should be like very എന്താ പറയുക plenty of skills ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കണം. So yeah, and we are not complete without our advisors, and our advisors like Dr. Bijalo Engineers, he is an associate professor, Department of Civil Engineering, and Dr. V. Subramanian principal in charge, Ichori from Trichy. He is very well known for groundwater studies. And Vinod Subramaniam, he is an entrepreneur, founder of Bhauma Envirotech, and Dr. Benoit Joseph, head of the Department of Geology, Christology College, Kottayam. So as I've told that, we are a group of like geologists, geophysicists, and also there are, we have multiple advisors from Indian Institute of Geomagnetism also. So as an, ipo njan oru civil engineer aanengilum, I've done my MTech in translational engineering. So ഞങ്ങളുടെ അപ്രോച്ച് തന്നെ ട്രാൻസ്ഡിസിപ്ലിനറി ആയിരിക്കണം. ഇഫ് ഐ എം ഗോയിങ് ടു ബിൽഡ് എ ഹോം, ഓക്കെ, ഞാനിത് ഇതിൻ്റെ കോളം ബീമും മാത്രമെന്നല്ല, ഐ ഷുഡ് നോ ദാറ്റ് ഇവിടെ എന്തോ നടക്കുക, ഓരോ കാര്യങ്ങളും ഐ ഷുഡ് ബി അവെയർ. സോ യു ഷുഡ് ഹാവ് എൻ ഓവറോൾ തിങ്കിങ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഓവറോൾ നോളജ് അബൌട്ട് ഓൾ തിങ്സ്. മിനിമം ജാക്ക് ഓഫ് ഓൾ മാസ്റ്റർ ഓഫ് ടൺ, അതിന് അത്രയ്ക്ക് വലിയൊരു ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻസ് ഇല്ല. യു ഷുഡ് ബി അവെയർ ഓഫ് ഓൾ ദീസ് തിങ്സ് അറ്റ്ലീസ്റ്റ്. അതർവൈസ് പറ്റിക്കപ്പെടാൻ ഭയങ്കര എളുപ്പമുള്ള കാര്യമാണ്. So I should know some, like നമ്മുടെ നിൽക്കുന്ന കുട്ടികളെല്ലാം ഷുഡ് നോ സം വാട്ട് ജിയോളജി ഈസ്. ഒരു മിനറൽ കണ്ടു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു മണ്ണ് കണ്ട സിൽറ്റ് ആണോ ക്ലേ ആണോ എന്ന് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കും, അതറിയണം. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ദേ ഷുഡ് ബി കേപ്പബിൾ ഓഫ് ഡൂയിങ് വിത്ത് ജിയോഫിസിക്കൽ ഇൻസ്ട്രുമെൻറ്റേഷൻസ്. അപ്പോൾ എടുക്കുന്ന സിഗ്നൽസ് തെറ്റാണെങ്കിൽ തീർന്നു. അപ്പോൾ സോ ദേ ഷുഡ് ബി അവെയർ ആൻഡ് ദെൻ ദേ നോ ഹൗ ടു അപ്ലൈ ഇൻ സിവിൽ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ്. സോ ദിസ് ഇസ് ലൈക്ക് എ ട്രാൻസ്ഡിസിപ്ലിനറി തിങ്. And I'll tell some of my completed projects. First one is Chadayamangalam. It's in Jadayapara. Will be namakarayanayana. So avarthe rockweed foundation studies we have done. And second one is Munnar. This is actually during COVID, and an issue വളരെ കുറച്ച് ഫണ്ണി ആയിട്ടുള്ളൊരു കാര്യം എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ അവിടെ മൂന്നാർ വി നോ ദാറ്റ് ഒരുപാട് ടണൽസ് പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. ആൻഡ് KCB ആയിട്ട് അസോസിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്തൊരു പൈലറ്റ് വർക്കാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ എന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു ലീക്ക്, ഒരു ടണൽസ് ഇപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങളുടെ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന GSI, NGPC അവരൊക്കെയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ നേരത്തെ ദേ ഹാഡ് എ ക്രോസ് സെക്ഷൻസ് അക്കോർഡിംഗ് ടു ദാറ്റ് ഒരു 100 മീറ്റേഴ്സിന് താഴെ ടണൽസ് പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. അവിടെ ഒരു ലീക്ക് ഉണ്ട്. ആൻഡ് വാട്ട് ദേ ഹാവ് ഡൺ ഇസ് KCB ആൾക്കാർ ഗ്രൗട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടും ദേ ആർ നോട്ട് ഏബിൾ ടു ക്ലോസ് ദ ലീക്ക്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആ ലീക്ക് മാറ്റാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല. സോ വി വെന്റ് ദർ ആൻഡ് ഹാവ് ഡൺ ദ സ്റ്റഡി. ആക്ച്വലി വാട്ട് ഹാപ്പൻഡ് ഇസ് ദാറ്റ് ഈ ഒരു പിങ്ക് കളർ കാണാമോ, അത് ഗ്രൗട്ടാണ്. അവർ ഗ്രൗട്ടിങ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്ന കോൺക്രീറ്റ് അതിന് ടാർഗറ്റിലല്ല എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. ദാറ്റ് വെന്റ് അത് വേറൊരു ഫ്രാക്ചർ പിടിച്ചങ്ങ് പോയി. സോ ആ ഉദ്ദേശിച്ച ടാർഗറ്റിലോട്ട് എത്തിയില്ല. ബട്ട് ഇത് നമുക്ക് ഒരു 100 മീറ്റർ താഴെയുള്ളൊരു കാര്യമാണ്. വി വർ നോട്ട് ഏബിൾ ടു ഫൈൻഡ് ഇറ്റ് വിത്ത് അവർ നേക്കഡ് ഐസ്. സോ വി ഹാവ് ഡൺ ദാറ്റ് സ്റ്റഡി. ദെൻ അനദർ വൺ ഇസ് മൺറോ. അതൊരു കേരളാസ് ആംഫിബിയസ് ഹോംസ് ഇൻ്റെ കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷൻ, ഒരു നെസ്റ്റാബൈഡ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു കമ്പനിയുണ്ട്. ബെൻ ആൻഡ് നന്മച്ചി, ഷീ ഈസ് മൈ ബോത്ത് ഓഫ് ദം ആർ മൈ സീനിയേഴ്സ്. സോ ദേ ആർ ഡൂയിങ് ആംഫിബിയസ് ഹോംസ്. സോ അതിന് മുന്നേ ദേ വാണ്ട് ടു നോ മൺട്രോയിലുള്ള സബ്സിഡൻസും അതിൻ്റെ ഗ്രൗണ്ട് വാട്ടർ സ്റ്റെബിലിറ്റിയും എല്ലാം അറിയണമെന്ന്. സോ വി ഹാവ് ഡൺ ഇറ്റ് ഫോർ ദം. ദെൻ ദ അതർ വൺ ഇസ് ഇൻ കണ്ണൂർ. അതും മഴയ്ക്ക് ഒരു ഹെവി മൺസൂണിന് ശേഷം ഒരു കോൺവെൻ്റ് ആയിരുന്നു. അത് കുറേ സ്ലൈഡ് ചെയ്തു, സബ്സൈഡ് ചെയ്തു. ദർ വാസ് ലൈക്ക് ഒരു സീപ്പേജ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. സോ വി ഹാവ് ഫൈൻഡ് ഔട്ട് എന്താണ് പ്രശ്നം, വാട്ട് ആർ ദ ട്രാക്ക് ആൻഡ് ഓൾ, എവിടെ നിന്നാണ് അതിൻ്റെ സോഴ്സ്. ദാറ്റ് വാസ് വൺ അനദർ സ്റ്റഡി. ആൻഡ് ഐ വിൽ ഗോ ഫോർ ദ നെടുമങ്ങാട്. ആൻഡ് ദിസ് വാസ് കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് എ ഫോറൻസിക് സ്റ്റഡി ഐ വുഡ് സേ. എന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു ബിൽഡിംഗ് ആണ്, ഒരു കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ഫിനിഷിങ്ങിലോട്ട് എത്തിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ബിൽഡിംഗ് ആയിരുന്നു. ബട്ട് ഇതിൻ്റെ 2 കോളംസ് ബേസ് ചെയ്ത് സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ് ടു സിങ്കിങ്. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ ആണെങ്കിൽ ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് 7-8 ബോർഹോൾസ് SPTs എടുത്തിട്ടുമുണ്ട്. അപ്പം ബട്ട് സ്റ്റിൽ ദേ വർ നോട്ട് ഏബിൾ ടു ഫൈൻഡ് ഔട്ട് വാട്ട് എക്സാക്ട്ലി വാസ് ദ പ്രോബ്ലം. സോ നമ്മൾ സ്കാൻ ചെയ്തു കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ മനസ്സിലായി 2 ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഫയൽസ് ഇരിക്കുന്നത് 5 മീറ്റർ ഡയമീറ്റർ ഒരു വലിയൊരു റോഡ് ബ്ലോക്കിൻ്റെ മണ്ടയ്ക്കാണ്. സോ വൺസ് മഴയൊക്കെ പെയ്ത് മൺസൂണൊക്കെ ആയപ്പോൾ തന്നെ ആ റോഡ് ബ്ലോക്കിൻ്റെ താഴെയുള്ള വാട്ടർ ചാനൽസ് എന്ത് ചെയ്തു, ഒരു വെറ്റ്ലാൻഡ് അല്ല, ഒരു കൊച്ചൊരു ഡ്രെയിനേജ് പോലെ ഒരു ഏരിയ ആണ്. അത് നികത്തിയിട്ടാണ് അവർ ചെയ്തത്. സോ അതിൻ്റെ താഴത്തെ വാട്ടർ ചാനൽസ് ഒക്കെ ആക്റ്റീവായി. സോ ഈ റോഡ് ബ്ലോക്ക് എന്ത് ചെയ്യും, ഇരുന്നു. അതിൻ്റെ കൂടെയുള്ള എല്ലാ ഫയൽ ഗ്രൂപ്പ്സും കൂടി ഇരുന്നു. സോ ദാറ്റ് ഇതൊരു അവിടെ ചെയ്യാനിട്ടല്ല, അവിടുത്തെ ജിയോ ടെക്നിക്കൽ സ്റ്റഡീസ് ചെയ്യാനില്ല. ബട്ട് വി വിൽ ബി ലൈക്ക് ഒരു 3 meters വരെ നമുക്ക് സ്ട്രാറ്റ കിട്ടുവാണെങ്കിൽ വി വിൽ think that that's a hard rock terrain, but it was not like that. So these are, and the current ongoing project we had in Chelembra, that from where we started, that was the 32 acres land, a barren land, which was given for us to study. And we have done the topographical study and we have done subsurface study. And അവിടുത്തെ പ്രശ്നം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ വെള്ളമില്ല. And we are getting, ഇപ്പോൾ കേരളത്തിലെ ലാസ്റ്റ് 10 കൊല്ലത്തെ റെയിൻഫോൾ ഡാറ്റ നിങ്ങൾ എടുക്കുവാണെങ്കിൽ യു വിൽ ബി അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡിങ് ദാറ്റ് ഒരു കൊല്ലം നമുക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന റെയിനിൻ്റെ എമൗണ്ട് ഏറെക്കുറെ സെയിം തന്നെയാണ്. ബട്ട് ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് വെരി കൺവേർജിങ് ടു 1 month, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു കുറച്ച് ദിവസത്തേക്ക് അങ്ങ് വരുന്നതാണ്. So we are getting the same amount of water, but പക്ഷേ at the same time ground water deplete ആകുന്നുണ്ട്. ഒരു ജനുവരി ഫെബ്രുവരി ആകുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കിന് അവിടുത്തെ കിണറുകളൊന്നും വെള്ളമില്ല. So how to bridge these? അവർക്ക് വെള്ളം വേണം. And they want to make a wellness center, they want to have organic farming, so they need water. So what we got from our subsurface investigation that avade kore perched aquifers undu, pockets of waters undu, and if we replenish them, they'll get enough water for their farming as well as for their like daily use, resort use ellathinum kittum. So we need a bridging technique to do this. Angane we found a solution, an artificial aquifer recharging solution, a system which we have implemented in 2020 itself, and we were predicting that by 2027 you will be achieving this target. You will be achieving, you will get enough groundwater. But 3 years after itself, അതിനുശേഷം അവരുടെ കിണറ്റിലെ വെള്ളം വറ്റിയിട്ടില്ല. അവർക്ക് ചുറ്റുമുള്ള ആളുകൾക്ക് വെള്ളം അവരുടെ വെൽസിന് പറ്റിയിട്ടില്ല. യൂഷ്വലി എങ്ങനെ അവിടെ ഒരു കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷൻ നടക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് they were facing like all the kinds of എന്താ പറയുക ആളുകളുടെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളും നാട്ടുകാർ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളും ഇവിടെ എന്തോ കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷൻ നടക്കുന്നത് അത് എപ്പോഴും ഉണ്ടാവുന്നതാണല്ലോ നമ്മുടെ ഒരു സിനാരിയോയിൽ. ബട്ട് അതിനുശേഷം അവർ കുറച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ആഫ്റ്റർ ഒരു 3 years അവർക്ക് മനസ്സിലായി അവരുടെ വീട്ടിലെ കിണർ വറ്റിക്കൊണ്ടിരുന്ന കിണറിനൊന്നും ഒരു പ്രശ്നവുമില്ല, അവർ നല്ല വെള്ളമുണ്ട്. So what you guys are doing എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് നാട്ടുകാരുടെ ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പ് വിത്ത് പഞ്ചായത്ത് പീപ്പിൾ ആൻഡ് ഓൾ they came, and then they see that they were doing rainwater harvesting, artificial aquifer recharging ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. And this ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ മാതിരി ഒരു 7 years ആണ് നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞത്, ബട്ട് ബൈ 3 years itself we were getting the results. So ഇത് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ആ ഒരു ഹോൾ ലാൻഡിൻ്റെ സെക്ഷൻസ് ആണ്. അറ്റ് 25 meter, 50 meter, 100 meters sections ആണ്. What all things are there. So yeah, that was still we are working there. And this is how about this I was telling that geologically engineered aquifer recharging system which bridge the gap between the rainfall and groundwater condition there. So this is a special kind of artificial aquifer recharging system. We will be collecting the rainwater and we will be injecting into the poached aquifers through a media, through a system, through some system, so that other laterite terrain. So if you are giving more acidic rainwater to it, it will disintegrate that land more. So we have to reduce all the adverse effects. അതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ units ഉണ്ടാക്കി. We have implemented it. And first it was like a very big kind of tank, ഒരു 10 meter ഒക്കെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. Then we were thinking that ഇതൊരു സാധാരണക്കാരന് പറ്റുന്ന രീതിയിൽ ആക്കണമല്ലോ. ഇതൊരു 10 meter by 1 meter pit ഉണ്ട്, അതിനിടയിൽ യൂണിറ്റ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ ഒരു 3 സെൻറ്റ് വീടുള്ള ഒരാൾക്ക് ഇത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റത്തില്ല. സോ ഹൗ ടു ഡു ദിസ് ഫോർ ദം എന്നുള്ളതിൽ നിന്ന് we modified it into small like bore pits that you can use as an aquifer recharging system. So and also that was kind of a unique thing, and then I got an opportunity to talk about that in ATM Dubai with Mr. Faisalike and Dr. Harold Goodwin, who is known as the father of responsible tourism, last year. So I will move to my delighted clients, Mr. Faisal Kotikollan. He was the entrepreneur who trusted a group of students and a teacher, and he gave us his own land for scientific study. So we are very thankful to him. And next is Engineer Nanma Girish and Ben K. George, and they are the founders of Nestabide. We are doing those groundwater studies for them in Kerala. Now they are in Netherlands. Then next to Usha Bricko Limited, India's #1 and India's first ropeway company. So thank you. I would like to end up my company profile with this, but ഇതിൻ്റെ കൂട്ടത്തിൽ എന്താ പറയാനുള്ള കുറച്ച് കാര്യം എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഈ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു 4 കൊല്ലത്തെ ജേണി എന്ന് പറയുന്നതാണ്. ഇപ്പം ഞാൻ ലാസ്റ്റ് ഇയർ 2023 പഠിച്ചിറങ്ങിയതേ ഉള്ളൂ, MTech കഴിഞ്ഞതേ ഉള്ളൂ. So somebody asked like, what is the valuation അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ കമ്പനിയുടെ പ്രോഫിറ്റ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എത്രയാണ് ഇൻകം എന്നൊക്കെ ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അതിനുശേഷം നമ്മൾ കുറച്ചൊന്ന് തപ്പും എന്താ ഏതാ ബിക്കോസ് ബിടെക് പഠിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് മൺഡേ ടു ഫ്രൈഡേ ഐ ഹാവ് ടു ഗോ ടു കോളേജ് സാറ്റർഡേ സൺഡേസും ഓണം വെക്കേഷൻ ക്രിസ്മസ് വെക്കേഷൻ ഹോളിഡേയ്സിൽ മാത്രമേ എനിക്ക് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റത്തുള്ളൂ സോ from 2023 to 2024 I could say that to 15-20 lakhs we are getting annually as an income. And maybe that may not be huge, but still we have just started, and I should thank each and everyone who supported us for this attending. I mean, at least itrengilo, and I want more people. Ippam idinathu thanne ഇപ്പം ഈ 4 പേര് വന്നതിൽ ഒരു പെൺകുട്ടി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നുള്ളൂ, ഞാൻ മാത്രമേ ഉണ്ടായുള്ളൂ. അത് തന്നെ മാറണം. ഇപ്പം എൻ്റെ കൂടെ ഞങ്ങൾ പഠിച്ചതിൽ ഒരു ഓൺട്രപ്രണറേ ഉള്ളൂ. ആ 21 ബാച്ചിലാണെങ്കിൽ 23 ബാച്ചിലാണെങ്കിൽ ഒരു ഓൺട്രപ്രണറേ ഉള്ളൂ. അതും ഇറ്റ്സ് ആൻ ഈസി ജോബ്. ഇപ്പോഴും മൈ റിലേറ്റീവ്സ് ഇങ്ങനെ പറയുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഞാൻ എപ്പോഴും പറയും, ഞാൻ യൂസഫ് അലി ആകുന്നതിനെക്കാട്ടിലും അവർക്കൊക്കെ ഇഷ്ടം ഓവർസിയർ ആവുന്നതാണെന്ന് പറയും. മേ ബി അതാണ് ഇപ്പോഴും ഓൺട്രപ്രണർഷിപ്പ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നതിനായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു പൊതുവെ ആളുകൾക്കുള്ളൊരു മെൻറ്റാലിറ്റി ആകാം അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഇഷ്യൂ. ബട്ട് സ്റ്റിൽ I think we will, I'm seeing a huge future scope in this. And once again, I would like to thank UDYAMA coordinators and DT for this wonderful opportunity. Any questions or any?
I'm taking the physics behind it.
Okay,
so ultrasonic or how do you map it?
Okay, we have different methods, sir. So
I'm not talking about the instrument. Instruments are there. But being an engineer, I would like to find out what method they're using in the instrument.
So I would like to tell if you are giving current, we have electrodes. I will tell about the electrical resistivity thing. It's an active method. We are giving current.
It is conductive measurement.
It's a
you pass the current and you
will be getting. We will be getting the current and we can find out the resistance. And there are.
I know it when I was young.
The other methods there are passive methods also. Like we are it have its own electric currents undallo namukku. We have currents, magnetic fields and electric fields, and each and every material here is producing that. I mean, it's been passing through that. There are instruments to pick that.
How they send some what kind of signals they send down?
No, there is no need of any signals. We can pick it. That is called passive geophysical method.
Okay.
Active means we have to give like kind of seismic waves or electricity, whatever. But there are passive methods who can pick the signals and will find out based on the properties, physical properties.
I'll
also.
read about it. I didn't know about that.
Oh, fine, sir. Many people don't know.
No, I will find it.
Yeah, sir. Yeah, of course. So, if anybody else?
I just want to congratulate for starting your own business. I did my engineering in 1986 to 90. I did computer engineering. That day I wrote my final exam. The next day I started my business. I had so much opposition from my family. Still I did that. But that was almost 30 years back. Now, everybody should be able to do that. So you are on the right track. Thank you.
Sir,
I started with 5,000 rupees. My asset was about 40 years back. So I just want to engage you.
Yes.
Okay, so don't worry about it. Like you said, everybody had, because they know the easy part. They don't know the difficult part. Even now, I'm 74 now, but I'm struggling. I'm struggling, but I enjoy struggling. There was a point when I did not enjoy struggling, but now I enjoy struggling. I want to pass my knowledge to people like you. Okay? I just want to, okay. I built up 2 factories, R&D center, so doing well. Okay.
I'm very happy to be here, like in my entrepreneurship journey.
Don't leave the journey. Stick to it. You'll have a lot of downs. Don't get frustrated.
Yes, of course. Because as 2022, there is a study about Kerala startups. 2020 up to 2022, 2,200 plus startups were registered in Kerala itself. 2 to 3% was the success rate. So according to the startup in the study, 3 to 5 years in the growth stage, and successfully I completed 4 years. So I know that, till now I didn't face that much failures. It's like going to a gutter, but still I'm enjoying it. So and still we are surviving with the kids, whatever we have, and I see that we have the futuristic scope.
Body and mind will permit, because you're young, your body and mind will permit these fluctuations. But then think about me.
Yes,
so
sir.
if you work now like this, you will get the courage to work when you become old. You cannot leave entrepreneurship until your death.
Yes, sir.
But just people will say you retire. You cannot retire.
Sir, I would, government, being a daughter of government employees, ഇത് ഭയങ്കര നമുക്ക് മണ്ടയ്ക്ക് ഒരു പ്രഷർ വരും. You have to search for government jobs and all. പക്ഷെ അങ്ങനെ അതുകൊണ്ട് എനിക്ക് കൊച്ചിലെ ഒന്നും I don't have the mind that I will start a business. I started with many supporters, but still I would be in this position ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ചിട്ട് പോലുമില്ല. പക്ഷേ ഒരു മോൾഡഡ് ഓൺടർപ്രണർ എന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. But now I know that whenever I go for anything, yesterday I had a conference in Kottayam, and first thing I was asked, like അവിടുത്തെ കോർഡിനേറ്റേഴ്സിനെ I asked, ഈ റൂമിനും ഫുഡിനും എല്ലാം കൂടെ ഒരു ദിവസത്തെ റെന്റ് നിങ്ങൾ എത്ര കൊടുത്തെന്നാ ചോദിച്ചേ. So my mind will always go into that. Okay, how the people is managing it, how the people is managing. At the age of 26, അത് വരാൻ കാരണം I have started when I was in BTech second year start ആയതുകൊണ്ടാണ് 26ൽ I will think, okay, എങ്ങനെയാണ് മാനേജ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഇവർ കോസ്റ്റ് വരുന്നത്, എങ്ങനെ ഈ റൂമിന് എത്ര റെൻ്റായിട്ടുണ്ടായിരിക്കും, ഇതിനെങ്ങനെയാണ് മാനേജ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, ഇസ് ദർ എനി അതർ ഫെസിലിറ്റി ഉണ്ടോ എന്നൊരു തോട്ട് വരുന്ന കണ്ടിന്യൂസ്ലി യു ആർ ഡീലിംഗ് വിത്ത്. അപ്പം മേ ബി വി ഓൾസോ സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ് വിത്ത് കുറച്ച് പൈസ, വി സപ്പോർട്ടഡ്, ഞങ്ങളുടെ ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് കുറച്ച് സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്തു. ബട്ട് ഐ വുഡ് സേ ദറ്റ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ടൈമും എഫേർട്ടുമാണ് ഈ 4 കൊല്ലത്തെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെൻറ്റ്സ്. അത് ടീച്ചേഴ്സിൻ്റെയും ഞങ്ങളുടെ ടൈമും എഫേർട്ടും ട്രസ്റ്റുമാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ഇത്രയെങ്കിലും എത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ടായത്. സോ ഗ്ലാഡ് ഓൾസോ.
Thank you, Grishma, for sharing your experience, and you are greatly appreciated for giving opportunities to the students of CET in your line of work. And now I invite Dr. Ashala Dar, Joint Director, DT Kerala, for giving a token of appreciation to Grishma on behalf of UDYAMA 1.0. As we draw this event to a close, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to everyone who has contributed to its success. First and foremost, we extend our heartfelt thanks to our esteemed speakers, Mr. Ajay Thomas, Mr. Vishal Nair, Mr. Atri Anand, and Ms. Jishma Ajayan. So your insightful presentations have enlightened us all. We also want to thank our wonderful audience for active participation. Your presence has made the event truly special. Thank you. We are also grateful to Mascot Hotel for providing us with such a beautiful and conducive venue. But last not least, we thank our dedicated organizing committee of UDYAMA 1.0 for their tireless efforts in bringing this event to fruition. So thank you all once again, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow for the next event. Thank you. Good night.